She didn't have a chance to really talk to me because the lawyers ambushed me. All right, folks, sorry, we're a little late starting. I was running a little late this morning, so blame that on me. All right, ready to get going?
Yes, sir.
Call your witness.
Your Honor, the witness approached Tamasi. Mr. Tamasi is the crime scene investigator with the defendant.
Chanel Tamasi.
Ms. Tamasi, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good. Please tell the court where you are currently employed.
The Horry County Police Department,
How long have you been with Horry County?
2016, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been in law enforcement altogether?
As a Class 1, sir,
Yes.
2016, sir.
Okay. And what is your job specifically with the county police?
I'm the detective with the Crime Scene Investigations Unit.
Okay. Will you explain a little bit about what exactly that is?
I get called out to major crimes, typically homicides. I come out to the scene and I process the scene documentation, photography, collection, preservation of evidence, sir.
You work with crime scenes.
Yes.
In the course of your employment, how many crime scenes do you think you process?
As a case agent, as the primary,
Yes.
maybe 100. That's not
Okay.
pretty definitively, but maybe.
That's a good number then.
Yeah, it's a good number.
Okay. And on September 9th of 2023, was you called out to a scene at Camp Swamp Road?
Yes, sir.
And did you prepare a report for that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 19. This is, you'll take a look at that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, this is my case report.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, as part of that case report, I'm going to let you hold on to that in case you need to refer to it, because we're going to talk about some things in it.
Yes,
But
sir.
as part of that case report, and really any of the case reports you have, do you make a detailed drawing or diagram of the sketch of the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 36. You will take a look at this and tell me if this is yours.
Yes, sir, I drew that.
Okay. And when you, in this particular sketch, so this is a representation. This is showing us exactly lengths, distances, where these vehicles were located when you arrived on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
When I processed the scene, sir, yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you right here, you've drawn this line from one bumper to the other bumper. What's the purpose in that?
That was to show the relation of the proximity between the vehicles.
Okay. And how far, what is the distance between these two vehicles?
Approximately 75.
75 feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went out, when you got called out to Camp Swamp Road, who notifies you about these things?
I was advised by Sergeant Stevenson. He is the sergeant of the Crime Scene Investigation Unit.
And what did he advise you that you were responding out to? Do you have any idea what you were going to that night?
Yes, sir, I did.
Afternoon, I guess I should say?
It was late evening, I'd say, from my recollection, yes, sir. He gave me a phone call. I was on call. Typically, crime scene is on call from Monday, 6 a.m. to the following Monday at 6 a.m. I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. You keep going. I got that notes.
Gave me a call on my on-call phone, said that I would need to respond to a death investigation in reference to a deceased male, still on scene, and advised that it was in reference to a possible road rage incident that occurred.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you arrived on the scene?
May I refer to my notes?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I gave you the report.
Uh, 1910, which would be 7:10 p.m.
Okay. And when you got out at the scene that night, was the scene already been secured?
Yes, sir. I remember several marked patrol units, yellow and color crime scene tape. It appeared that Camp Swamp Road was shut down with yellow secured crime scene tape on both sides, as well as a portion of Highway 9, sir.
Okay. And if you will, just walk the judge through what you did when you arrived on the scene. And by that, I mean, we're going to get into some specifics, but just generally, what are your observations? What do you begin to do?
Okay. Yes, sir. I arrived on scene. I observed several marked patrol vehicles throughout. I also observed several vehicles in the median of Highway 9. There were some parked on the side of Highway 9. I recall seeing yellow colored crime scene tape. There was a trailer attached to a white truck. Mr. Boyd and Mr. Williams were sitting on the rear of that. There was also a white and color SUV to the side of the trailer. I believe those were witnesses. There was a black and color truck further up on Camp Swamp. I recall the...
You give me all this general description. I've seen pictures of that already.
Yes, sir.
I know exactly what you're talking about thus far. Give me what you did specifically, not just a general observation.
Okay.
I've seen photos.
Yes, sir. Went ahead and just kind of looked at the scene, started taking overalls, jotting down some notes in my field notes to just prepare myself for how I wanted to go ahead and document the scene with photography and just taking a general look for any types of evidence that was going to be recovered, sir. A collected, correction.
Okay. And I'd like to take you now to page 3 of your report and the first 2 full paragraphs on that page.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were your initial observations about Mr. Spivey's truck?
Mr. Spivey's truck was parked on the paved portion of the northbound lane of Camp Swamp Road. I observed both the driver front and passenger front door to be in the open position. The rear glass over the cab appeared to be broken. Shattered glass. Bullet holes to the driver front windshield. Several bullet holes to the rear tailgate in the exterior cab portion to include that window portion.
Okay. And did you then, with the doors, do you remember if the doors were all open at that point or they were closed or?
No, sir. The driver front and passenger front door were open.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've got marked here as Defendant's Exhibit 39B through F. You can go ahead and put them on the screen there, Kathy. All right, I'm going to first ask you there about 39. Go ahead, McCathy. 39B, we put that up, that's the first one. Now, you explain what's in this photograph?
Yes, sir. It would be what appears to be an extended magazine on the driver rear seat. Shattered glass.
Let me give you that point if you need it.
You want me to point to it?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. This right here appears to be an extended magazine. Driver rear seat, shattered glass. We've got some items here on the floor. This right here appears to be a spent shell casing.
Okay. And when you say an extended magazine, that just means that what?
It's a larger capacity magazine.
Okay. All right, Mary Catherine, let's go to the next photograph. And this is just another photograph of that same magazine you were talking about.
Yes, sir. This would be what I would consider a close-up shot of that. Yes, sir.
Can you tell from looking at this photograph if it is fully loaded?
I can't tell you that it's fully loaded, but I can see that there is what appears to be a live round.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the next one. What is the purpose of this photograph?
It is just to have, it's a general overall photograph from the passenger front side to give the document through photography his positioning in the vehicle, sir.
And the next, Mary Catherine. And is this the same thing?
Yes, sir. It's a close-up shot of it.
Okay, let's go to the last one, Mary Catherine. What are we seeing in this photograph?
Right here is a firearm. This is on the passenger rear floor, to my knowledge. Yes, yes. Here it appears that the slide is in the lock position, in the lock back.
What does that tell you?
It could tell, it could be many things. It could be either the gun has been fired to the point of where there's no more live rounds being fed into it, so it locks back, or you also have the option of pulling it and locking it back in that position, sir.
So either somebody's pulled it and locked it back, or it's been shot out, and that's where the position it stays
Those
in.
would be the options, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sit down.
Yes, you can. And after photographing Mr. Spivey's vehicle you didn't process it there at the scene. What did you do with that vehicle?
With the vehicle, we went ahead and took overalls of the outside, and I took overalls of the interior from the doorways. And the vehicle was, all doors were closed and secured with red and color evidence tape.
What's the purpose in doing that?
That's just to show that when it arrives at its next destination, that it hasn't been tampered with, the doors haven't been opened.
Okay. And Mr. Spivey, was he left in the vehicle when it was sealed?
Yes, he was.
Why did that occur?
I was advised by Sergeant Stevenson of the weather, that the storm was coming, and he advised that we were going to tow the vehicle with the victim in tow.
Why would that make a difference with the weather coming?
Possibly for evidence.
Okay, meaning that, expand on that a little further. Normally, I guess what I'm asking you is, you left the body, Mr. Spivey, in the vehicle because of weather. If weather was coming, he was obviously in the vehicle, so what's the purpose of why did that matter?
In order to process the victim, I would have to remove him from the vehicle.
And there would be a chance that the evidence would be lost if a storm broke out and it rained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Spivey's vehicle, was it then towed from the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where was it taken?
It was towed to the M.L. Brown building.
Okay, and did you accompany the vehicle to the M.L. Brown building, or did you go there later? Tell us a little bit.
Later
about
on, it was another officer escorted that vehicle in the tow truck to the
Okay.
M.L. Brown building. It was not me, sir.
So the vehicle was escorted back to the police station?
Yes,
It was
sir.
never outside of police custody, really?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you found the vehicle back in impound, was it still sealed with your red evidence tape?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that no one had entered or tampered with the vehicle since you had sealed it?
It did not appear as so.
Okay. I'd like you to go to that second paragraph on page 3 of your report, if you will. If you look at it, did you recover a shell casing on the roadway outside of Mr. Spivey's vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you read what it was?
It was one spent casing marked Hornaday 45 Auto from the roadway near the driver's side front tire of the black Chevrolet on Camp Swamp Road.
Okay. Let's pull up, Mary Catherine, Defense Exhibit 38. Let's see here. 39, I apologize, Mary Catherine. Give me one moment, Judge. Got my pictures mixed up. All right, let's take a look at 39H there, Mary Catherine. Is this the shell casing you photographed outside of Mr. Spivey's car?
Yes, sir.
All right, go to the next one, Mary Catherine. And is that the location where you found it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mary Catherine, let's go to 39L. What is this photograph of?
This is an overall photography from Highway 9 looking on the Camp Swamp Road outside of the crime scene.
Okay, and next, Mary Catherine? What is this of?
This would be the intersection of Highway 9 and Camp Swamp Road outside of the initial crime scene.
Okay. Why take this photograph?
I always show an overall of the area and what it looks like.
And what does it look like here?
Various vegetation, thick.
And this is Highway 9 headed away from the beach, and this is the turn on the Camp Swamp here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That grown vegetation that they've got there, all over this empty lot,
Mm-hmm.
could it possibly block someone's vision who's coming down Camp Swamp Road as to what's on Camp Swamp Road? Sorry, coming down Highway 9 as to what is on Camp Swamp Road?
I could see that it could.
Once you got back to the impound lot, did you then begin to process Mr. Spivey's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to page 6 and 7 of your report. If you will, let's go through this last paragraph. You don't necessarily have to read it word for word. I know
Okay.
the judge didn't want you to do that, but my question is, but, you know, reading through this paragraph, will you tell me the items that you found in the vehicle?
Spent casing, Hornady 45 auto, driver front seat, an unopened box of Winchester live rounds, one black and color P magazine, extended magazine from the rear seat, which contained 23 live rounds, marked Laser 45 auto. Another spent casing marked Hornady 45 auto from the rear driver's side floor. Another spent casing marked Hornady 45 from the rear driver's side floor. One clear plastic Ziploc bag from the back rest seat compartment of driver's rear side containing 26 blue and color capsule pills. Another spent casing Hornady 45 auto rear driver's side floor. One black and color Springfield Army XDM 45 firearm from rear passenger floor, slide up here, lock back, containing one black and color 13-round magazine, which was empty. One white and color cell phone from the passenger front floor, and one spent casing marked Hornady 45 auto from the front passenger seat. Another spent casing Hornady 45 auto from the front cup holder. Another spent casing of Hornady 45 auto open console in front of the cup holder. One live round marked Laser 45 open console in front of cup holder. Another spent casing marked Hornady 45 auto from open console in front of cup holder. Silver in color Springfield Army 45 ACP magazine from inside the center console, which contained 13 live rounds marked Laser 45 auto. One black and color empty medication bottle marked Crown Town Cannabis from inside center console. One spent casing marked Hornady 45 auto from the rear center cup holder. And one live round marked Hornady 45 auto from the top glove compartment.
Okay. So there's 9 spent shell casings that were recovered from inside the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
There are 2 live rounds
Yes, sir.
that were recovered from inside the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
There's an extended magazine in the back seat with how many rounds again?
Containing 23 live rounds.
And there is another magazine that was found, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where was that one found again?
Inside the center console.
That also contained live rounds?
Contained 13 live rounds.
Okay. The live rounds that you found inside the vehicle, do you remember where you found them at?
Yes, sir.
Where were they?
Let me go back and I want to make sure that I tell you exactly the correct spot for these live ones. First live round was from the open console in front of the cup holder.
Is this it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the other live round, Hornady 45 auto from the top of the glove compartment.
And that's not a great photo, but that is the photo of that live round on top of the glove compartment. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? When you say on top of the glove compartment, that is you're finding it on the dash by the windshield, is that right? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it was like an opening. I think there might have been an opening right there.
Okay. Where you could put stuff in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe so.
If somebody, Mr. Spivey, had been riding down the highway with a fully loaded weapon and was racking it multiple times, would that account for these live rounds being found where they were?
That could be indicative of that. However, they could also have been there for some time.
It's one possibility.
It is a possibility, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked. Nick, I will bring up Exhibit 40. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 40A, B, G, H, I, L, and M. Let's go through those, Nick. Now, this is a photograph, not at the scene, but where?
This is at the ML Brown Building impound lot.
All right, and what are we, obviously, we're looking at the back of Mr. Spivey's truck, but what are you photographing here? What are you documenting?
Just giving you a general idea of the bullet holes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one, Rick. And this one?
This will be the exterior of the cab. It's just giving you a roundabout of the glass that's shattered. You can see some holes, and you can see even some into the front windshield, sir.
Okay. Next. And this is same picture of the back of the truck, but now you've got tape on there. What are you marking out?
That is scale tape, sir. That's just to give a measurement for each hole. And as you can see on all the scale tape, they are all individually marked. I individually marked them with letters.
So you can identify which hole is
Which hole is what? Yes, sir.
Okay. Zoom out some, Rick. I'm going to ask you about this here, and we'll go to the next picture because you got a better one of it.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at here?
Appears to be a bullet hole defect, mark G. It does appear that the metal appears to be coming in an outward motion.
What does that tell you?
I am not an expert, however, it would lead me to believe that it was a bullet coming out of the tailgate.
Okay. All right, Mary Catherine, let's go next. And this photograph here is the same, this is the same magazine that we looked at twice. It's in the back of the car.
Yes, sir.
It's moved from the other photographs, it's moved its position a little bit to become parallel with this back seat. Do you have any reason to account for that?
I would believe that that would be due to the toe.
The toe. Okay. That's what I would think too. All right, Mary Catherine, go ahead. And on to the next, that's the same. Okay. All right, I'm going to go through and show you what's been marked as exhibits. Minutes exhibits 41. I'm sorry, this is 40. 40 A, B, C, D, and F. Okay, and we're not going to show these on the screen, but I'm going to show them to you. If you will tell the judge what they are and hand them up to him.
Yes, sir, this would be my photo. This would be an overall of an injury. It appears to be the gunshot wound to the right armpit, closer to the back. So it's
And the next one.
the next one would appear to be what a grazed wound to the left cheek area of Mr. Spivey. Next photo would be an overall view of the front of him. Next photo would be bullet injury to the right armpit towards the back.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been marked here as Defendant's Exhibit 40K. Would you, what are we looking at?
That would be a clear, that was the clear bag containing the blue pills.
Okay. And those were found where?
They were in the passenger rear seat backrest. There was an opening that folded out in the seat.
They could be closed up and concealed or folded out to reveal the compartment. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? Okay. The blue pills.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
ask you about those. What did you do with those blue pills?
They were placed into a vest kit.
Okay, what is a best kit?
That's for, that's the packaging it must go in order for it to be analyzed by the drug lab.
When you say analyzed by the drug lab, does Horry County have a drug analysis lab?
They do.
Okay, and you submitted those pills for testing,
Yes, sir.
and did you determine with the drug lab, was the drug lab able to determine what the contents of those pills were? You can scroll down and make that. This is Defendant's Exhibit 45. What is this?
That would appear to be the paperwork from the drug lab.
Okay, and this is the results of their testing.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you to pronounce that, okay?
Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you now what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41. Let's go through the first photograph there, Rick. Yep. And this is a photo of what?
That would be the item 30, the handgun that was recovered from the Black and Chevy.
Slide still locked back,
Yes,
just as
sir.
you found it.
Just as I found it, yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the next. What is this?
That would be the extended magazine from the back seat of the black truck,
Okay.
Chevrolet.
Go ahead.
That would still be the extended magazine with all the rounds removed and then itemized.
And those are all live rounds in there,
Yes, sir.
okay? And this is,
That would be item 28, which was as the clear bag, and then all the contents that were in it. Those are the blue and color capsules.
all right, go ahead, Mary Catherine. This is the same, just out of the bag.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What is this?
That is a 45 ACP 13 round magazine, empty.
And where was that found?
Passenger rear floor.
And was it inside anything?
That was inside of the weapon.
The weapon that we just saw a second
Yes,
ago
sir.
that you recovered from Mr. Spivey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it is empty?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Is that just another photograph of that empty magazine?
Yes, that's just to show the capacity of that magazine.
Okay, and what is the capacity of it?
That one says 13.
Okay, go ahead. What is this one?
Magazine from the center console.
Okay, go ahead, Mary Catherine. And that magazine appears what?
It appears full.
Okay, fully loaded.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the same one that you emptied the clip?
Yes, sir, that's the magazine and then the rounds that were removed and itemized.
Okay. Is there another one, Rick? I think that might be it. Yeah, that was it. Did you also tow Mr. Boyd's truck back to the impound lot?
I did not tow Mr. Boyd's truck, but yes, it was
Well,
towed.
not you. I know you didn't
Yeah.
do it, but was it? I should have.
Yes, sir, it was. It was
Was
towed.
it towed back to the impound lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did the same thing with Mr. Boyd's truck that you did with Mr. Spivey's truck?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were there any shell casings that you were able to recover from inside of Mr. Boyd's car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell us how many there were? We'll pull, you can refer back to the report if you need to.
My recollection is 22. Let me double check my chain just to make sure we're good on that number. You're asking from inside his truck, correct? Not the scene?
From inside of the white Dodge Ram, that's correct.
$22, sir.
You said 22 rounds?
Yes, sir. From inside?
And I'm going to take you back out to the scene.
Okay.
And if you need to refer back to your report, you can. Were there any casings that you recovered outside of the Dodge Ram?
Sir, can you repeat that, please?
Did you recover any bullets, casings, fragments, whatever it may be, from outside of that dot, the white dot ring?
Yes, sir, I do believe I did. There was one projectile located on the roadway between the black truck and the white truck on Camp Swamp.
Okay. So we've got 22 spent casings inside of Mr. Boyd's vehicle, and there's one casing that is outside of Mr. Boyd's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you have done this, did you do the same with Mr. Boyd's vehicle that you did with Mr. Spivey's back at the impound? You would have photographed it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Marquez, you don't need to display these, but I'm going to hand them up to her. Are these the photographs? This is Defendant's Exhibit 38A through D,
Yes, sir. This is
and
my
that is,
photo.
that is Mr. Boyd's
Mr.
vehicle?
Boyd's vehicle.
Okay. Same here.
Yes, sir.
And what is that depicting?
That is the exterior front windshield for the bullet holes.
Okay. And this is a photograph of,
The center console of Mr. Boyd's truck.
all right,
That is an overall view of the driver front area.
all right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good.
And this is,
That is the passenger front seat, and I can see that there is a magazine which appears to have live rounds in it.
okay. I'm going to go back to this photograph, which is Defendant's 38A. Right here in the corner, is this the, what is this?
That is the red and color evidence seal tape?
And that's the same thing you would have put on Mr. Spivey's vehicle, and we can see that in some of the other photographs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the evidence tape, do you seal it with your name and your initials?
I do initials and a date.
Okay. Officer Tamasi, at any point in time, do you know Weldon Boyd or Bradley Williams at all?
No, sir.
At any point in time, did you add, subtract, move, manipulate any of the evidence that you saw?
No, sir.
And once you, I think we talked earlier about how the rain was coming, and therefore a decision was made, not by you, but by someone else, that Mr. Spivey's remains should stay in the vehicle so as not to disturb any potential evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you got the car back to the impound, you obviously removed Mr. Spivey from the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right, and those were some of the photographs we didn't show on the TV, but we showed to the court, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, and once you had processed him, what then happened with Mr. Spivey's remains?
The coroner took possession of him.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Moss?
Very briefly, do you recall about what time the coroners took possession of Mr. Spivey's remains?
Let me refer to my notes and see if I have it in there. I don't have an exact time of when he took possession. I know that we started processing that vehicle at 23:38 hours, so that would be about, it's 11:38 at night, so I would have to, it would be a guess, maybe 30, 45 minutes later, I'm not sure.
Well, the call.
Outside the perimeter of the impound lot, sir, but yes, it's within walking distance.
And that's the facility where they have storage. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinsley?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
We met, last week?
Yes, sir, we did.
Time flies whether you're having fun or not, so.
Yeah, it does fly.
You know, I've had the unfortunate experience of being involved in a lot of catastrophic cases over the years, and so, but they're mostly wreck cases. And we see in the bad cases where you have not the same sort of crime scene analysis and collection that you have, but we have, and the Highway Patrol has made.
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes, they'll do the same sort of thing. They tape up the vehicles, correct?
From my
You see that?
knowledge, I'm not sure. I would assume they do. I've never been to one of theirs.
And the reason you tape up the vehicle is to make sure that no one can access it,
That is correct.
so that the evidence is preserved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that tape, and I don't think Mr. Martin asked you about it, and I'm sure the judge knows, that tape's very sensitive. You can't open that door, you can't peel it off to make sure nobody's been in it, right?
That is correct, sir.
And you also have sheets of plastic when you need more than just a piece of tape, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Can you pull up the truck that they marked? So this is, I forget what the defense number was. Yes, it doesn't matter. This is the same photo you identified as being at the ML Brown building, right?
Yes, sir.
And the policy of Horry County is that when a vehicle is towed, it is to be videoed from the scene where it is taken until it gets to the impound lot,
To
correct?
my knowledge, yes, sir.
And
When
in
it's
this
escorted.
case, that was Officer Vescovi, the act like a victim note guy who was supposed to be doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
You've seen that video, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
Yeah. And you know that the truck was not videoed the whole way to ML Brown, don't you?
I did not know that.
All right, well, I'm going to draw your attention to the window.
Yes, sir.
The back window, the slide window and the window behind the driver's side, those are gone, right?
They do appear to be so, yes, especially the middle one. Yes, sir.
And there is no plastic or tape over that, is there?
No, sir.
And so the compartment where you found the drugs is immediately inside that window that's open, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we don't know who put those drugs there, do we?
No, sir.
And now, Detective Jones was the detective that was over this investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Jones got a search warrant, and judges seen them there in evidence, that allowed the phones and the vehicles to be taken, correct?
Yes, sir.
Collected.
Yes, sir.
That's the way it's normally done, right?
Typically, yes, sir.
And you don't typically allow the suspects, and that's what the front of your report says, right? Suspects. Charles Weldon Boyd and Bradley Kenneth Williams. You don't typically allow the suspects to take items from a vehicle when you're investigating some incident like this, do you?
No, sir, not to my knowledge, no.
That's not the policy, is it?
I'm not sure what the policy, but that's not normally what I see, sir.
And in this case, in fact, what happened was is that Detective Jones told you to get Bradley Williams' bag out of the truck so he could give it to Bradley Williams, didn't he?
Yes, sir. He told me that he needed his ID.
And the bag.
Yes, sir. He took the bag.
And you didn't inventory what was in the bag, did
I
you?
took an overall photograph of it.
Did not check the compartments. We
No,
talked
sir.
about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
sir.
we don't know what was in the bag, do we?
I took an overall look at it. Yes, sir. I cannot definitively tell you what is in that bag, sir.
That's right. And you don't know what was in the compartments, correct?
No, sir.
Now, part of the search warrant, and the judge has those, it allowed for the collection of DNA. And you collected some DNA, correct?
I collected DNA from the door handles of the vehicle.
That's right. What would that tell us? Who touched the door handle?
Yes, sir. Touch DNA.
Okay. The warrant allowed you to collect any DNA, any and all,
Yes, sir.
in any way related to the suspect or the victims, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these pills were significant enough to take photographs of, and tell the judge who told you where to look to find the pills.
It would either have been Sergeant Stevenson or Detective Alan Jones.
In fact, you testified in your deposition it was Alan Jones that told you to look in there, didn't
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so, which there was no DNA collected from that bag, right?
No, sir.
So we don't know who touched it or who may have put it in there. We don't know any of that, right?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Martin asked about the storm.
Yes, sir.
You might have heard some thunder somewhere, but you didn't see any storm, did you?
I saw dark clouds and some thunder. That's it, sir.
There was no point in time that night, from the time you got there at 7:10, about,
Yes, sir.
until you left at what time?
Let me look, let me double check to see when I cleared. I'd say round about maybe 10, 10:30. I'm not definitive on that.
About what time do you get to ML Brown?
I want to say some maybe 10:30-ish.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Spivey's truck unloaded from the rollback?
Did I watch it get unloaded, sir?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Okay. You document in your report that equipment was used, and we've talked about this. What actually happened is the rollback would pull forward and slam on brakes and pull back and slam on brakes to get it off. Right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way it's normally done to preserve evidence?
Normally, I'm not there when it's towed there, sir.
You've never seen a body towed in a vehicle, have you?
No, sir, I've not.
I think you said 100, but that's not the policy of this agency, is it, to do it that way?
No, sir.
And there are reasons for that have to do with evidence preservation, whether it be gunshot residue or other things. That's just not the way it's done, is there?
It's in my 6 years of being in crime scene, sir, I've never done it that way.
And we marked earlier with Detective Solite or something, text thread, and the people in CSI, the crime scene investigation, you also have a text chain that you all can communicate with, right?
Yes, sir.
And Horry County has canopies or tarps, canopies or tents, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
if you need them, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
And you could have texted somebody and brought a tarp out there or a tent out there or whatever you needed to process this scene there in place, correct?
We do have the equipment for such, yes, sir.
But your boss is the one that told you that somebody else had made the decision to tow the body in the car.
He told me we were towing it within a minute if weather's coming.
That's right. Now, when you arrived, and your training actually is to look for and collect the evidence.
Yes, sir.
And you do that in a very methodical way, correct?
The best way I can, yes, sir.
And when you got to this scene, you had already talked to Alan Jones on the way, who told you that he gave you some information as you were on the way, and let me tell you what page. And you may see where it is in your report. Give me 1 second. I think it's on page 2 of 26 of your report.
Yes, sir.
Conferred with Detective Jones prior to my arrival, and Detective Jones told you that Mr. Spivey had exited his vehicle and began firing towards the suspects, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know what firing meant in terms of actively firing and continuing to shoot. You just knew there was gunfire.
Yes, sir.
So you were particularly interested in looking for the shell casings from it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't find all the shell casings in either vehicle, did you?
I wouldn't say I didn't find all of them. I found what I found.
That's right. But you realize that additional shell casings were later found?
Yes, in Mr. Spivey's vehicle.
Okay. And so you found what you found. And it's no reflection on you. I mean, it is what it is. Mistakes happen, right?
Yes, sir.
But just because you found a certain number, that does not mean that's how many there were, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
But in terms of shell casings in the roadway, and we saw the picture, you looked not only in the roadway, you looked on either side of the roadway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did a very methodical search in the grass to make sure nothing had been knocked out of the roadway.
Yes, sir.
You didn't find any, did you?
No, I did not, sir.
And once they loaded Mr. Spivey's vehicle and they moved his vehicle, you looked in that area, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, you didn't find it.
No, sir, I did not.
The only shell casing that you found was almost under the front tire on the driver's side. And you don't have any idea whether that fell out, was knocked out, bounced out while the gun was being fired in the car, or fired outside. You don't know how it got there, do you?
No, sir, I cannot confirm how it got there, no. That's just the location that I located it in.
But you most definitely didn't find any shell casings at the back of Mr. Spivey's vehicle.
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't find any shell casings in the, I'm going to call it the oncoming lane, the opposite lane of travel in which these two trucks were in.
No, sir, I did not.
There were no bullet holes in Mr. Spivey's driver door, correct?
No, there was not.
And you tried to count the number of bullet holes, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
We didn't see the pictures, but you put dials into the bullet holes in the back of the truck.
Trajectory rods?
That's right. And the trajectory of those dials indicated that those bullets were being fired into the cab of that truck, right?
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Even though you couldn't determine how many there were, you did count 20?
Put my letter in, yes.
I once couldn't add 100 and 250, so I'm not going to hold you to it, but I believe it's 20.
Yes, sir.
And those are 20 bullet holes that we can count that are directed into the cab of this vehicle.
Yes, sir, that is what I observed.
There could have been others that passed through the glass.
Yes, sir, it is
We
possible.
know that there was at least one that indicated that it hit in the ground between the two trucks.
What would you be referring to, sir?
And there's a mark in the road where you took a picture of
May I see that photo?
that's just,
Okay, yes,
it's
sir.
I asked you about this before,
Yes, sir.
and so the court understands, this diagram, this sketch that you did, what you tried to do was measure these distances back to the same baseline.
Yes,
right?
to the fault line, yes, sir.
Fog line. And so it's almost as simple as taking 199,
Mm-hmm.
the distance from the front tire of Mr. Spivey's truck to the fog line, and 104, distance from the front tire of Mr. Boyd's truck to the fog line, to figure out the distance between those two front tires, right?
Yes, sir.
199 minus 104,
Mm-hmm. 95.
95.
Math is
And
about right.
that's about the distance from, let's just assume that the length from the driver's seat to the front of the tire is about the same on both vehicles. That would be about the distance from driver's seat to driver's seat too, fair? In that range, 95 feet.
Within.
It didn't rain that night, did it?
No, it did not, sir.
You all didn't take any breaks while you were doing your work at the scene on Camp Swamp because of any inclement weather, did you?
No, sir, we did not.
You don't wear a body cam, do you?
No, sir, crime scene does not.
But you do know that the policy requires the body cams to be on while the suspects are still at the crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, can you pull it up there? No, no. Just the one in the dark. Turn off the one that used to came. Judge, there was a point in time where I looked over this morning because I thought Morgan was doing such a good job on running the computer that I realized it wasn't working.
No, Mary Catherine's the brains of it.
I see that now.
I've identified her the first day.
This is my fault. I didn't tell him to have this one. Like, pause it. Can you zoom it in? Pause it. Should ask Officer Vescovi asking Higgs and some others how to mute the camera, but that's not the policy either, is it?
No, sir, it's not.
And it certainly, you wouldn't be turning off body cameras and muting the dash camera or the recording system in the cars when the suspects are still there at the scene. And that's you actually photographing them, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. That's okay. Do you agree with me that the scope of the warrant that was obtained by Alan Jones for Mr. Boyd's vehicle included phones, right?
It did say cell phones, yes, sir.
And it said, it actually says cell phones and other devices, right?
Let me refer to the warrant, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know what Mike said this was?
So I think that exhibit, is exhibit 5, is that, no, here's the white Dodge Ram, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Phones, et cetera.
Phones, et cetera, is what it says.
And in the defendant's photographs, I think that one's up here, Your Honor.
I they took them off from me. They put stuff up here to come and get you. I have no idea who's taking this crap.
Well, there was a tablet in Weldon Boyd's truck, wasn't there?
There did appear to be one on the dash, yes, sir.
That's right. And you had to move it out of the way in order to collect some of the spent shell casings from his vehicle, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And in Defendant's Exhibit 38C, that's the tablet
Yes, sir, that is.
Prominently featured there in the front of Mr. Boyd's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Detective Jones told you he didn't need the tablet, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He did tell me he did not need it. That was after I informed him that the warrant did not cover the tablet.
You had a specific conversation with him.
Yes, sir, I did. I said, we have a tablet here. It's not on the warrant. We would need it amended.
And he told you no.
He said he didn't want it.
And so that's what happened, right?
Yes, sir, that is what
And
happened.
the tablet was not collected.
It was not collected, sir.
It was given back to Mr. Boyd,
It was left in the vehicle.
which just a couple of days later is given back to him, right?
I'm not sure when they released it to him.
That's,
It's move on.
yes, sir. The reason that you told Detective Jones that the warrant needed to be amended was because you realized that that tablet could contain information that could be useful in the investigation, right?
I'm not sure what it contained, but it could contain it. The possibility is there, yes, sir.
That's right. That's my point. That's why you all are doing what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
And then as you figure out more information, listen to calls, for instance, or
That's not the scope of my investigation.
No, I understand. The scope of your investigation is to collect everything so that when the people who are actually investigating have the ability to go and then look at these things, right?
That is correct, sir.
But as with respect to some of the things that we've talked about, that didn't happen in this case, did it?
It would appear so.
Thank you, Detective Tamasi. I don't have any more questions for you.
Anything else? Oh,
Just a
Mark?
few, Your Honor. Detective Tamasi, are you aware of any evidence that was destroyed or compromised by the towing of this vehicle, either vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. Are vehicles from crime scenes like that routinely towed to the police impound lot all the time
Yes, sir, vehicles are.
to be processed?
Yes, sir.
All right. In your report, Mr. Tinsley made a quick point about that you've written and used the word suspect.
Yes, sir.
You were not the lead detective on the case.
No, I was not, sir.
Suspects is a word that you use. It's not a comment on guilt or innocence or okay, all right. Well, there's a lot of people watching. I just want to make sure everybody else understands it,
Yeah,
Judge.
you can give me credit, don't worry about that.
Yes, sir. As to DNA, he touched on DNA from the plastic bags that had the drug in it.
Yes, sir.
Are bags that drugs are found in police work? I was a prosecutor here, I've been a defense attorney now, so I'm asking you this question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Do they routinely send bags that they find drugs in on the side of the road or in a car away for DNA testing?
Predominantly not, unless they request it.
Okay. And I want to ask you about Bradley Williams' bag. You examined, before you gave it to Bradley Williams.
Yes, sir. I opened it up, took some overalls, and just took a general look in it.
Okay. And so if there was anything that was of evidentiary value in there, you'd have had a picture of it, or you'd have collected that before you gave the bag back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there was not in your
There was nothing that I observed, no, sir.
Okay. And going back to the scene, there's been some prior testimony from Officer Higgs, and I think you were sitting in here and heard it, about 19 vehicles at least that drove through that crime scene. Why is that problematic at a scene like this?
You've got cross-contamination, evidence destruction, sometimes tires can pick up casings.
And so you only found that one shell casing outside Mr. Spivey's car, but that doesn't mean that there weren't more there that you didn't locate, correct?
That is a possibility due to the scene not
Right.
being locked down.
Fair enough. There's been some talk about the weather, and I don't know exactly the significance of it to this hearing, but I do want to address it. It didn't rain at the impound lot that night when you were processing the vehicles, did it?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. This is out, this has already been played for the court, this is out in the evidence. I want you, this is out at the scene. I want you, Judge, everybody, including Mr. Tinsley, to pay attention to that window right there. Go ahead, Rick, Catherine. She's going to speed this up
Was it at
so we don't waste time.
the stoplight, or were they coming through the stoplight, or was it just kind of, all right, when you did that?
He rang up.
What's happening?
He got like.
It could be raindrops.
I'm sorry, stop, Rick,
Oh my
Catherine.
God, because he's got this big trailer.
It appears to be what?
Raindrops.
Raindrops hit rain. No further questions?
All right, you listed that. Or stand up, I'm sorry.
I'm good to go, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. All right, we're due for a break. Need to get some more coffee. Let's take about 15 minutes. 48 minutes after the hour. to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, call a witness.
Mr. Charles Weldon, board.
Come forward and be sworn.
Solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. No, just your name.
Charles Weldon Boyd.
Mr. Boyd, it's been a long time coming for you to tell your story, right?
I'm ready.
Now, you know about the allegations in this lawsuit, don't you?
I'm aware.
Did you ever have an occasion to meet or speak with Scott Spivey before September 9, 2023?
I have not.
Prior to that day, when you did all those crazy things, pointed the gun at you, did you know who he was?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did your ex-fiancee Gordon ever met or spoken with Mr. Scott Spivey?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you've asked that question and you looked, right?
I have.
You don't know any relationship at all?
I do not.
All right. When is the first time that you heard the name Scott Spivey?
After the shooting.
Let me ask you just straight up bluntly, did you intend to harm Scott Spivey when you were following?
No.
Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to pay attention to that judge and only that judge. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. But the only two people in this courtroom that matter are you and that judge.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to prompt you with some questions, but I want you to talk directly to him and tune all this other nonsense out.
Yes, sir.
It's noise, okay? You talk to that judge. I want you to tell us a little bit about your background. What city do you live in?
Now I live in North Myrtle Beach.
All right, but you grew up somewhere else, right? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Hartsville, South Carolina.
Okay. Now, you were adopted, weren't you?
I was.
You remember how old? Well, you probably don't remember. How old were you when you were adopted?
I think I was around 8 months old.
Okay. And do you know where you were living when you were adopted?
I think Columbia.
Okay.
I was born in Columbia.
Most of us don't remember what was happening when you were 8 months old.
Yeah.
And your parents who are with you here today, they adopted you, and they adopted your sister, right?
They did.
At the same time. And you grew up with them in Horry, right?
Correct.
Now, were your parents strict on you?
Yeah. They were good parents. They raised us the way I hope I can raise my son, and I learned a lot from them, and I think they're pretty proud of how they did, and I think they did a pretty good job.
Well, let me talk to you specifically about maybe some of your daddy's raising style. I don't have sons, okay? But, tell me how your daddy raised you.
My father is a very direct, blunt man, and I think I was raised the same way. It was, you fall down and get up. I don't want to hear you whine about it. It happens. It's going to happen again. Do the right thing. If you feel like something needs to be done, you do it. Don't be lazy, and put your family first.
Now, you try to live that way, right? You get up, when you fall down, you get up and do tough, don't you?
Yeah.
Let me go into your school background a little bit. Where'd you go to school?
Earliest I can remember is elementary school, which would have been Carolina Elementary in Hartsville. And then after that, I hated school. I wasn't built for it. So I started homeschooling.
And who taught you in homeschool?
My mama.
Okay.
I don't think either of us were built for homeschooling, but we tried. And I ultimately I wanted to go to work. I wanted to get out and do stuff. So I got my GED.
So you quit high school, right?
Homeschooling, yeah, I got my GED.
Okay. And then what did you do?
Went to Florence Darlington Tech for a while for automotive technology.
Is that where you met Mr. Bradley Williams?
That's where I met Mr. Bradley Williams.
Okay. How long did you stay at Florence Darlington Tech?
Maybe 2 semesters, maybe 3, and then I withdrew.
Okay. And why did you trouble?
I wanted to go to work. I just wanted to do something different, so I joined the Army National Guard and went and got a job.
Where was your guard unit?
We were stationed in Mullins, South Carolina.
So you joined, you had to go to basic training, right?
Yes, I did. I got loud.
You remember when that was?
I think, don't kill me on the dates, I don't know, but I think maybe December of 2009 or the very beginning of 2010, somewhere in there.
Well, let me ask you, in basic training, were they any more cognitive than your father was when he tell you to fell down and stand up and toughen up?
No, I missed my dad real bad at basic training. They were hard on me. Not as hard as they were 10 years before, and those guys say they were harder 10 years before that, but they were hard on me.
Okay. How long did you serve in the military?
Just under 6 years.
You got activated, didn't you?
Did.
Now, some of that time was classified, is that right?
To my understanding, I had to get a security clearance, and I had to sign a bunch of paperwork with that we weren't supposed to discuss things, and I did not read the paperwork.
Well, tell us what you can tell us.
Got activated to go to Kuwait. What we did there was we did armed escorts. We did that for the duration of the deployment, and we took various people between different points and just got them there safe, picked them back up, got them back safe, and that was the extent of our mission. I had a secret clearance, and that sounds fancy, but that's like second from the bottom, so it's not.
Can you tell me your MOS?
11 Charlie and 11 Bravo.
Now, when you got deployed, were you still at the same rank as when you started?
Yes, deployment, I didn't get my promotion on deployment. My promotion came after deployment. I deployed as a specialist E4 and came back as a specialist E4.
Okay. You were promoted in the Guard, right?
Yeah, several times. I started as a PFC, then went to specialist, and then got promoted to sergeant.
Okay. Now, let me ask specifically, because it shows up in some places, and it might come up here. Are you a combat veteran?
No. I deployed to a combat area. They designated it a combat area, and I received combat pay. There's an extra pay if you're in a hazardous duty area. Hazardous duty, combat pay is the same thing. But that's why it may show up as combat veteran. It's because I was in an area they designated as a high-risk area that entitles you to that hazardous duty pay.
When you were in the Guard, deployed, did you see combat?
I did not.
But you were in a combat area?
As they designated it, I don't think it was all that crazy, but.
Let me ask you, were you ever trained as a sharpshooter in the military?
No, I was 11 Charlie originally, so I was a mortarman, and I was just a rifleman on that mortarman platoon. And then I also eventually became the machine gunner for my platoon, and that's the complete opposite of a sharpshooter.
Okay. Now, during the time you were in the military, did you ever engage in receiving or returning active fire with another person?
No, sir.
Okay. That never happened?
No, sir.
Did you ever, while you were in the military, experience any other traumatic event?
One on the deployment.
What happened?
We were coming up on a roundabout. They use roundabouts everywhere over there. And that day we were escorting a bus, and I was the driver of the lead vehicle. My other guy was in the passenger seat. Saw a bunch of fire smoke, tons of people, and
You know where the fire smoke's coming from initially?
not at that point. Obviously, senses get heightened. Started to consider radioing in because the roundabout was blocked, and I decided, okay, well, we're probably going to have to go in the sand and just skip the roundabout altogether. So we don't stop unless we have no other choice. Got to the roundabout, and it was a sedan that was on fire with people. People inside. They were still alive. But there was tons of people around them and nobody was doing anything, and I didn't understand that, and that infuriated me. There was a girl in the back. But later on I learned the reason nobody did anything because I guess in that culture they decided that was Allah's will. So they just don't.
You watched that family burn to death.
Yes, sir?
And there were no weapons involved in that?
No.
No gunfire involved in that?
No, I don't know how the car was on fire, but they just couldn't get out of it.
Now, you mentioned your rank when you got out of the car. You said sergeant, is that right?
Sergeant E5, yes, sir.
How long did it take you to make sergeant E5 from the time you started the sergeant?
Maybe around between 2 and 2.5 years.
You left the Guard. Why did you leave?
I felt like I had kind of fulfilled what I had set out to do with that venture, and I wanted to do other things. I've always wanted to work for myself and get out there and get started, so I started down that road, and I ended up finding an opportunity with a popular deli in Charleston, East Bay Deli. They had franchise opportunities for our area where I lived. Went to my dad, we talked about it, we went in that together and got started.
Well, I want to get into that. Let me stop you for a minute.
Yes, sir.
First you had to get out of the Guard, right?
Yeah, I had to get out the Guard. So we had signed up and gotten everything going. They told us this was going to be a really long process. So we're like, okay, well, I've only got, I can't remember the exact months, but I had like 6 to 4 months left on my contract. So I figured we were safe to go ahead and get started. We invested money, we got started, signed up, and then everything started happening fast. And it required in-person training in Charleston for long stints of time. It was going to interfere with the Guard schedule. I went to my upper command. We tried to figure out how we were going to address this because I was financially invested. It was considered a hardship situation at that point in the military. Requested a hardship discharge. That had been considered, but they were just trying to figure out how to make this work, and then I had to go. And we were on the phone. They knew where I was, and they knew I was missing drills, but they knew why, and everyone was aware we were trying to work this situation out. Ultimately, what they decided was that they would issue me a general under honorable conditions discharge. And they told me after 2 years, you can go to Columbia and go before the board, and then have that moved up to just a straight honorable.
You never did that, did you?
No, I mean, that wasn't really important to me. It was still an honorable form of discharge.
So let's back up just a little bit. When you came back from deployment, and you were going to be out of the Guard, did you have to go through any evaluations?
Yeah, especially, well, when you got back from deployment, you had to go through extensive evaluations. You go to what's called Camp Shelby, Mississippi, and they process you out. You spend several weeks there. You're in country, but you're not home yet. You have to do all kinds of evaluations, you have to sit through things, stand in lines, the normal routine. It takes forever.
So you did go through this,
I did,
and it was normal routine.
yes.
They didn't hold on to you because of any concerns?
No, I left on time.
Left on time. Now, did you have any buddies that didn't get to leave on time?
Yeah, no, yeah, the people who had, red flags had to stay, and some would stay a couple weeks longer, some would stay a little bit longer than that.
So you weren't a red flag?
No, I left on the bus with everybody else.
Okay. Let's get back to this business. That was in North Myrtle Beach, right? The business that you were on?
The business, yes, sir.
And they were requiring you to be in Charleston for specific times, right?
Correct.
They weren't flexible, right?
They, you know, we had leases that we had to go and review and then get those signed, and once those were signed, we were paying on an empty building. It just all had to go.
All right. And so you did open that restaurant, right?
I did open the restaurant, yes, sir.
Not far from where you live, is that fair?
Yeah.
You remember the name of the shopping center where you were?
I've always called it the Bilo Shopping Center. Don't remember the name of it.
Where the Vilo was?
Yeah, it's the Bilo.
So you ran that East Bay Deli location in North Myrtle Beach, right?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, ultimately, that failed.
Horribly, yes. That was hard. I didn't know what I was doing. You step into something like that and you tell yourself you can do it and you know what you're doing. And I had no experience and walked into it. The only time I've been in a restaurant prior to owning one was to eat. So it was a beating.
Evidently, they didn't train you well enough down in Charleston.
We felt the same way.
You've heard it alleged that while you were running the East Bay Deli, that you chased them. Is that right?
I believe on one of the phone calls I referenced when I chased somebody that had stolen off the salad bar at the restaurant.
Okay. I'm going to show you an excerpt of a Google map where your restaurant was. First, I'm going to show you the color. Street map.
Okay.
I want you to explain to the judge what that refers to when you quote unquote chase somebody when you're in East Bay Deli.
Had a guy.
Use these photos will help you, but the only person I care about seeing them is the judge. These other lawyers that can look at them if they want.
Okay, so I had a guy who came in and he smelled of alcohol. Customers came, started complaining, and he looked like an inch. He had a big duffel bag, and he walked over to our salad bar and unzipped his duffel bag and just started scooping food into his duffel bag. Then he went over there to the fountain machine, and by this time I'm walking out, and he made a fountain drink and then put the fountain drink in his duffel bag with no lid, and then just started walking out to his car, and he could barely walk. Fountain drink pouring everywhere, so I follow him out. He goes and gets in the car, and I'm standing in the door of the restaurant, and he starts to pull out, and he turns wide, almost hits another car in the parking lot, backs up again, goes, I go out, I'm calling 911, and it's been...
Is it because he's stumbling drunk or because he was stealing?
Because he was driving drunk and stealing. I mean, it was just a lot of no-nos. But I called 911, and it's been 10 years. I don't remember all the details. But I got in my truck, and may I stand there and point at this for you? Okay. So this was where my restaurant was, Your Honor. And he was parked over here, and I was parked right here. So I walked around, and he just sat there for a while. I don't know if he didn't know where he wanted to go, but I got in my truck and I backed up here and I pulled over, and he had already pulled out. So then I follow him here. We both go here, and we both stop there. And I'm talking to 911, and I'm telling them where we are. And we both go here, and we both stop there at the stop sign, still talking to 911. Then he turns right, and then he turns in here. I turn in behind him. He turns in and he parks right in front of the laundromat. I'm the phone 911. Again, I don't remember what I was saying to them because it's been 10 years. But I do remember I pulled up and just pulled right here. I guess he's parked here and I'm just parked there. And I told 911, I'm parked behind him, how far away are the officers? She said, sir, you can't do that. You might get in trouble for that. Just don't do that. So I backed up. And then from there, I don't really remember what occurred. I believe I sat there for a while and then I ended up actually just leaving. I don't remember the rest of it, and it's been 10 years. But that, we never went over 15, 16 miles an hour because it was just these side streets at every stop sign. And I referred to that as a chase. And I said that in one of my phone calls, referring back to when I chased that guy.
You ever had another incident, you quote unquote chase somebody that you're aware of?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
Do you remember a lot of hullabaloo about you being in Charleston, calling 911 and chase? That never happened, did it?
No, that we spent weeks trying to figure out what that was even about.
Because of the name East Bay Deli.
It's because East Bay Deli is out of Charleston, and that's where all that came from.
So, ultimately, you had no encounter with that gentleman who stole food from your salad bar while drunk, right?
No, sir.
Did you ever approach him?
No, sir. I think I approached him in the restaurant
Okay.
and asked him what he was doing, and he just kind of was fussy, and I think I helped him to the door, but then when he went outside, that's when I stood at the door, and he went towards his car, if I remember correctly. It's been 10 years.
I understand.
I just want to make that
So that's
incident explained.
that restaurant failed.
Yes.
Did you start a business after?
As this one was failing, I kind of knew I had to jump ship. I had to figure something out. So I took what little I had left and then got my dad to help some, just because I didn't have much left at that point from this thing.
How old were you?
Oh, Lord. Maybe 20, don't quote me on this, maybe 26, 27, 26 and 28. Bought a guy out of his position in another restaurant, put everything I had into that and jumped ship, and then closed the deli maybe 3 or 4 months later.
So that restaurant you bought another guy out was Louis, right?
Louis, yes,
And
sir.
it was Louis when you bought it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't buy the real estate, you bought the business, right?
Correct. No, I leased the real estate.
Okay. And that's where you've been running since that time, right?
Yes.
And you built a pretty good business there at one time, didn't you?
We've been blessed.
And you did so in part by your media advertising, right?
Correct. Yes, sir. We took off on that aspect.
In fact, you did a lot of it, didn't you, on social media?
Yes.
You really promoted your business, and that was your primary promotion, wasn't
I pushed hard on it. Yes, sir.
it? Okay. And you've got a lot of followers.
We got up to about 28,000 on the business page,
Okay.
which is nothing compared to some people. For a little restaurant, we were tickled over that.
And you got a little bit into politics, didn't you?
I did. COVID drove me there.
Well, then you had some difference of opinion with the city leadership in North Mobile, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Me and the mayor and the city manager never saw eye to eye on anything.
And some of that had to do with some of the things that you were doing, right?
Correct. They always had an issue with stuff going on in the restaurant that wasn't legally an issue, wasn't actually a zoning. There was no actual issues. They just didn't like we were doing things, I guess.
And to be fair, you were critical about some of their decisions too on your social media platform, weren't you?
When they would come and do what I felt was unfair reign over us, we would make sure the public knew about it to help spread the word about what they were doing to small businesses that they did not like.
It'd be fair to say that you had beef with Mayor Hatley.
I believe Mayor Hatley had beef with me, and I just entertained it to defend myself.
Now, in this restaurant, let's talk about another one of these things that you decided to do, and you criticized for it. You were friendly to law enforcement, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about that.
I've always been a big supporter of law enforcement. I think that they do a great job, and I don't think they get the appreciation that they deserve, and I think that gets worse every single year. I think it's a deteriorating issue for them, and it's not fair. So I just did little things where we eventually decided all law enforcement on duty in uniform eat for free. We did all first responders, so anyone in uniform on duty eats for free. If we did little things like if they got a call while they were there, we would do everything into a box and keep it in a hot box waiting, so when they got off their call, they could come pick up what they paid for and finish eating. And if they were on duty and wanted to meet their wife and kids or their girlfriend for a quick lunch so they could see them, then we would do the free meal for them, plus we would do 50% off for all the family.
And you made that known.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking back, as a practical matter, did they really take a lot of advantage of it?
I'm sorry?
Did you have a lot of officers take advantage of it?
No, most people I spoke to felt bad doing it because it was, they said it was just overly generous and they appreciated it, but they didn't want it, they would want it paid. And then we had some officers that would take us up on it and eat, but we never got swarmed every day or had a large turnout for that.
But it's pretty good advertising too, what, the local state, that's what you do for first responders and law enforcement.
I think so, yes, sir.
And relative to the advertising, do you think it was a big cost?
No, I would have $2,000-3,000 a year in my cost on it. I mean, that's pretty small.
Now, let me pause here and ask you, at this instance scene, we're going to talk about it more later. Did you know any officer on that scene?
I did not know a single person there, no, sir.
Okay. And the North Florida Beach officers, which wasn't in North Florida Beach jurisdiction, but it got to the point they weren't even allowed to come
Come
to your restaurant.
Come to the restaurant? Yes, sir. No, everybody had to stop coming to the restaurant.
And you didn't tell them to stop, did you?
No, sir.
North Florida Beach told them, did you?
North Palm Beach did, yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about some of the spats, because I think Judge Eugene C, I'm going to go over this because this is important to a little bit later testimony. You remember again about the parade?
I do.
Tell me about the parade issue.
They canceled St. Patrick's Day is one of the most important kickoff days for the area of the restaurants in Main Street. We depend on that. That's everybody's down there's first big day, which recoups a lot of money from the winter months where we're at the bottom of our reserves for operating, and that puts us a good little kick in there. It's crucial that you have good St. Patrick's Day events. And North Florida Beach does an amazing job putting on one of the biggest ones. I mean, there'd be 35,000 people up and down the street. My restaurant alone, on average, during a St. Patrick's Day event, will have 3,000 customers in one day.
That's important coming off the dry season.
It's a relief and a blessing.
So they canceled it.
They canceled it, and they canceled it last minute for the most part. I was getting phone calls from business owners up and down the street who, some of them said that this year with everything going on, they weren't going to be able to make it till May and June, July where they get their money. I don't think the city saw it as a dire situation because I don't think the city cared to actually go speak to the people this was going to directly impact. I saw it as a dire situation, and I took it upon myself to organize our own St. Patrick's Day event on Main Street, North Palm Beach. And a golf cart parade, yes, sir.
And you got some blowback from the city, did you?
Not originally. We went into City Hall, we had a meeting. I sat down with, I can't remember the lady who signs our business license, Sarah something, I believe, and then one other guy who's in charge of special events and stuff. We had a 2-hour meeting. And I showed him everything I wanted to do. I said, look, I'm gonna keep the golf carts off the main roads. This is where I wanted to start. I wanted to go by all these businesses, come by here and end here. Are there any issues? They looked over everything. They said, no, we're okay with this. We're good to go. This is okay.
You know what happened?
I posted it on Facebook. It blew up. Everyone was excited. Everyone was excited for the businesses on Main Street. And then people started praising Bowie's for doing it.
All right, what else were you doing during those COVID times? What was community related? With respect to your restaurant, the
I
dining.
slowed down after that because remember, it backfired. The city kind of dropped the hammer on us for that after the fact. So we had to change up our strategies. After people started accrediting that to, we also made T-shirts, and I think this is where the city got involved. The T-shirt said, St. Patrick's Day, Main Street, it's not a parade. Because they had put out a letter and they said, we have not approved a golf cart parade. This never was approved. They're doing this without permission. We had gotten permission. And then I posted the audio recording of that meeting where they approved it all. So they backed off a little bit because that was embarrassing slap to them. And then we made T-shirts that said it's not a parade. And it was just backlash. That's where the backlash started constantly from the city. Anything I wanted to do, it was more from the city manager. And
He actually came to your location a few times.
sometimes he damaged property at my restaurant.
How so?
We had tiki torches out front that had been there for years and had been okay for years. And then after that, he came out and he brought 6 or 7 city officials with him, and he was basically yelling at me about these tiki torches, and I didn't understand the issue, and we were trying to figure everything out. And I guess he felt like I wasn't grasping the liability of it. So he grabbed one of my tiki torches and pretended he was walking, and then just snapped it off the pillar, and snapped it and dropped it. Said, see, now I'm a civilian who's hit my head and I'm suing the city of North Myrtle Beach. And then he walked to the next one and started, and I spoke up and like, can you not break them? But he had already been it. So that one was like this. One was snapped and broken on the ground. We had a Christmas event for kids, and we put Christmas lights in a bush. He drove up in the parking lot. He got angry that we put Christmas lights in the bush. He said those were the city's bushes. I said,
behind your restaurant.
Behind my restaurant. And I said, no, these bushes aren't part of the property I lease. He told me to remove them, and I said, you have to show me that they're a city bush. He said, well, they're a liability. The kids are going to get electrocuted. And I said, Mr. Mahaney, this is my bush. This is my event. So he walked to one side. He grabbed the string lights, and he just started ripping all my lights out of my bushes. So we didn't have lights in the bushes for that event.
Ultimately, it wasn't on the city's property.
No, after it turned into a little bit of a bout, they realized those were bushes on our property.
Now, what else did you do during this COVID time with your restaurant? Number one, to give you some revenue, number two, to help the community.
I converted, I tried to stay within the difficult rules and find a way to still be able to produce income in a non-essential business. And we came up with a grocery store. So I would go with Cisco and I would negotiate to get items that were hard to find in the community at the time. Toilet paper, that was the big one. So we would lock in toilet paper, pallets of toilet paper. We'd lock in random meats, and it was just different things that they weren't getting in grocery stores. And then we opened up a grocery store in the restaurant and used the tables as the displays. And then we would allow 2 people in at once to come in and shop, buy what they need. We charged just a little, we charged a little over cost. We did not go anywhere near the normal margins we needed. And we operated that for a while.
So, during that time, you took your chairs out, didn't you?
The chairs were all stacked up in the back. It was just
You
tables.
weren't seating people in your building.
No, sir.
Okay. But at some point in that continuum, you started serving people outdoors, didn't you?
We did,
The
because
state allowed
the
it.
rules didn't specify we couldn't, they allowed fast food, they allowed, pull up and all that kind of stuff, that fell within the rules, so I said, okay. So we converted the side parking lot into basically a Sonic. They pull up, place their order, we run the food out there to them. And we put some picnic tables out there because that was allowed as well, but they had to be spaced, we spaced them, we measured and did all that. So we had people who would walk down from resorts and sit at the picnic tables and eat takeout food. It had to be takeout.
And you didn't have wait staff to wait on them. After they gave them the food, it was takeout, they didn't go back and serve.
Yeah, no, we bagged everything up, everything within the rules, put everything in takeout, it was takeout. Once they went outside, once it got taken outside to them and handed to them, they're on their own. They're not getting a server coming back asking if they needed refills or something like that.
So that went on for a while.
It did.
And that ultimately, that mode of doing business is where you ran into a real problem in the city. What do you explain?
We had a thunderstorm roll up one night. We had an 11 top. Oh, it's been years. I know one was 11 top. I think we had a 6 top. And I think we had a 4 top. The 11 top was
All outdoors, right?
all outdoors. The 11 top was almost all kids. The resort they were staying at was about 1.5 miles down the road. They had walked there. A thunderstorm started rolling up. It's lightning, it's thundering, it's raining. Kids are scared. The food's just ruined. What we did, instead of telling them, sorry, we can't help you, we brought them inside of the restaurant and put some chairs out and allowed them to sit at the tables until the storm passed so they could walk back.
With their wet, soggy food.
We tried to replace some of it, but it was all pretty much.
But you didn't serve them in there, did you?
No, sir.
Okay, no wait staff served.
No, sir. We didn't have any on the schedule.
And that was one group, right?
Well, there was three tables.
Okay, but it was 11 top, right?
Yes.
So it took 3 tables.
No, there was an 11 top, I think a 6 top, and like either a 4 or 2 top. There was a group of people. They had taken up all the seats outside and we moved them in.
Okay. So what happened?
Officer shows up, cites me for violating the governor's order, says that I'm serving people inside my restaurant, shuts me down, tries to shut me down, or he does shut me down that night, I think. And I didn't think much of it until I realized that the city was going to make that a very, very big deal.
You go after your business license, right?
That was the threats being sent, yes.
So you got charged,
I got charged, yes, sir.
and you got prosecuted,
Yes, sir.
and we had to try that case, didn't
We did.
we? And Mary Hatton was a witness, wasn't
She was.
she? And she got on the stand and I cross-examined her.
Yes, she did.
It would be fair to say that did not show her in the best light.
No, she lied multiple times on the stand, and I think she thought that she was going to get away with it, but she brought in, we were able to bring in the thing and show that she was lying.
So the mayor, do you recall from that evidence that the mayor actually was on the telephone with the officer who wrote his ticket,
Correct.
directing, not the police chief, but the mayor?
Telling him what he needed to do.
And that officer told the truth about that, didn't he?
He did. I respect that guy so much. I didn't know him, but he wasn't going to let that just go, because he felt that was wrong, and he spoke up.
So ultimately, jury came back in your favor, right?
It did, actually. One of them stopped me in the parking lot and said after they watched the mayor still not stand and lie, it was unanimous. Said no one in there questioned it.
And it was unanimous quick, too.
Yes, several minutes.
Now, let's be honest. You didn't leave that alone, did you?
No. I knew now the mayor lies. That this is.
I'm not talking about that. You actually told your story on your social media, didn't you?
Yes, we explained everything that happened, how it happened, and how it ended.
And that actually got a lot of celebrity for you today.
Yeah, I mean, some of our posts were hitting 100,000 views. It blew up, and I mean, it went all up and down the East Coast.
And that probably was the final nail in the coffin between your relationship with you and the mayor.
Yeah.
we'll go back to that. How many employees do you, let me take you back before this event happened in 23. How many employees were you running? You got out of COVID, you got cranked up again. How many employees were you running?
It depended on the time of year. In our slow months, I'd run anywhere from maybe 28 to 35 people. In our busiest seasons, prime, middle of July, we're probably running 80 to 100 people.
Yeah. And they're all employed by your business, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And they all take paychecks from you.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to get into details, but some of your servers make pretty good money, don't they?
Yes, sir. In our busy, it's been a little slower the past 2 years, but our busiest years, we had some servers that were doing very well for themselves.
So, let's talk about Bradley Williams for a minute. He's one of your friends from tech school, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you characterize your circle of friends? Big or small?
I've always kept a very small circle.
But he's in it, right?
He's in.
And he's been in it since tech school, right?
Yes, sir.
He was in it before he married, right?
Sorry.
He was in it before he married, right?
Yes, sir.
He was in it before he had his children, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as those relationships grown, you become involved in that circle with his wife and his children, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, you fair to say he's one of your closest friends, right?
He's my brother.
Well, let's talk for a minute about some of your activities, your hobbies. I want you to tell this judge who you are, because, I mean, he's not from here. He hasn't seen all this media. He doesn't know about your social media. I want you to tell him who you are. What do you like to do when you're not working?
I love being outside. I love road trips, going places. Traveling's fun. We do the road trips the right way. We know what state we're going to, and that's the only plan we make. We just get in the truck and go and figure out as we go. It's a blast. And then hunting, fishing, four-wheelers, and then in 23, my father and I purchased a farm because the beach just doesn't offer a lot of outdoor stuff. So I bought a farm about 30 minutes from the farm.
You live in a condo, right?
I live in a condo, yes sir, in North Myrtle.
It's hard to have outdoor stuff in a condo.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. People look at you weird. So we started doing the farm, and the farm just met all of our needs. We could hunt there, we could ride on trails there, we could fish there. We could just sit outside and listen to the birds. So that's where I started to spend a lot of my time.
And you dug a pond out there, right?
Yeah, got fish.
And it's a blueberry farm, right?
It is a blueberry farm. We have 2 orchards. We have about 1,300 blueberry bushes.
It's probably kind of like that first restaurant in terms of when it's money makes it.
Yeah, farms don't make money. I just lose money on the farm.
It's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Now, out there, you put in some recreational things like the trails you talked about.
Yes, sir.
You build a barn or
We got a playground for kids. We got a lot of trails they can do. We got the blueberry fields for them to come do pick. We got kayaks for the pond. So we're slowly expanding a little bit.
You're actually trying to bring kids out there, right?
We actually have, we host the Cubbery once a year, and they'll bring out anywhere from 300 to 400 Cub Scouts in the camp. We have some campgrounds in the camp, and they host their yearly, where all the Cub Scout, I don't know what you call them, tribes, get together, dens. All the dens get together and do their yearly thing, awards and stuff like that.
But you got other events out there too, where you had the kids out and you brought.
Yeah, we do an Easter event. We did a Christmas event with Christmas trails lit up, the Easter egg hunts. We did a Halloween where we were watching scary movies outside on the screen and pumpkin carving.
So you're moving your outdoor stuff there, right?
Yes, everything's going that way.
But you also had events where you brought first responders out, didn't you? Fire trucks.
Yeah, we had a touch truck where they brought out their trucks, police cars, they brought out their rescue boat that like drives on land and then goes in the water. They brought one of those out.
Yeah, I mean, this is all for the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if September 2023 happens, they don't come anymore, do they? The police.
No, they won't. They won't come back out there.
Even for the kids.
No. The sheriff's agreed once for the Cub Scouts. Horry County declined.
Okay. Well, if you can remember how long he owned this farm before September 2023, reaching date.
I don't know the exact date. I think it was either several weeks or, no, we got the barn built, so it would have been several months, a couple months, somewhere in there, I believe.
Okay. And so is this barn where you were headed, planning to go to on that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And what specifically were you planning as you were headed there?
We were going on Saturday because we were going to take stuff to the farm for a cookout that we were going to have Sunday to celebrate the barn being built. We had some wicker, there was no furniture, so I got the wicker furniture off my back porch at the condo, put all the couch cushions inside the truck. Then we went, and the barn was hot as could be because it was still hot that time of year. So I knew Mom was going to be out there, and I think Randy might have been coming, so I knew we needed a fan, so we stopped at Tractor Supply to go buy some fans.
So your truck, did you fill your truck up that day as you're heading to the farm?
The truck was loaded down.
Okay. Tell the judge what kind of stuff was in it. You told him about the couches and the fan.
Yeah.
After you were done.
We had couch cushions, we had stuff that I don't remember what all was in all the cardboard boxes. Some were fans. I don't remember what was in the others. Underneath that, I had a deck system with the drawers. I don't know if you've seen those before. Those had stuff that we were out there for tannerite to shoot and blow up. On the trailer was the wicker furniture. Each one of them had one little strap over them. Inside the truck, for the best I can remember, we had the couch cushions. I had upper and a lower, and I had a medical kit that I was going to put out there at the barn because it was one of those big extensive ones, and I figured the farm was the best place for that.
Let me back up to this upper and lower. Was that a functional weapon?
No, it was not.
Explain that.
The upper, this was a project gun that I've been working on. The upper part of the bolt assembly was not put into it. The lower, I tried to put a trigger in the lower, but I didn't do it right. So Bradley and I talked about doing it, and that's going to come up later because in one of the phone calls, I asked Bradley, can't we just tell him that we were going to do the trigger on the lower? The upper there was a suppressor as well. It was
Now about that suppressor, are you licensed for a suppressor?
I am. It's an NFA item. I cannot collect it from the store I bought it at until they have the tax stamps and everything's official. It's mine. The concern about the upper and lower, the reason you don't hear me in these phone calls about the upper and lower is because I didn't want the confusion of it being an assembled SBR when I had not completed the project gun and done the paperwork. Since I gotten all those pieces back from the ATF, it has been sent in, it has been reviewed by the ATF, and it is an approved SBR. It's not the only one I've got. I've always done the process, and this might be my second SBR, and I think I've got 3 suppressors now. I've always done it the right way. But at that time, we were still assembling. I put the trigger in wrong. It didn't work. The lower is just a firearm. It's considered a firearm. But it had a stock on it because I used it on a full-length upper before I decided to use it for this project that we were gonna use it for, where the upper was not a full-length, barrel. And what you're gonna hear in one of the phone calls, at the end of the 911 call, you're gonna hear me tell Bradley to go take the stock off the SBR. What I mean is, that lower that's back there, the project we're trying to make an SBR with, take the stock off, because I did not want everybody to show up and then that be asserted that that's what we were transporting. It wasn't. I was trying to avoid that problem, and then all we ended up doing is that to the plaintiff, they're gonna make that a problem.
Don't worry about them. Let's worry about you and this judge. On that day, it was a paperweight, wasn't it?
It was paperweight. It was not a functional weapon.
Okay. But the police did take it when they took your truck.
They did. They took the upper, the suppressor, and the lower.
Okay, and it's gonna be in some of these inventory documents. Isn't it?
Correct.
And they took, some ammunition you had in the report, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have other needs for ammunition, don't you, on your farm?
Yeah, we have a shooting range. At that time, it hadn't been completed, but we had been working on it, and we go out there and we plank and we shoot, and that's what we do. We enjoy going out to the farm and shooting.
And sometimes you shoot at targets that are paper.
We have paper targets, we have metal targets, we have silhouette targets, we have the metal silhouette targets that show it's a square with that. We like metal targets over paper targets because they dawn when you hit them. So we prefer metal targets. We have round targets. Then we had a big dummy out there. We just have all kinds. I mean, we got cans. Paint. We shoot our old paint cans. It's just we got a variety of every kind of target.
That's a social event for you.
Yeah,
You invite people out to shoot on a weekend day or something, don't
I do. So,
you? Okay. So this assault rifle, this upper, this lower, this suppressor on it, have anything to do whatsoever with September 9th, 2023, the interaction with the spy?
it had absolutely no. Useless. It was inaccessible because it was buried in the back seat under couch cushions. I physically could not have reached it if I wanted to, and if I had pulled it out, it would have been just, I would have had to throw it.
And it was a paper.
It's paperweight.
But now, there was a phone call somewhere in all these buried phone calls, we're gonna talk about it, where you make reference to having an AR and you couldn't get to it or something, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't have done you any good to get to it, would it?
No. I mean, I was telling somebody that there was that back there, but I couldn't get to it.
If you got to it, it wouldn't help you, would it?
I never tried to get to it. Didn't have time to get to it, didn't.
But if you got to it, it wouldn't help you, would it?
No.
And you knew that it was a paperweight.
It was inoperable.
And it's a practical matter, you didn't have time.
No, sir.
Judge, is it possible for him to ask a question rather than leave? I don't want, because I'm not really going to talk about this stuff, so I'm trying to get it speed through, but if he would ask questions, it would be better.
I respect the objection, and I'm just trying to speed this up, but I'll be happy to repress.
Sure, do that, and keep rolling.
Sorry.
So,
What else you
just
remember being in
question.
that truck?
Sir?
What else you remember being in that truck? It might look military-like, combative-like.
I did not review the inventory list before I got up there and should have. I don't remember everything that was in there. I know there was a tablet, there was a cell phone that was not working. It was an old phone. I'd had it from when I turned my other phone, when I turned that phone off and got a new phone.
You had some airsofts, I was ready to ask you about that. What were they?
Airsoft rifles.
No, some kind of airsoft canister or something, you tell me.
Oh, yeah, I had, they're for airsoft. Sometimes we play around with airsoft and sometimes we just enjoy throwing these things. They're mock flashbangs, and you throw them, and they pop. They're firework. That's basically what they are.
Had some of those in the truck. You were
Yes.
taking to your phone.
And then I also had a few CS canisters that you pop the top and you can throw those and they put CSS up.
What is the,
I don't know what CS stands for. It's
smoke?
it's like tear gas type thing.
But, did you have that stuff for any reason other than entertainment and fun?
No, it was just to have it and throw it at the farm and see what it did.
Let's talk about, medical stuff. Did you have medical care?
We did, we had a very extensive, bag in there, trauma bag,
And where was it headed?
to the farm to go in the barn.
Okay. So, I want to, at this juncture, shift gears to talk about some phone calls. Now, you had broken up with your ex-fiance, right?
Yes,
Okay.
in June-ish,
Who ended that relationship? You or her?
I did.
Okay. And I'm gonna try not to get too far into those reasons, okay? But, at the time, she was pregnant, right?
She was pregnant.
Okay.
And I just want to say, we're working really hard on maintaining a co-parent situation for our son's sake. And stuff that was given to the plaintiffs during the custody battle by her is going to be used now. It's going to put me in a very bad position where I'm going to have to defend myself against it. I don't want to, but I've got to defend myself against it because we finally have gotten to a point where we can co-parent. And my son is who benefits from that.
Well, let me break that down a little bit now, because a lot of parents get divorced and a lot of parents have to co-parent separate and apart. But what difference is happening with you? After your child was born, did you see him?
I was only allowed to sit on her couch and hold him while her and her mother watched me for 3 hours, 3 times a week, back to back to back. I had to drive from the beach there, and that was the only access I was given to him.
Did you take your son, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you take him out for a stroll down the road?
I asked, after doing this for a few weeks, I asked her if I could just put him in a stroller and me and him go for a walk, and I couldn't even do that.
So your only connection with your son during those weeks was sitting in your ex's house with her and her mother?
Correct. And I had to ask permission to bring family members, and they could pick, they had the right to pick. They dictated who couldn't come see Hunter.
Let me ask you, and again, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but were your ex and her mother trying to make you do anything?
Once I decided this is not the way things need to be, I started to put the foot down some and assert that I'm going to have rights to my child. I have a right to have rights to my child. And it sparked a war. She had no intentions of giving me my rights to my child. She wanted full control, and I tried to work with her, tried to keep this away from going to court and having to get attorneys. And ultimately, she just cut me off and would not communicate with me anymore. So the only information I could get on my child was through her mother at her mother's mercy. She picked and chose what I needed to know, when I needed to know it. The only reason I even got an ultrasound picture of it being a boy was because her little sister snuck it to me. I found out it was a boy because she texted me and said, just figured you'd want to know it's a boy. I wasn't given a say in the name, anything.
Were you allowed to come to the nursery at the hospital?
I had to sit out in the waiting room. I was not allowed to be in the delivery room, which I'm not going to beat her up on that. That is a woman's choice. It's not my place. So I wasn't there for delivery. I got to go in after. I held him for a few minutes, and then she said she needed to feed, so I got up and I left. And then I would sit outside of the room every day while she was in the hospital, but she stayed for, I don't know the exact days. I sat outside and I had to sit there until they came and told me I could come see him for a little bit. And I watched her family go in and out, in and out, in and out, preacher in and out. And I just waited, and then her mom would come get me and say, you can come see him for a minute. I'd get to hold him, I'd sit with him for 15, 20 minutes. They tell me he has to eat, and then I'd go back to the waiting room, and I'd sit in the waiting room, and I'd do that all day for several days. I slept in a hotel right down the road from the hospital.
This kind of bizarre conduct, not having access, he continued for months.
yeah, it was very, very, very hard.
And, let's go ahead and put some of it out there, even before the child was born. There was a period of time when it was suggested you might not even be your child.
It was, there had been rumors and stuff like that, but that's neither here or there. I never bought into that.
Well, let me ask you this, was there a plan to have a child even before you got married? That you knew about?
I believe between her mother and her, yes.
So not between you?
I wanted a child too.
You didn't know about her and the mother's plans?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Recordings. What were you trying to record?
The reason I had this recorded on my phone, Your Honor, is because at the point the silent treatment started and we need to back up because we had to explain how we got to this point.
Please?
There was no way she was going to work with me on coming up with a plan on how to do things. So I volunteered the idea that the grandparents meet. That could be less confrontation. Go to a restaurant, y'all sit down, and we figure out what are we going to do about this baby. My mom and dad went. Her mother went. Her mother told my mom and dad that her husband, Chuck, didn't need to be there. She'd handle it. Mom had a list of questions and things that basically everything I needed to know, she took and questioned for him. And her mother had a list of, I'm gonna call them demands. And that was a rough meeting for my parents, I think. And I'm not gonna go into all of that because I wasn't there. But the list got brought back to me, and it was, I knew then I had to get an attorney. There was no option after reading the things on that list. I had to get an attorney. And I wanted to be clear, in this time period, from that decision right there to when I first tried to just, we got a kid, we got to make this work, we got to figure this out. I mean, I was having a hard time. Who wouldn't? I don't know any man who wants to be a father who would not be hurt by this situation, because my son's got to grow up in this situation, and it's hard. So, I was hurting. It sucked. I was sad. And they take sad and they say, oh, depression, situational depression. I was sad. But we got through that. We got to the point, and then I got tired of being sad. I got tired of being told what I can and can't do. I just had to get an attorney, and that's when I retained an attorney. I went in there, I showed her that list. She about fell out of her chair when she saw that list and the things that were written on it. And I think she took it personal at that point, because she said, this is wrong, and this is not what your life's going to be, and this is not going to be your son's experience with you, I promise.
And this was well in advance of September 2023.
Right. Yeah, that's why I said we had to go back, because that's 40 footwork.
All right, so the recordings. You were telling us about the recordings.
I had to have the recordings because now we were past that point. We were where the silent treatment. She wasn't communicating with me. The only information I could get about my child was through her mother. And when I would talk to her mother, things were being said to me by her mom, her brother, her sister, her grandmother, her dad, about the situation and how she did me and how she was being, that I could not fathom. And I knew family courts are hard. And I knew that if I did not have a way to show a judge this, a judge would never believe me. So I put a recorder on my phone, and I started recording these phone calls. And
well, let me stop you there now. how'd you put a recorder on your phone?
I went to Play Store on Google and typed in phone recorder app, went with the highest ranked one that was free, and that's what I downloaded onto my phone.
And did it record some calls or did it record all calls?
It records every call made, even if you hang up, if you dial and then hang up, it records everything.
And you had this on your phone for a while, prior to September 9th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what you were recording, you were trying to record, was these interactions with your ex and her family about the child, right?
Yes, sir. We ended up with nearly 4 hours of those recordings, and I'm very thankful we got them.
Ultimately, it helped you when you found the court case.
I think it was finally made clear of vaguely what was in there, and it helped me with mediation, yes.
And y'all got it resolved?
We did, and that was,
And it's actually been pretty good, hasn't it?
things have gotten better and better and better, and
In fact, a couple weeks ago,
we did our first. It was important to me that we're not in a race to do something big the first time with the kid. He needs both the spares. And I knew Disney was going to be a big one, so I thought, hey, I talked to her, I said, I want to go to Disney. I don't want this to be a race where it's, oh, she did it before. That's not the experience our child needs. So I said, let's plan a Disney trip and let's do a co-parent trip and see if we can actually function and do that. So we went to the mountains the other week. Terrible weekend to go because I ended up getting snowed.
Let me stop you now. Y'all went together to the mountains,
We did.
but that was not the first time you planned it, right?
No, sir.
Please tell the judge what you did.
Wait, the first time I planned what?
To go to the mountains. It wasn't with your ex, was it?
No. I had him that weekend, and I was going to take him, and I told her that the Disney had already been talked about. She understood that where I stood, she agreed with me, she felt the same way. So the Disney thing, and that was an anxious thing, and going to Disney for a week with someone that you don't know how y'all going to be. I told her 3 weeks prior to going to the mountains that I was going to take Hunter to snow tube in the mountains on my weekend coming up. She was really upset, not at me. She just was bummed that she was going to miss out on him getting to experience that. So I said, well, if I postpone the trip, Laura said, why don't you go? I have to work. What if I postpone it till you can go? She told me a weekend it would work, so then I moved the trip that I was going to do with him to that weekend so that she wasn't left out, and it was the perfect opportunity for us to test a co-parent trip. So I got that jumbled up.
Well, let me just put it out there. Is this lawsuit and the plaintiff's attorney's interaction with your ex been a problem with that co-parenting relationship?
It was a problem all through mediation, and it was a problem after mediation. She told me that Mark Tinsley and Jennifer Foley directly reached out to her, and that they told her they would assist her with her custody battle against me.
But it's a two-way street. She told them
She was on board. She was ready to help.
It's a two-way street. She wanted you in jail, didn't she?
She told Mr. Tinsley I need him in prison. And then she asked Mr. Tinsley, I heard that he gets a shot at immunity. I'm paraphrasing, but is there any chance he's going to get immunity? And Mr. Tinsley said, not a snowball's chance.
And we got these conversations from subpoena to her, right?
Right. We didn't get everything. They didn't provide everything. They kept stuff. They cut conversations off. They did not send nearly what should have been sent.
When I sent the subpoena to her,
Yes, sir.
who jumped in to represent her?
Mark Tinsley jumped right in.
And he provided incomplete response. Is that fair?
Very incomplete.
So, and you know she's on the witness list for this case, don't you?
Yes, I do. That's the only reason that I'm having to bring all this in here is to make sure the other side's told before he puts her up on this stand.
And I haven't been able to talk to her, have I?
Now, on the trip, Thursday before the trip, we had a couple conversations about court coming up. She made it clear to me that we were in a good place. She did not want to be involved with this. She she said she doesn't know what to do to not be, and she started asking me, what do I do? And I made it very clear multiple times, I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you what to do. You need to talk to your attorney. Well, do I call Mark? I can't tell you what to do. Then she asked, can I talk to Ken? Or I asked her, you can talk to Ken too. She said, okay, I'll do that. I said, okay, but you have to confirm.
Hold on, now, you asked Ken, didn't you?
I asked Ken. Ken told me what the
Result of
rules
that
were.
conversation, what did you tell me?
You have to confirm with Ken Moss that you are not represented by Mark Tinsley. And I said it flat out, we're not going to break rules here. So if you want to talk to Ken, you have to confirm that you're not represented by Mark Tinsley. She was okay with that. The next day, we left for our trip. We talked about it again on the way down there. She expressed how she was stressed out. I expressed how I don't want this to all end up in this courtroom. It didn't need to be here. We got through the trip, got back, didn't say anything about it the next day. And then the next day, I said, hey, will you reach out to Ken today just so we can get that ball? Sorry.
Ken?
Ken Moss, Mr. Moss. I'm sorry.
So the mother may talk to Ken sometime.
Sometime.
Okay, I want to make sure it's not another Ken.
Ultimately, she did.
She did not. She said, well, after the trip was over, she said, well, I can't confirm whether Mark is or isn't my attorney. And I said, you told me that you didn't sign papers with Mark Tinsley, and you told me that you did not.
Didn't talk to Ken.
Yeah,
But the point is, she didn't talk.
correct.
Okay.
Judge, there's a whole lot of this.
No kidding.
This client really, I mean, you've only heard the surface.
This is my child.
And I really don't want to get into this, but if they put this X on the witness stand, I would like to reserve the right.
I have fought these that make this when this doesn't come in here.
Let's take a break.
I wasn't talking.
I'm going to take a break, let him compose himself. It's noon, lunch.
All right?
Let's take a break till, not a bigger crowd here was during the week, 1:15. And maybe if everybody's not back, we'll delay it a little bit. Let's shoot for 1:15. Yeah, I remind you, you're under oath. You can't talk about your testimony during the break. For instance, you can't go say, how am I doing, or how do I answer this question. You are not to communicate about your testimony with anybody. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you that when you come back.
Yes, sir.
All right, see you in a little bit. commend everybody. The courtroom is so much more comfortable today, so I am very pleased with that. All right, Mr. Boyd, come on back around. All right, we broke for lunch. Ryan, you're still on the oath. Gave you an admonition, you not discuss your testimony with anyone whatsoever. Did you have any conversation with anyone about your testimony today?
No, sir.
Very well. All right, Mr. Moss, your witness.
Mr. Boyd, did you get something?
I'll tell you about 3 bites.
All right, we talked a lot about the hullabaloo you were going through earlier in the years with your ex. We'll shift gears a little bit. I'm going to suggest to you that one of the assertions that you've seen is you were having a bad day on September 9th because you posted for sale things, right?
Correct.
Tell us what you posted and tell us about how that culminated into you posting on that day.
Ooh. 2 items that got posted for sale were a new 4Runner and an engagement ring. Keep in mind, we had just gone through this split, and it was time for me to try to get some stuff back because the 4Runner had been purchased. I mean, obviously, you naturally assume you're going to marry this person, so she was going to be helping out with the business. 4Runner was purchased through the business because she was going to be helping with the business. That was the anticipation. We're no longer getting married. She's not going to be working in the business. I can't keep that card for that purpose. So I needed the car back. The other thing was the engagement ring. I asked for that back, and in the list of demands that we had gotten that we spoke on earlier, one of the things that they put on there was that they were going to keep the car. And if I took the car back, then for the rest of the 18 years with the child, I'd have to do all of the driving. That she would do no driving, and the car would be theirs, or the car would be returned, but then if I wanted to see my child, I had to do all of the driving. They refused to give the ring back, said that they wanted to give it to Hunter, my son, one day. Another reason that we went and got an attorney, and she sent out a letter and she told them that the car and the ring will be returned, that she listed the reasons why. They arranged a date. They responded. That was the first time we'd gotten attorneys involved. They responded and agreed to return the car and the ring. And this was kind of a relief because
Well, I mean, coincidentally, when was the deadline for them to return?
that Saturday of the incident.
Same day of the incident.
Yes, sir.
How long has this been going on?
I don't know the time frame, but I think the letter got sent a few weeks before, but the request for it back had been made maybe a month and a half before that, somewhere in there.
And it was your demand, right?
It was my demand.
Relayed first by you, is that right?
By me, responded with in that letter, the demand letter back, and then my attorney at the time, she took the situation over and she sent it out and sent the demand letter.
And what specifically was the demand?
The car and the ring were to be returned on this date.
By a particular time, right?
What's that?
By any particular time?
By any particular?
By any particular time on that day?
There was a time on there, but I don't remember the time that was written on it.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any way in that collection or retrieval of the car and the ring?
No, I didn't want to add any kind of confrontation to the situation. I didn't want to add any kind of tension. I just felt I had things to do at the beach. I felt it was best for other people to handle it. I had a few family members step up. They agreed to handle it.
And how'd they handle it?
They went to the drop-off location after it was dropped off and collected both the items.
Okay. And when they collected them, how'd that happen?
They drove up, car was sitting there, one of them got out, unlocked the car, checked the cup holder, the ring was in the cup holder. And then I think we had a little group chat going. They sent a picture where the other party was sitting in their car across the street filming them. And I think we went on. It was kind of a big relief.
Was it upsetting?
No, that was a relief because I paid on the car monthly, so I knew that car payment was going to be off of me. I'd gotten the car at a good deal, so I knew I was going to be able to resell it and get a little bit of money back, and then I was going to sell the ring and use the money from both to fund my custody battle. So I was pretty glad everything was coming together.
So you were pleased by that result?
I was.
And you posted on social media these things for sale that day, right?
Yes, listed those items for sale.
Is that in any way related to Scott Spivey or what happened after?
Not in any way whatsoever.
It just happened to be on that day?
It just happened to be on that day.
All right. When the exchange was made, anything notable about that that caused the family to talk or report things to you?
They sent the picture of the people sitting across the street filming them, and I think I responded with some laughy faces because, I mean, why do that? But it's just not surprising.
Were you mad about it?
No.
Were you surprised about it?
No, everything was this was the expectation of the day.
So, and what was the other expectation of the day? You were heading to the farm, right?
We were going to go to the farm. I was going to get all that stuff unloaded, unhook the trailer, unload all the stuff into the barn, start trying to organize where we were going to store the stuff, and then get ready for the next day.
Okay. Who was invited to this gathering for the next day?
Oh, Lord, Mr. Moss. I think...
I submit to you, I wasn't.
Sorry. My sister, mom, dad, I invited another friend, his wife, and his 2 kids. I believe my grandmother was coming. Bradley's wife and kid may have been coming. I can't remember exactly. Bradley was going to be there. There might have been 1 or 2 others. I can't remember.
It was intended to be a gathering of family and friends.
Yes, we were going to cook out.
Okay. So, anything else that was in your mind that afternoon besides getting these fans and going on to the farm?
No, my mom was just on the farm. I was ready to get out of there.
All right. We'll jump around a little bit on you.
Okay.
You called 911, right?
I did.
Just try. We're gonna play that in a few minutes. Let you talk to us about it. But you, at some point along this journey, you called them,
Yes, sir.
and you kept them on the phone as you were driving to Camp Swamp Road, right?
Yes, sir.
From the time you first called them until you got to Camp Swamp Road, you were on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And you were on the phone with them until after the shooting stopped, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when we saw some video, it'd be fair to say you were excited, right, at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Maybe excited not the right word, what would you call it?
I think I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I mean,
You ever been in that situation?
never. I was frantic, which may appear excited. I didn't know what to do. All I can remember is what they taught you years before in a CWP class. Call the police, ask witnesses not to leave, don't touch anything, and document. That's all I remember.
Is that what you did?
That's what I did.
All right. You stayed right there until they got there, right?
I stayed right there and waited for the police to arrive.
Now, did you cooperate with the directions given to you by law?
Every direction given to me.
Well, now, they did tell you to sit down one time and you didn't sit down, right?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Well, the video has what it has, but the point is you didn't refuse any direction by law enforcement, did you?
No, and if I didn't sit down when they told me to, it wasn't intentional.
And you didn't refuse to answer any questions by law enforcement, did you?
I have never refused to answer a single question from the time this happened to today, and I won't refuse to answer any questions today.
All right. So you cooperated, in your opinion, did you cooperate fully in the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And you had asked the dispatcher to send an officer to you, right?
I begged her. I begged him.
Okay. And did you ask for an officer before there was a shooting event?
I did.
Okay.
And I even warned that officer that I felt like this man might shoot at them, to please be
Okay.
careful.
While on the scene, you answered what you were asked, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you called some people from that scene, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember who they were?
I believe I called you, I called Brandon Strickland, and I called my mom, I think.
Okay. So let's break that down. Why did you call me?
Part of that CWP class, from what I remember, is when something like this happens, you call an attorney.
And I came there,
Yes, sir.
but I didn't get to you. How long did it take?
It took a little bit.
You know why I didn't get to you?
No, sir.
Yeah. You know where I was?
You were down, I know you were down the road, but that road, I think, was probably pretty backed up.
Well, Bearcat, right?
Yeah.
And you called your mom, and it showed up in some of these recorded calls.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk for a minute about the phone calls, how they got publicized, or widely known about. That night, did you show your phone to the investigating officers?
I did.
Okay. You ever try to hide anything about what was on your phone from that event?
No, sir.
Did you volunteer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any idea in your mind that these phone calls were being recorded?
That wasn't on my mind at that time.
Okay, some of them were with your mom, some were with Brandon Strickland. I don't remember his rank at the time, but he wasn't deputy chief, he was some other rank, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And ultimately, he didn't come, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't come to the scene. And
Right.
you asked him to come to the scene, didn't
Yes, sir.
you? And he didn't come.
Right.
And your parents, you asked them to come to the scene, right?
I did.
And ultimately, they weren't allowed to, right?
No, sir.
Okay. So, and you asked me,
Yes, sir.
and I was never allowed to either in terms of getting to the inside the tape, is that right?
Correct. They made you stand in the median.
Okay. After that event on the scene, well, let me say this, let me ask this. The detectives didn't really talk to you on the scene, did they?
No, sir. They just kind of,
Substantively, they did.
right.
But they did talk to you, right?
Yes, sir. We got put into separate vehicles and taken to, I don't know what they call that little, it was like the police department, but it was a teeny one. I don't know.
Precinct.
Precinct, near the scene, maybe. I don't
Near
know.
Bell and Bell.
Near Bell, but yes, sir. Bell and Bell.
We call it Highway 57, the North Precinct Office, for your information. So you were put in one police car with an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Williams was put in one police car with an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And driven to the North Precinct Office,
Correct.
okay? And did you offer to ride with me up there?
Did I what?
Did you offer to ride with me up there, you and Mr. Williams,
To ride with you?
instead of the officer?
No, sir.
You don't remember? Okay, well, let's move on. But you wrote it in, okay?
Right.
And when you got, well, before you left the scene, I want to ask you this, and I may have already, I don't mean to be repetitive, but did you know any officer on that scene?
I didn't know a single person up there.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you remember an officer passing a note of any kind to you? Or not passing it, but showing you some kind?
I do, yes, sir.
What do you remember about it?
We're sitting on the trailer. The officer that's parked directly behind the trailer backs up from his door. I think he shut the door, but he walked towards us. He had a clipboard, and we're sitting there, and I don't remember the manner in which he did it, but he flashed the clipboard at us, stared at us, and I looked at it, and then I believe Bradley saw it too, turned around, and then he went away, and that's how I remember it happening.
To your knowledge, had you ever seen that officer in your life before that evening?
I have no idea who that guy was that night.
Do you know who he was who's here today?
No, no,
Did you know why he was showing you that?
no, and I wish he had never done that.
Did you tell anyone that he did that?
We tried not to talk to anybody, but as soon as they let us get to you, that's the first thing I told you before anything else was
I don't want you
said.
to get involved in too much about what you told me unless we have some context. Somebody else there when you told me that.
Bradley was there.
Okay. And was it a surprise to you that some officer you don't know showed you this note?
I didn't know what he meant by I was totally dumbfounded by it. I mean, what do you say to that? What do you do to that? Act like a victim. I mean, I am a victim. I'm sitting here at a scene where someone just tried to shoot me and we had to shoot back. And you walk up and you just flash that at me. And then I mean, immediately I knew this was bad because I didn't ask for that. That is not what I needed you to do. It's not what I asked you to do. I don't know this guy. He just walked up and did it to me.
Well, you've had a couple of years to reflect on it. Do you have any idea what he might have been doing now?
I have thought about this over and over and over because this has made me look guilty of something that I didn't do. And all I can do is just try to figure out why he did it, why he felt led to do it. The only thing that I have come up with is I was in a frantic state. I was up. I think my adrenaline was probably still going. I'm pacing back and forth. I'm trying to get people on the phone. I don't know if maybe he just wanted me to calm down and just chill. I don't know if he thought that he was helping. I can't speak for why someone else did something. All I can do is try to understand it, but I don't know why he did it.
Well, that goes for Mr. Spivey too, doesn't it? You can't speak for why he did what he did.
Very much so.
And that, we'll get back to that in some of these phone calls. So you went to the precinct office.
Correct.
You walked in. You ever been there before?
No, I didn't know that was back there. I'd been to the DMV. I didn't know that's what that thing, it's behind the DMV. I didn't know that's what that was.
Well, there were numerous officers there, right?
Correct.
Some have testified here. They went there. Bradley was there,
Yes.
and I can't, is that right?
Yes.
Other than Bradley and me, did you know anybody in that precinct office?
I didn't know anyone. I was looking around and I didn't know a single person in there.
They wanted to talk to you, didn't they?
Yes, I did.
At that time, you were talking to a detective.
Correct.
Do you remember who it was?
Detective Alan Jones.
You hadn't met him before, huh?
No, sir. Just at the scene, he walked up and I think he took our IDs. Maybe he got something from us and then walked off. But then I didn't see him again until the precinct.
Okay. Was that scary?
Yeah, the entire thing was scary.
At any time during your interview with the detectives at the precinct office, did you refuse to answer a question?
No,
Did you explain to them everything that you perceived?
everything I saw, I explained it as quickly as I could, as I remembered it, in detail, and answered every single question asked of me. I never pushed back. I wanted to be helpful.
In fact, you taking some pictures, right?
I did take pictures
And from your phone.
from my phone.
And you pulled it up and showed it, right?
I pulled my phone out, scroll, or it was already on the date, but scrolled down to where the picture started, showed Detective Alan Jones, and I said, I showed him what I had, and then he went through what I had, and he told me what he needed from what he saw on there. And then I believe he gave you a link. Someone got a link. And what's happening?
We're going to show some of those pictures in there.
I believe there was a link, and my attorney told me to everything that Detective Jones wanted to send to him, and that's what I did. But he had unrestricted access to my phone at that point.
Who did? The detective or me? I want to make sure.
Detective Alan Jones.
He had unrestricted access to your phone?
Yes, and I offered that. I mean, that was,
Do you remember talking to Detective Jones that night specifically about this tablet?
vaguely, yes. Around this time is when I start to my memory starts to kind of get blurry a little bit on fine details.
Well, let's talk about this tablet, because it's been asserted in this case that you would have had pictures or video on the tablet. You're aware of that, right?
Correct.
Is that true?
It is not true,
Tell me how you know it's not true.
because I did not film anything on that tablet.
What was that tablet for?
We used that tablet because it had I went to AT&T, I got a SIM card put in it, so it had service. And when we would do our road trips or we just drive around town, or just whenever, I would put YouTube on that tablet, and we would play music videos on it just to listen to. Long road trips, I'd put documentaries on there so we could listen to documentaries. It was for entertainment purposes only.
To your knowledge, was there a video on that tablet at any time that you owned the tablet?
One video, yes.
Was it related to Mr. Spivey or this incident at all?
No, sir, and it was from the beginning of that year. It wasn't even the same time frame.
And I don't want you to be real specific, but I want you to tell me the nature of that video.
That was a video that a female had sent me and has nothing to do with this case.
It would be fair to say it was maybe risque,
It was risque.
and it was on that tablet,
It was on that tablet.
and you deleted it, didn't you?
I did delete it right before I got into my relationship earlier that year. I deleted that video because I felt like that wasn't really respectful to keep that on there, and that wouldn't be a good conversation if that was found on there. So before I entered into that, I deleted it off that tablet.
And you said before you got in a relationship earlier that year, when specifically did you delete anything from that tablet that was a video?
The beginning-ish of March of 2023, sorry.
Long before September.
Long before September.
So it is true to say that you deleted a video from the tablet at some point in time.
It is true.
What about as it relates to this incident? Anything on that tablet?
There's nothing on that tablet from this incident.
Was there ever anything on the tablet?
There was never anything on that tablet from this incident.
Have you ever said there was anything on that tablet from this incident?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Now, the tablet was in the truck the night of the incident, right?
It was mounted on the dash about right here.
Okay. And indeed, some of the photos you can see it, right?
You can see it, yes, sir.
And so you don't dispute there was a tablet on the dash, and it could have been capturing images or film if it were programmed to do so, right?
Yeah, if you wanted to use it for that purpose, it can be used for that purpose.
Did you ever use it for that purpose as a dash cam at any time?
No, it doesn't even make sense to use that tablet as a dash cam because the way dash cams work is they record on a loop, so they don't have to have 3 terabytes of storage. They'll roll, you'll drive for 10 minutes. If there's no incidents in that 10 minutes, I'm using 10 minutes, but it could be longer. If there's no incidents inside that 10 minutes, then it loops back and it re-records over itself. That's how dash cams work. Tablets, this particular tablet, it can't record like that. It records until the memory's full, which means you'd have to go in every few hours, delete the video, reboot, restart the recording, and go, and it would always be up. And to record video on there, you can't run any other apps like YouTube. So if I'm trying to drive and use that as a dash cam, then I cannot use the tablet for its intended purpose of watching music videos or listening to music or listening to a documentary or a podcast or an ebook on there.
Well, who else uses tablet to listen to music or podcast or YouTube while it was in that truck?
My ex-fiance,
And who else besides her?
Bradley.
Okay, I'm talking about your ex-fiance's family.
Her little sister.
Okay, and they would control it.
Yeah, they would unhook it. You see how it's right there? They would unhook it from there, and then whatever seat they were sitting in, they would hold it and then hijack it so that I couldn't. They wanted to listen to Taylor Swift nonstop, and they knew I didn't want that. So.
And sometimes they take it to the back seat.
That was Jordan's favorite place to take it because I couldn't reach it back there, and she found it funny that my algorithm would always be messed up for weeks with Taylor Swift after she was done with it.
And that actually showed up in some of your communications, whether it was disclosed in this case, right? That
It did.
conversation about your algorithm being messed up.
Yes, sir.
Now, you never told anybody at the precinct office that this tablet had any kind of video related to the scene, did you?
No, sir.
And you never told anybody that this tablet was used as like a dash cam on the highway, right?
I did not do that.
But you're aware that allegation's been made, right?
It's been made, and they push it hard.
Who pushed it? Well, let me rephrase that. Who made it, from your understanding, from the discovery?
From the discovery is Mr. Tinsley.
Well, no, he got it from somebody.
Jordan.
And what about anybody else in Jordan's family?
Emily J.
Who's that?
That's her little sister.
Okay. And when did that happened during this domestic dispute, didn't it?
It did.
When you were fighting for custody?
Yeah, I believe she alerted them that I used that as a dash cam because I always felt like people were going to hit me and sue me, so I always had a dash cam running.
Do you ever have a conversation like that with Jordan or Emily?
No. In fact, Thursday before we went on our co-parent trip, I was sitting in a Mexican restaurant and I looked at Jordan while she was telling me that she wanted no part of this case. And I said, Jordan, you're well aware that I don't use that tablet for a dash cam. That tablet so you can listen to Taylor Swift and ruin my algorithm. And she laughed.
Let's move on from that for a minute. Well, not too far. The police took the tablet in the truck, right?
They took the tablet, left with the truck.
When did you next have possession of the tablet?
After SLED had completed their dump on the tablet.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. Tinsley say they gave the truck back to you, and you tried to get into that protected Tamasi.
Correct.
Did you receive your truck back personally?
I did not receive my truck. I would not walk outside and look at it. I couldn't handle it.
Do you drive that truck today?
No.
Do you know what happened to the tablet from the time of that night until SLED got their hands on it?
Only in the last few months while we were prepping for this, because I finally said, someone tell me what did happen to the tablet, and it was explained to me that when we took delivery of the truck, it was my mother and father who met the tow truck driver at my condo outside. They cleaned the truck out. They removed a tablet from the truck. They left there, left my condo, and drove straight to the law office of Mr. Moss and delivered the tablet to him.
Who cleaned the truck out?
My mother,
And the glass and everything, the debris and all that stuff?
mom, dad.
Okay. In the days after this event, do you remember receiving a request, the county police wants your phone?
I do remember that.
Okay. How'd you feel about it?
I felt this is the first time in this entire thing I felt uncomfortable cooperating.
Why?
Due to the connections between them, Mayor Marilyn Hatley, City Manager Mike Mahaney, and the other people that I knew we had issues with that had already inserted themselves, from what I'd been told, into this investigation, or attempted to.
You've been told that by credible sources, right?
Yes, sir.
No, don't give me the name and tell me, but if they force you to give the name, give the name. But right now, I just want to know the position of the person who's concerned.
At that time, that individual was a council member of North Myrtle Beach.
And he confirmed to you what?
That they had a personal interest in this and that they wanted to be involved to get information and be kept in the loop.
And that concern.
It's very concerning knowing that everything that goes to law enforcement becomes part of an investigation, and therefore it becomes public record as the investigation, and they can just take what they want from it and use it. They can use it against me to embarrass me, smear me, have inside information on things that I may be planning. I mean, there's such a long list of what an angry politician will do with
A little bit of power.
a little bit of power.
What kind of stuff was on your phone?
Banking apps, passwords in my notes, which everyone has. There was financial information in there. There were ideas in there. There was trial strategies in there for the custody battle. There were personal photographs. There were, that list just doesn't end. There was crypto information in there, keys for crypto that
Who did you learn that Mayor Hatley was trying to talk to?
the chief of Horry County Police Department. And I know for a fact that that phone call happened, and because it was said that they felt like they needed to be involved in the investigation and kept in the loop. And at that time, I later learned in that conversation, they were told no, but I did not have that information at that time.
You were not interested, to be fair to say, in giving Horry County Police your phone, is that right?
Not because I didn't trust the officers, because I didn't trust the politicians trying to get in there.
What did you offer instead?
Our counter offer was for SLED to conduct it.
So it was, I want to know specifically from you, whose request is it that SLED do this and not Horry County Police?
That was my request, Your Honor.
Now, your phone, when this conversation happened, but they're going to want to dump your phones, and we got in this back and forth. What did you do with your phone when you received that information that they wanted, you weren't going to give to the police?
Once I received that phone, I went to AT&T in North Myrtle Beach. I purchased a new phone, got it activated. Once it was up and running, I took that phone the same day, a few hours later, directly to Mr. Moss's office and left it with him.
Now, that was, you remember how many days after September 9th it was?
Through reviewing everything, I think I did that on Wednesday, the week after,
It'd be fair to say when the recording stopped, right?
when the recording stopped, yes.
Up to that point, did you even think about the recordings that was going on?
No, those weren't in my mind. No, at that point, I was struggling every day. I wouldn't think about that.
Now, you don't know what happened after you brought it to me, do you?
No, y'all wouldn't tell me where it was, what was going on with it. Y'all wouldn't give me information on it.
Well, did you need information on that?
No, I'm just saying, once it went to y'all, that was the end of my involvement with that phone.
Well, maybe not. You remember you had to come back to my office to sign a form?
To sign the form, yes, sir.
You signed consent forms, didn't you?
I did sign the consent forms.
And you gave in those consent forms, what? What consent did you give?
The same parameters. This is for the phones, right? Yeah.
What do you remember? I'll show you the document if you want to see it, but I just want to ask you what you remember.
What I remember is that we consented from the day of the event forward, indefinitely,
For anything?
for anything.
Anything created September 9th or after
Correct.
on your phone? And anything September 9th or after on what else?
On the tablet as well.
Did you really care about the tablet being September 9th or after?
No. No.
But that's what the form said, right?
Correct.
Now, you came to the office and signed those forms, right?
I did.
With me,
Yes.
and you met me on the weekend, right?
I did.
What do you recall about anything on that phone that you deleted on that day, which would have been the weekend before Sled picked it up?
I asked you if I could delete some sexually explicit images.
Were those created on or after September 9th?
No, sir. I just knew as soon as this stuff gets dumped, it goes in the public record, and who would see it?
Did you delete anything from your phone that had anything to do with Scott Spivey or the investigation against September 9th or anything after September 9th?
Off the phone itself, no, sir.
Was there anything going on at that time with you deleting something and it reappeared?
Yeah, one of that image, I didn't know how this stuff worked. So you delete something, and then it comes. If you don't delete it, you delete off the device. But you also have Google Backup, where Google Backup will if you don't turn off a setting, it will reapply photos if you update your phone or something like that, or it hard dies, restarts. I think that was where the issue was coming from. I didn't know you had to go into your Google Backup and delete it there or turn off that setting to make that happen, which caused an image to continue to reappear.
This particular image, right?
Yes, sir.
That you wanted to delete.
Correct.
And you did delete it.
I did delete it.
In my office.
In your office.
On when?
I don't remember the date.
Well, before it was picked up by Sled.
Before it was picked up by Sled.
Was it at the time you were signing the forms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any concern whatsoever about anything on that tablet?
No, sir.
And other than maybe the embarrassment of the sexually explicit photo, did you have any concern about anything on your phone after September 9th?
No, sir.
What did you understand Sled was going to do with that data when you gave your consent?
My understanding was they were going to go within the parameters, they were going to dump and have access to everything on the day of forward and use it for their investigation, and I guess I would have made myself available to address any concerns or questions.
And Your Honor, it's in the record. I'll be happy to present it if you're of interest, but there were some things you excluded from the consent, right?
There were, but I don't remember, I didn't review that
Well, let's
document
look
before today.
Let's look at it. This is on. Make sure we get into it. Now, I don't feel that the Marcus can do this unless someone is required, but it was attached to the plea in the motion that Attorney General filed seeking to compel Sled. You recall we had a conversation with 2 months tonight, and it was just A, B, and C of that motion. I don't know if I can show you this. take a look at it, let's talk about it. If we have to mark it, we will.
I'm so sorry.
Several documents,
Okay.
Now that one's got, I submit to you, there's 2 pages, but and you may not notice, my recollection was it was front and back, but you've got 2 different pages. So I don't want you to get them out of order. Let's take this one.
Okay.
Now, that's your signature,
It is my signature.
and on the back page, you know what this is?
That was me giving SLED the access pattern to access my device. I drew it out and everything so they would know exactly how to get in.
Have you changed it now that somebody's made it a public record?
I no longer use that method to access my devices.
All right. What did you say that you were going to allow and that you were going to exempt from their ability to download your phone?
To allow SLED all data created on or after September 9th, 2023. Everything. I wasn't, everything. Any phone call activity log or text message to 910-625. Do I need to read the last?
Let's not read the phone numbers, but
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. That would have been Spivey's phone. Regardless of date,
let me, you didn't know that was Spivey's phone, did you?
no, it's written here.
Okay, and who prepared that phone?
SLED,
Okay.
yeah,
I mean, you didn't know that number, you don't know that's Spivey's number because you ever talked to Spivey, right?
right.
Okay. Please proceed.
Oh, I said, yeah, no, I didn't know that was his number. I was just reading the name attached to it in this document. Regardless of date of call or text, and the exclusions, or exclude the content of any written communication between Boyd and attorney Kenneth Moss, skipping phone numbers, and Boyd and attorney Heather Von Herman, skipping numbers.
Now, who was attorney Heather Von Herman?
She was who was beginning my custody battle litigation.
Is that who made the demand for the return of the ring?
That is who made the demand.
Okay.
The second exclusion, Your Honor, was exclude the content of any written communication between Boyd and Kenneth Bradley Williams that relayed legal advice or direction from either attorney Kenneth Moss or attorney Robert Lee.
Now, attorney Robert Lee was who?
That was Bradley's attorney. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, that's on your phone.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Let's talk about the tablet.
Okay. Is this the tablet sheet or is this one?
Well, one of them's yours and one of them's Bradley's.
That's Bradley Williams.
So let's lay that aside.
Okay.
And let's talk about what you consented to on the tab.
All right, it's the same way we just did it?
Can we just summarize it?
Sorry?
Can you lead him on this one?
Who prepared this form?
I've learned that's a no-no.
Something like this,
It's only a
something like
no-no when the judge says it is. Right now,
Okay.
he's saying you can leave it.
It's not telling me what happened, that's, can you read this? And
It is
you
the
can read
same-
so-
It is the same exclusions and the same allowed.
And on the back, is there a password?
There's no password,
And why is that?
because I don't believe he uses the password. Oh, this is the tablet, not Brett. There is no password on the tablet.
Was there ever a password on the tablet?
No, there was never anything on it to need to lock it.
All right. The slave is going to get the data except for what's been exempted. And did you know anything about that process? How they do it?
No, that's over my head.
Okay. Did you have any understanding that SLED was going to give the information to anybody else outside of law?
No, I didn't agree to that. I agreed to give it to SLED for security concerns.
Do you know who SLED gave it?
They gave it to Horry County.
the very agency that you refused to cooperate with on your data, right?
Yes,
So they gave it to you.
correct.
And what did Horry County do with it?
Published it.
Well, they gave it to the lawyers in this file on my subpoena, right?
Right.
And they gave it to other lawyers too. And then it got published, didn't it?
It did.
And some of what got published was phone calls that were within these exclusions, right?
Correct.
Like phone calls with me.
At our first deposition, Mr. Tinsley even told you in the back room, I've got the calls between you and Boyd, and I know your trial strategy.
There's a very call.
Your Honor, I mean, first of all, that didn't happen. It wasn't in the back room. And second of all, I mean, it's an outright lie to say that. I told Mr. Moss that those calls were included, that because they were attorney-client privileged, and I had not listened to them before the deposition.
I submit to you that's exactly what Mr. Timsey told me, but it did happen in the back room.
All right.
Point
He
is,
needs to answer questions and not keep telling you what somebody else told y'all. Okay? So you characterize your questions carefully to do that. I don't want y'all to have to testify.
I'll do what I can.
I'm sorry.
Do you understand what the judge instructed?
I do now, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good. I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to play this 911 call in a few minutes. Right now, I want to talk about what happened. Well, one more question. Benji Spivey. Who's that?
I didn't know.
Benji Spivey.
Oh, Benji Spivey. Benji Spivey is someone who, at the beginning of my relationship with the fiance, apparently I'd been told that they were coming out of a fling, I guess, and then it overlapped. I learned this after the fact. It overlapped a couple of weeks into the beginning of our relationship.
Who told the police first about Benji Spivey, if you know?
Me. I made it very clear that due to the last names being the same, I need this known up front, and I need to make sure there's no relation.
And when did you make that?
At the police precinct.
And did you tell them what you knew about him so they can get up with him?
I did. I got his contact information and where he lived and stuff, and I gave that to Detective Allen.
And how did you go about getting him? How would you know how to find his contact information?
I asked the mother of his children to provide it to me, I believe.
He grew up where?
Hartsville, same town I did.
So you knew he was.
I knew who he is. I knew what he drove. I knew what it looks like.
At any point, did you ever have any belief or concern that Scott Spivey was Benji Spivey?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have any concern at any point, then or now, that your ex-fiance had any relationship with Scott Spivey?
No, not at all.
But you gave this name to the police the night of.
I did. This was serious, and they needed that information, so I provided it immediately.
Okay. Let's turn. I want to talk about what happened. And we may refer to some maps. Tell us in your own words what you remembered, and then I'll go back and try to prompt you to fill in some holes if I think there are any. On September 9th, after you left Traction Supply.
Please keep in mind, we're at 2.5 years. So my memory and what it always has been. We were at Tractor Supply. We had just bought the fan. We went and loaded that fan into the back of the pickup truck, and I just tossed it up on the back rack. We got in the pickup truck. We started heading towards farm, and the way I get to the farm from Tractor Supply is Highway 9 is here. Tractor Supply is tucked back right here, but this is a four-way. The police precinct's right here. So this is the four-way. I pulled out right here and I took a right and I sat at the stoplight. And then when the light turned green, I went left and I began my way down Highway 9.
Maybe, see if you can get a demonstrative that will help you explain this to the judge. And Judge, I know you've seen the highway. See if this right. If you need it, just here. Don't feel like you have to use it.
Do you have a stick?
Yeah, I think.
It's right there.
That would help.
I don't want you to judge something that hit me with.
You might hit me first. All right, Tractor Supply, boom, right there. So this is the four-way I was explaining. Police precinct is like right there. So I pulled out here, I went up, sat at the stoplight, and took a left. And I started heading down Highway 9 this way. The
Okay.
farm is that way.
Okay?
And just for future reference, Bell and Bell is right here on Highway 9.
And that map's oriented north and south.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Any interaction at all in that intersection with Mr. Scott Spivey?
No, sir, none.
Anything unusual that you recall about that intersection when you were driving on that afternoon?
No, sir, everything's normal.
Okay, and it, then what happened?
Continued down the road, we have it marked. I don't know exactly where the interaction happened, and I can't speak to everything that happened behind me that I didn't see. But I'm driving along, and I'm just finishing up a text message, and I sent that, and as soon as I sent it, sometime immediately after, I hear my friend Bradley, and excuse my language, Judge, yell, "What the fuck?" I looked up first because I thought, oh crap, I'm gonna hit something. But then I looked over, and when I looked over, I saw a truck, and the first thing that caught my eye was our mirrors, because my mirror was here, and we had ones that stick out. So my mirror's here, and I noticed his mirror was there. It was just, I mean, there might have been 2 inches.
His driver's mirror and your passenger mirror.
My passenger mirror and his driver mirror. And then I finished looking, and when I looked over, I saw him in the truck. He had his hand here, and he had a pistol, and he was doing right like this at,
Who pointed the judge?
I'm sorry. He was doing this at Bradley's head. And, I mean, at that point, I'm kind of just like in shock, and I probably should react at this point. I start hitting the brakes, and Bradley says, I believe it's around that time Bradley thought maybe that was a prank. He was like, "Do you know that guy?" I said, "No, I don't know that guy." And then I'm slowing down, and he starts slowing down. Then he gets close again, and then he speeds up. And when he speeds up, he swerves over. I hit the brakes again. He comes back, and I know he swerves again. And after that second swerve was the brake check. The brake check was intense. It was, you know how trucks, when you hit the brake, the truck bed lifts? It lifted so much that I could see he's right there, because he's about to hit me. But yet it had lifted so much, I could see his license plate in front of my hood. And we're about to just slam into each other. And that's when I jerked it over, and I noticed as I was jerking it over, he was going over with me, and he ran me off the road. As we're off the road, we're in the gravel, I'm both hands on the wheel, and I don't know what's going on. Get into the ditch, and I could feel my tires doing that. And I look over, and I start getting back on the road, and then I turn to look at the lane to see if I'm clear to get back on the lane. And it looks clear, so I start to pan back to the front, but as I'm panning back to the front, there's Spivey's truck in the left lane, and he's a little in front of me, so he's leaning out the window, aiming straight down the top of his gun, just aiming at the truck, and he holds it. And that's, for some reason, that's the first time I felt my body do I thought we were about to get shot at. I think that's about the first time my body finally was like, all right, this is a situation, and I felt it, and I got nervous. But I think while he was holding that, into the right lane, and I think once I can't be speculative, he corrected it, pulled back in, and corrected it back into the left lane. Then I got back onto the highway, and I don't even think we've spoken at this point. I don't know what to say. Bradley and I. I get on it. I catch up. I'm trying to catch up. He's running fast. And I try to get caught up because I want to get his license plate. I want to get this information to the police. When I get back up near him, he re-engages for the most part, and he begins to try and slow down, and then I'm slowing down, but I get the feeling that he's going to keep doing this to the point where we stop. And I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop in the middle of this road and have a confrontation with that. So I know I tried to go to another lane. When I did that, he cut me off. I tried to go back, he would cut me off, and then he would floor it forward. Then got over, and there was one point where he slowed down quick because I think he wanted to get next to us again. I slowed down, and then he bolted back up. And at this point, again, I don't know landmarks because I wasn't looking at them, and I know that's frustrating, but I was driving defensively for the most part. When he zips back up, there's a yellow Jeep.
Let me stop you before we get to the yellow Jeep. I do want to ask you about that. At this point, he's pointing the gun. You demonstrated to the judge what he's done.
While he's doing all that, he's doing this with his pistol. He's holding it out the window and staring at me through his driver's side mirror.
What about when you ran off the road?
When I ran off the road, he hung out of the truck while continuing forward, aimed down the top of his gun, and just kept it on the truck while we were bouncing through the median.
And this is and you were driving, what kind of speed?
When we got ran off the road, we were probably 50. ish in the 50-ish, 55 maybe. I don't know the exact speed. I did not look at speeds from that encounter on.
From the best of your recollection and understanding, approximately where did this happen?
Where it happened? My original thing was I thought it was somewhere in this area, but y'all have determined.
Well, don't talk about what we determined.
Yeah.
We'll
Originally, I believed it happened somewhere in that area.
That's what you originally thought.
I originally thought that.
Okay. Now, you were about to tell us about Jeep.
Yes. So right around here, somewhere up in here, I'm back on the road. I look forward, and I can see him, and I'm I'm 40 yards behind him, but in the other lane. He comes up behind the yellow Jeep, and he's now accelerate, brake check into the front of it. It's like he was brake checking forward. I didn't understand it. And then we brake checked forward, but then I noticed, because we were getting closer, because she was slowing him down, we were getting closer, and I could see his gun over the dash, and he was aiming straight through the back glass of that lady's Jeep. And he held it there. He just held it there. And then he was doing that maneuver. And as I got a little bit closer, because I was taking pictures, as I got a little bit closer, I saw the gun myself, because I was getting to where I could see a little bit through that window, into that window spot, and I could see the arm with the pistol. And I didn't go any further forward.
Did you take a photo of his interaction with this yellow Jeep?
I did. I got one photo of that.
And it was from your phone?
It was from my phone.
Okay. And I'd like to publish that photo. 35I. That'd be all right? I'm not gonna work with technology, but
Sure. 35.
yeah. Please use this stick and explain to the judge what's going on in this photo.
So in this photo, may I stand up? Sure. Okay. In this photo, in that photo that was there it is. We're zoomed in, and you can tell we're zoomed in because the pixelation of the camera. I would assume we're probably 40 yards back. We're not way up there. This is the first. This is what before she had really slowed him down and we had caught back up. You can see his face, his facial hair here. That is his hand, and that is the pistol in the mirror right there. And he's just aiming straight right here. And as I got closer, because originally I thought he's showing me the gun in the mirror, but as I got closer up here, it was, I don't know how to explain it. I don't have a Chevy. It was like, if this is your gauge cluster, it was here. It was here. It wasn't like this cannon at the mirror. He was aiming it straight ahead of that Jeep. And then I didn't get any closer than that. I kind of like just stayed there. He whipped out and then went around the Jeep. Truck squatted and he...
Is this hand that you described holding this gun you see in the mirror, is that the same hand or a different hand that he pointed the gun at you?
That is the same hand he has used so far in these 3 incidences of the gun being brandished.
Okay. What do you recall after you took this photo?
We got to 905. I believe 905 is right up here.
Feel free to look at the map, it'll help.
Is this the same area?
Let's see.
Yeah,
That's Marlowe Circle, so.
905 here, right?
Yep, you see anything that you recognize?
The Minuteman.
Okay. And
So
where's that located?
that's maybe, so much up here. That's maybe, I don't want to say a distance and it'd be wrong, anybody argue with me. That is after this spot, but it's fairly close. I believe you pass a used car.
Can I go back to that photo? I'm sorry, Brian. Let's talk about this spot when you took the photo of the yellow Jeep.
Okay.
Now, you didn't have GPS, right there, Brian. You didn't have GPS in your phone such that it geolocated the photographs, did you?
No, I guess Android doesn't automatically run that unless you turn it on or something.
We learned that Bradley's phone did have that.
Yeah, his was running.
Well, what do you see around the surroundings in this photo?
You see the 45-mile-an-hour speed sign. It says 45. And then you have these dead trees here. And then right here, there's 3 power lines. You only see 2, but there are, I believe there are 3 right there.
Did those landmarks help us locate the location of this photo?
Yes, you and I were able to drive along, and then we just instantly realized this is it.
For any other reason or just because of those landmarks?
just because of those landmarks.
Okay. So, can we, next video, this has already been published, Your Honor, it's the video of passing the Minuteman. Now, when you take this photo of the Jeep, you said you were behind him, distance and zoomed in with your camera?
That camera, I'm gonna estimate I'm about 40 yards behind him, but when he went around that Jeep, he sped up, and I didn't. I just kind of kept going.
Do you know how fast you were going?
I was not looking. I do not know.
What were you looking
I was looking at his truck.
at? Okay. Did you speed up to stay with him?
Yes, there were various times, and I won't, look, there were various times I did speed up to keep Spivey in eyesight. I've never denied that, and I never will deny that. I did speed up to keep Spivey in eyesight. I want that to be made clear.
Okay. I'm gonna play your video. And, Mr. Brian, if you can, stop it with both vehicles in the same frame if you can. If not, we might find steel. Now, this video is, it says Minuteman on the right-hand side, right? Look at the screen.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here. We will not play.
Sure, there might be steel up here. I got a steel copy here. Oh, you got it?
This is the Minuteman.
All right, that's the Minuteman. That's at 905 and number 9 intersection, right?
Correct, yes. I thought we had one with us both.
We're trying. You see his truck, right?
Yes, sir.
I want to get one that shows him and you.
That's my truck. You can see
Okay.
it loaded down.
Okay? I want to ask you, were you on his Ask the Minuteman, and I want you to look at the picture and tell me.
No, sir. I was not.
You know why I'm asking you that, right?
Yeah, because I on a phone call said I was on his ass.
Okay? At any point were you on his ass?
No. When he was brake checking me, there were times that I was in close vicinity, but I was never where I couldn't see his license plate. I was never on his ass.
All right. Well, if we played that video, when we can play that video, you've seen it before, right?
Yes, I have.
What is your impression of the distance between Spivey's truck and your truck at the Minuteman?
Can you pull the other picture back up of Spivey's truck?
I'm not sure. I'll ask.
I think we marked that picture.
Yeah,
I've been looking for the one that had both vehicles in it. I've got it. Both vehicles are towed. Y'all make sense.
I think that's one.
I'm looking for a Minuteman photo or video.
You want us to play it?
Sure.
Please, please.
When this video plays, I'd like you to look at it and tell me what you believe is the distance between your trucks, as best you can estimate.
okay.
Between the back of his and the front of yours.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good, a little bit too.
Yes.
And let me know if you see any other cars you recognize.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm not doing anything. Take that.
Yeah, I apologize, this thing didn't work fine until just now. I had to act up.
You know what I'm gonna do for you?
Thanks, Brad.
I'm gonna take the break and figure it out. Same ammunition, discuss the testimony. Get down.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to sit down.
voyages in the night. Nightfall comes and the tides have turned, so I can sail away into the night. Alone I leave, carried on these dreams, carried on these dreams. All these hearts, all these years, lived in dreams, held by tears. All these hearts, all these years, lived in dreams, held by tears. I will wait till the tides have turned, and I will sail away into the light. Will you take me with you? Carried on these dreams, carried on these dreams. We are voyagers for the light.
Let's see. I don't see young Mr. Martin. Does that mean he didn't successfully get it done?
We scared him off.
I think it
We've
did.
been working hard during the break, Judge.
Well, I'm gonna pray upon Mary Catherine, because she's not messed up yet. She's been steady. All right, back on the record.
I want to take one step back and then
No, no.
2 steps forward.
All right,
I want to go in this meeting.
I want to remind him, you didn't discuss your test with anybody? Excellent. Now you may continue.
I want to go backwards, step 2, I said 1, in one last one area. I want to take you back to the scene. Night of. You've heard it suggested in this courtroom and other places that you approached the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I'll get closer to the mic. You've heard it suggested in this courtroom and other places that you approached this vehicle.
Correct.
You spied on it.
Right.
You did.
So
You did.
I did approach the vehicle.
Tell me about it. Tell the judge about it.
In that situation, there's people already walking up. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if he's going to start shooting again. I don't know what's going on inside that truck. I don't know what the situation is. You don't know if he's going to start shooting again, or if someone walks up there and tries to help him, if he's going to just turn around and start. You don't know. So the threat, you don't know if the threat's over or not. So I got out of my truck. I walked down to the ditch. It's a median and it slopes down. There's a ditch, and I was between the median and the ditch, close to the ditch because I needed to jump in it. And I made my way up the ditch line very slowly, and I was just looking in the truck, just like that, from the other side of the road to the ditch. I got to where I could see 2 feet, and I didn't notice them moving, and I moved up closer. There was no movement, and I moved up a little bit closer. There was no movement. And that's where I took a photo of the vehicle. Because for you. For you. CWP class says, you don't touch anything, but you document everything. And that's what I did.
Would you go in that vehicle?
No.
Put anything in it?
No, I never got close enough to go in that vehicle. I never got within an arm's length of that vehicle. I never stepped on that pavement when I was next to that vehicle. Where that photograph is where I was standing when I took that photograph. That is the closest I ever got to that vehicle. I turned around and I think I actually backed up, I walked backwards, I think.
Now, you saw some other witness statements that talk about other kind of attributes of this walk, didn't you?
Yeah, there's
What you
one
saw?
witness that has me in the ditch walking up.
Remember who that was?
I believe that was Mr. Wright.
Another witness said something different?
Another witness said that I went to the curb.
I didn't hear your testimony, so just keep moving on.
All right.
I don't need him to repeat all the testimony.
Well,
I'm
is there a
sorry.
curve there?
Sorry, but he asked a question, I'm just,
Yeah, it's ready to me. All right. So you didn't manipulate any evidence around that truck?
No,
You didn't put anything in it, take anything out of it?
I did not plant drugs in Spivey's truck.
All right. Let's move on to this photo. Not photo, video. What I want you to do, and I'm not going to tell them to stop and start, because I don't want it to take long. I want you to watch what you see, and then I want you afterwards to explain to the judge what you saw with respect to what vehicles were related to what you saw that day, which I remember, and how far apart you think you were from Spivey.
Okay.
Now, if you want to stop, you tell us, and we'll play it slower if you need to, but I'm not asking you to do that in the interest of time.
There we go.
What did you see?
I saw Spivey's truck, Boyd's truck, and Ward's car.
How about the Jeep?
The yellow Jeep was there as well.
Okay, were you on Spivey's ass?
No, I was probably 60 yards behind Spivey.
Whatever that distance was, you didn't measure it, right?
No, you can't measure
Is
it.
that distance consistent with down the road when you took the photo?
There were many times throughout Highway 9 where that was about the distance I felt safe to follow and relay location, and that's kind of where we kept it. There are times we got closer back together, traffic did that, and there were times that we were far apart, and we have photos of that.
All right, so let's move on a little bit to the other side of the intersection at 905.
Okay.
Can you tell the judge where it is on that map?
Other side of the intersection at 905, that would be from here up.
Okay. And what was happening?
That's around the time that somewhere in here, the white truck appears. I wasn't ever paying attention. I don't know where the white truck came from. It came up just like Scott came up. It's just out of nowhere. You don't know where it came from. But there was issues between them as well. And that's also about the same time I'm calling 911. This looks like a long ways, but once you get here, somewhere in here it turns to 60 and you're running highway speeds, and that's not a long ways. What I observed from that point on was Spivey and the white truck. Spivey was in the left lane, the white truck was in the right lane, and they were going at it. I mean, almost more aggressively than he had gone at my truck. They did different things. I don't understand. And I told the police that night, y'all got to figure this white truck out. Something was going on with that white truck between them. White truck would do this, Spivey would do that. White truck would do this, Spivey would do that. White truck, then I saw it. You know when a truck guns it squats a little bit and it goes. White truck squatted, Spivey's truck squatted, and then they took off. And they didn't let off. I mean, they just kept going, and then I sped up too. I'm not going to deny that. I sped up too, because I didn't want to lose eyesight of Spivey. I'm on the phone with 911. I don't want to lose eyesight. That's my priority. Somewhere further down, they start to slow down. and then they get into a little bit of traffic. Once they get in a little bit of traffic, they're running the flow of traffic is what I would call it that day. I'm still at a little bit of an accelerated speed. I don't know the speed. I'm not running 100 miles an hour. But I naturally closed the gap back a little bit. And then they got to where, roughly where is it on here? Yeah, they got roughly around here, and that's when we had gotten close again.
Well, let's not go there yet, because I want to talk about some photos. Could around, you know where Pioneer Road is?
Yes.
You take any photos around there?
I don't believe it was me who took those. I think that was Bradley that took those photos.
Okay, well, let's put them up and see if you recognize what's in them.
Okay.
They've been displayed in other places. Can I have some of those? Those photos around Pioneer? Give the court an exhibit on it.
These are Bradley's or Weldon?
Well, I'd like to start with Weldon.
Your Honor, these sequence of photos is exhibits 35A through P.
Is it 35A through P?
35A through P, Your Honor.
I want you to walk through them. He'll put them on the screen. You tell me what you see.
No, it'll be at the purple days here.
This was more brandishing, as you can see here. His face is there. I do remember this. I believe I took this photo. Maybe not. Maybe Bradley took this one. There's always been confusion of who took what photos. He kept looking in the mirror, looking over there, looking in the mirror.
What hand's the gun
It has his gun up.
in? What hand's it
It's in his left hand.
in? Okay. No? And this is after 9:05. so
This is
you're saying-
after 9:05.
Could you give me the next one sometime? Or make that one y'all?
This is just a little further down, and the firearm is still being brandished. And
What's the unit? Can I have the next photo?
this was another slowing down brake check thing. He had just let off, and guns out. This time he had his finger in the trigger well. This one's really blurry because you can't see, but if you zoom back out, you zoom out a little bit more, or is that the picture? Okay, there you go. So you see the angle of my truck. I'm trying to miss him again. So the angle of my truck's this way, but I remember this one because when I started to move over, he was moving over as well.
Okay, please.
And I was behind him, but he did that, there it is. He did that to close the distance back to me. And I'm angled again, and he's angled as well. I felt like he was just trying to get us to either stop or run us off the road again.
Can we get the next one up? You recognize this photo?
I recognize it. I believe this is the one after those events where we're back in this lane and he gets over in that lane and then he begins his whatever. He just starts kind of going on his own.
Let me ask you, you're following him, right?
Correct.
In what direction are you heading?
I'm going down Highway 9 until it veers off at Loris.
And at this point, and that's where your farm is.
That's where the farm is.
And at this point, you and he are heading the same direction.
Correct.
But you are following him.
Yes, I am following him. And I am relaying his location to 911.
Can we get the next photo? You recognize this one?
This is a little further down from that point, and this is more distance. He's just kind of increasing his distance there. Not much going on.
You have any idea where the white truck is at this time? The other white truck?
I think he's back here.
What's the next photo? Could you see them all?
You've seen them all, they're
Can I, when you get a little further down, you get to the fireworks store, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna have him play that video, and, I want you to tell me about the cars you see and what you see with respect to speed and who's involved.
Okay.
Traffic on, as much as you narrate, and if you need to stop at any time, tell
Just
me.
stop when everybody's there.
Can you do that, Brian?
So if you'll watch the flow of traffic. There's one car, just watch the speed.
I think Brian sped him up.
I was like, golly.
Brian, can we get the normal traffic speed?
This is it.
All right, so there's flow of traffic.
What do you see?
Right here, Spivey is stuck in this traffic a little bit. Here's the white truck we're talking about. They are beefing in this moment. But these two cars are interrupting their ability to go. And then this is me right here. And I'm about, I would say, 2 truck lengths behind Spivey. And I'm in the left lane, Spivey's in the left lane, the white truck is in the right lane.
At this point in time, do you feel like you were driving excessive in speed?
No, we were moving with what I felt was flow of traffic.
What about Spivey? You think he was?
I believe we were all moving at the flow of traffic. This was after the white truck and Spivey's trucks acceleration, and then that's the traffic I'm talking about when they got caught in it and we all rejoined.
Boy, I'm gonna jump to your 911 call. Now, you called 911 a little back before the fireworks, all right?
Correct.
Do you remember exactly where you were when you called?
I don't.
Okay, do you remember the first road indicator that you gave me?
Was it Marlar Circle?
Well, I mean, you gotta testify, not me. If you don't remember, we'll hear. If you do remember.
Yeah, I think Marlar Circle was the first thing that I noticed and called out to him.
Where's that on the map?
I see it now. Here.
Okay, it's before the fireworks.
Right.
Okay,
I called here.
okay. It took a few seconds to get online.
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask O'Brien to play it, and we'll probably stop it at times. But there were 2 recordings produced in this case, right?
Correct. One. Yeah.
What do you know about that?
One was just the one from the dispatch center, and one was from the recorder on my phone.
Okay. I'm gonna submit to you. We're gonna play the one that was recorded on your phone.
Okay.
Okay. Brian?
Just muted on one.
Afraid to touch you. Here. I don't know which one's which.
In our faces, acting like he's about to shoot us. If he keeps us up, I'm going to shoot him.
What do you hear in the background?
You hear the supercharger of my truck.
Okay. Now, why? You're accelerating, aren't you?
Yes.
Why are you accelerating?
I'm trying to close some of the distance and keep him a little closer than as far out as they have gotten.
Is this when he's somewhere with the white truck, or you following him to a different time?
This would have been around the white truck when they did that little thing.
Okay. And you said, what'd you say to him? If he keeps this up?
If he keeps this, I don't know my exact words, I wouldn't, if he keeps this up, I'm gonna have to shoot him. I believe it's that line.
Okay. Did you want to shoot him?
No,
Did you want to harm him?
no.
Did you want to have any kind of confrontation with him?
I did not want to have any kind of confrontation. I did not want to have any kind of incident with that guy. I just wanted 911 to get to him. I wanted 911 to get to him.
Please proceed. Ron.
I'm on Highway 9. He's trying to run from me now. But Highway 9 headed toward Loris. We just passed Barrow Circle. We passed Barrow Circle. We're heading towards Loris. I'm going to stay with him the whole way. Y'all need to get this guy off the road. He's aiming guns at people. He racked it. He was about to shoot at us. We pulled our guns out. I don't know what this dude's problem is. I'm told him.
Did you hear what you said?
Which part?
I believe we pulled our guns out.
Yeah, we have our guns.
Explain.
What I meant was we had our guns available. They were accessible. Mine was in my appendix carry right here. The other was in the bag next to Mr. Williams. I said we had our guns out. Mix up of words, the adrenaline was going, it was a stressful situation, but our guns were on us, and they were available.
Well, Mr. Williams' gun went on him, right?
His was on the top, in his bag.
He's like day bag, carry bag?
Yeah, it's just a bag he carries everywhere with his keys and everything else in it. We did not have guns up like this. We were not holding guns out the window. We didn't have our windows down. We didn't have guns visible anywhere. Our guns were accessible.
Okay.
Fucking couch. And he just pulls up next to us and aims a gun at my fucking friend's head. I'm Weldon Boyd. I'm staying with him. He's in a black Chevrolet. His license plate is RC1538. It's a Michigan, what does that say? North Carolina weighted tag. Chevrolet black pickup truck. We're passing. Yes, he's aiming guns. Listen, this dude shoots at me, we're going to put him down.
What do you intend by that statement?
I'm trying to relay the severity of the situation to this 911 dispatcher who, I'm not going to knock the guy, but he seemed disinterested the entire time. I felt no sense of urgency out of him. The more I told him about what Spivey was doing, there was no urgency in his voice. It was just the same. I just felt like he didn't grasp the situation of how serious it was.
But you did tell him, if something to the effect, if he shoots at me.
If he shoots at me, I'm going to have to put him down. I mean, I was letting him know that this guy has aimed guns at me. He has driven, I mean, I'm not saying that, but in my mind I'm saying that because I know the guy's aimed guns at me. He's driven aggressively towards me. He's a danger to multiple people. I've witnessed him aim a gun at other people. He is a danger. This guy is a threat.
And did you intend to defend yourself if he shot at you?
If he shot at me, I did intend to defend myself.
Did you intend to harm him if he didn't shoot at you?
No.
Did you intend to try to stop him?
No. I did nothing to impede on his travel. I did nothing that would be perceived as a legitimate threat. I did not mess with him. I followed him. And I did because I was on the phone with law enforcement, and I believe that's what you're supposed to do. When someone is a threat like that, that is not normal. You have sat here for 2 days and heard every witness.
Well, the judge heard the other witnesses.
That is scary, and it's not normal.
Let's move on with the call.
This dude's insane. He's been following us. Now we're behind him. We've got pictures of him holding, I've got pictures of him aiming the gun at us, everything. He's about to put the gun out again. So if this guy aims that gun at me, we're gonna have to shoot him. I didn't do it. I was talking to my friend. We're trailering couches. And this dude just, my buddy's like, what the fuck? And he's got a gun aimed at us next to us. Then he tried to slow my brakes.
What's happening right here? Because you heard that's Mr. Williams that says slow down, right?
Yes.
What's happening?
He is he's now hitting the brakes, closing the distance with us again. And Bradley's perception of that situation, that
He can tell if it's protected.
yeah, but he was hitting the brakes and he was closing the distance between us.
Okay. You know how fast you were going?
At that time, I don't know the exact speed, but we were over the speed limit.
Were you 100 miles an hour?
No, you wouldn't be able to hear us talk with that supercharger at 100 miles an hour. That truck sounds loud because it's got a massive blower on it with a big pulley. It is loud sitting in the parking lot. If we were doing 100 miles an hour, you would not hear us speaking.
Did you lose any cargo through this whole trip?
We lost nothing. I walked around and I kind of looked at it at the scene, and there was nothing missing. Couches were there, the fan was there, the boxes were there, everything was there.
So you had the trailer in tow while you were doing this?
The trailer was in tow, yes, sir.
You ever tow the trailer at a speed like 100 miles an hour?
No.
Let me show you this picture. Plaintiff, defendant's 3880. Take a look at that picture. Explain to the judge what you see.
This is the way the back of the truck was loaded up. Now I can tell you what was in the truck bed. I can see it. This was a half-open box. This was a ventilation fan that we were going to install on the side of the barn to help suck some of the hot air out. This was the fan I had bought for Mama. This was, I believe that, I don't know what that is, I'm not to say, but these are some plastic bags that we had gotten some stuff from Tractor Supply. And you can't see it here. I'm sure there's a photo somewhere, but it does need to be noted. This truck bed is not the full depth. I have a deck system in it, which means the actual bed of the truck is about right here. So all cargo really only has about 7 inches inside of the railings of the truck, not the full depth.
Do you believe that stuff would be in that truck in 100 miles an hour?
That open box wouldn't be. That one right there wouldn't be. I can attest to that. That plastic bag wouldn't be.
All right, I'm going to proceed on with the call.
Ran me into the grass. He just swerved at me. I know the trooper fast. Y'all, he may shoot at the cop too, man. Tell the cops we're in a white Ram pickup truck and we are armed. I'm military, so it ain't us. Don't shoot us. This dude's fucking nuts. Now he's coming off the road. We're gonna keep trying to follow him, but if he starts shooting, dude, I don't know. All right, so
You say he's turning off the road.
Yes.
Can you back that up to when you first said that? Maybe 2 seconds or something.
now he's coming off the road.
That's 301.
301?
The time.
Okay.
He's turning off the road. What do you mean by that?
At that point, I saw the white truck and Spivey's truck. They both were starting on their brakes, and then they really were on the brakes, and the white truck turned. And it was just instantaneous, and he was in the left lane. He turned behind that white truck. I mean, just like he skipped over one full lane and then turned onto Camp Swamp Road.
At this point, were you at Camp Swamp Road?
No.
I want to proceed, but I want you to, from the video, I want you to maybe raise your hand so Brian can stop it. I want, from the audio and your recollection, tell me when you get to Camp Swamp Road.
Okay.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, because I'm able to read the sign before I actually get to the sign.
Well, if you can determine, I want you to tell me when you got to the sign.
When I got to the sign.
If you,
Okay.
and that's, I want you to raise your hand so Brian can, we can mark the time. We're at 3:01, Your Honor. Correct.
They're gonna keep trying to follow him, but if he starts shooting, dude, I don't know. All right, so he's turning into Camp Swamp Road.
Were you, at this point, what road were you on?
I was still on Highway 9.
Okay, we're at 3:09, that's 8 seconds later, is that, am I correct in my math?
Right, and I'm not turning. I'm getting there. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm about to be turning.
Okay. Please proceed, Brian.
Camp Swamp Road. He's stopping. He's stopping. Hey,
Are you on Camp Swamp Road at this point?
Yeah, actually, you can hear my tires. You can hear them turning. So if you back up a few seconds, you can hear when I'm actually making that turn. I just heard it. Right there.
Camp Swamp Road. He's stopping. He's stopping.
311. That was the. You can hear the tires getting the gravel.
He stopped.
He's stopping.
Describe the stop.
I'm making the turn. As I'm doing that, I'm having to repeat myself in that moment. So I'm not looking down Camp Swamp Road. I am looking at the road sign, and I'm yelling it now because they couldn't hear me. I'm making that turn, and as I'm making that turn, I look forward, and there's Spivey's truck. White truck is gone. Gone. Spivey's truck. The door's opened, and I see him like coming out, like feet just leaping out.
What'd you do?
I'm slowing down now, and I'm beginning to stop.
Okay. And did you stop?
I did stop.
You saw this diagram earlier, didn't you?
Yeah.
Check Tamasi spoke about. In this diagram, she depicted you, right?
Correct.
With the trailer and
Yes.
him. Now, she measured 75 feet 7 inches between your bumper and his bumper, is that right?
That's right.
So how far would you say you were from him? She measured the trucks, but not the people.
Oh, well, I mean, you're gonna have me inside the cab. That's gonna be another, I would say 8 feet from the front of the truck. And then he's gonna be in this part. Like, as he's leaping out, he's in the door there.
Okay.
So your truck beds on a 1500, I think, are what, 6 feet?
I don't know.
Yeah, 6. So I would add 8 feet and 6 feet.
So you think you'd add 14 feet to that 75?
I would.
Okay. All right. I don't want to stop this thing too many times, but what do you remember before I play it to you?
So this is where I see certain things and I don't see certain things because everything's going on. I'll run through it the best I can recall. He's jumping out. I know he has a pistol. I can't see it very well at that distance, but I know the gun's in his hand because he's got it. After I stopped, I turned around and I started looking, and as I turned around to look, because my plan was, okay, I'll back up. But as I turned around to look, there were cars coming into Camp Swamp Road. I looked back forward, and when I looked forward, now he's as I look forward, now he's like right about here. What he's done is his door's open, and he's stepped over to the oncoming lane, and he's walking this way, and he's yelling. I don't know what he's yelling, but he is yelling. He's got the pistol in his hand. He's yelling. He's motioning. I look away again. I'm looking over my left shoulder to see, can I just maneuver the truck? Can I try to back that? I'm just trying to figure out where to go. When I look back forward, he's right about here. And I knew at that point, I can't go forward. Anything I'm trying to run him over. I've called it the Matrix move since the beginning because it's the only way I know how to describe it. He does a Matrix move with his firearm, which is he has it here, he grabs the slide, does this, racks it, comes down just like this. The gun is on its side like this. And in that moment, I believe somewhere around there is when Bradley is screaming to back up. I'm yelling, I can't. And the reason I couldn't back up was because I got confused. I was overwhelmed.
I'm gonna play the rest of it.
Okay.
Until after the bad stuff, and then we can talk on the other side, okay?
Hey, we're about to have a fucking shootout, dude. This dude's got a gun. He's got a fucking gun. We're out. Hey, run back up. I can't put him here. Put him here.
You recognize all that?
Mm-hmm.
Explain not being able to put it in here to the judge.
I have another truck. Dad and I, we have trucks, and sometimes I drive his truck, sometimes he drives my truck. The Ram that I was in, the shifter is here. It's kind of like a car almost, where it's at. It's down here. The Ram, the 2500, we have a diesel Ram. Its shifter is here, and it's actually really high. It's about like right there. I went for that first. If you notice, I get kind of quiet, there's nothing there. Took my hand, I was going for that, it wasn't there. Then I reached down here, and I had my phone in my hand, and I was trying to pull the shifter, and that's when I yelled, I can't. What I screwed up on was, it has a button for these two fingers. With the phone in my hand, I wasn't hitting that button. And then I pulled the phone back up, and I believe that's when I'm communicating a little bit more, and then it's just, everything just goes to hell.
You heard. Let me show you Plans 38F. You recognize that?
That's my truck.
Is that the shifter you're describing?
Yes, sir.
In that photograph, can you see the button you were describing?
Yes, sir. The button I'm describing is right under here.
Now, I want to ask you about something that's been presented in this case. Do you remember in Mr. McMurray's statement to the detectives on the night of, and in his deposition that played here, he demonstrated, and he said when he passed by your truck, he saw you holding the gun over the dash.
Yes.
Do you think that he saw you with the gun over the dash?
No, Mick, I believe, and I'm not going to call anyone, I'm not going to call him a liar. I believe McMurray he did not see my gun because I had a phone in one hand, I had another hand on the steering wheel. I was trying to go between shifter, which is up here, shifter down here, I don't know where a gun would have been in that moment.
Okay, where was your gun?
My gun was appendix carried right here.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Williams? Were you watching him?
The only part out of my peripheral I remember with Mr. Williams was watching him do this, which would be going to his bag.
Okay.
But after that, I mean, I'm still doing the, I didn't see what happened next.
Have you considered the position of your gun versus Mr. Williams' gun at the time y'all were returning fire?
They would have been very close together because I would have been straight on, and I believe Mr. Williams would have been over because he wouldn't have had a straight on. He would have been over.
Okay. But you did draw your gun and fire.
I did draw my gun. As I drew it, it somewhat got hung on the seatbelt, and I yanked it hard and got mine up.
Okay. And you did return fire.
I did return fire.
Do you know to a certainty whether you returned fire first or Mr. Williams returned fire first?
I believe Mr. Williams got the first shot off.
And why do you believe that?
Well, one, I got snagged on the seatbelt during my draw, and two, it made more sense because I had to drop a phone. I remember pushing harder on the brake pedal, pulled because I was trying to get back like this to get it. I pulled, snagged the seatbelt, then got it up, and I remember as I'm coming up, I felt that, and then I fired. Just
What is that?
concussion.
And where do you think it came from?
It would have come from Mr. Williams' muzzle.
So you think you felt that before you fired?
In a millisecond before it hit me.
Do you know to a certainty or approximation how many times you ended up firing?
I don't have an approximation or a certainty because I don't know whether or not that magazine was fully loaded. I don't break my gun out every morning and clean each bullet and then reload it, put it in there. I don't even remember when I loaded the magazine that was in that gun. Would have been months before, threw it in there. I know at the end of it, I had one left in the magazine and one in the chamber. So that would have been two left.
And how many does your gun hold maximum?
If it's full, 15 plus 1.
So 16 at the maximum.
16 at the max.
And you had two left.
I had one in the chamber and one in the magazine.
Now, at one point you reloaded.
I did.
Did you shoot it all after you reloaded?
I did not.
Okay. But my math's correct, 14 would have been the most you could have fired, right?
Had the magazine been fully loaded.
But you don't know if you fired 14 times.
I don't know. I wouldn't have to count.
All right. At the time this happened, was your windows up or down?
All my windows were up.
How were you seated?
How?
How were you seated?
As I'm firing,
Well, throughout the process, are you in a seatbelt, or are you in a shoulder strap?
I'm
Tell
in
me
a
the strap.
seatbelt. My shirt at that point is kind of pulled up and stuck with the seatbelt. A little bit leaned back. My foot is so hard on, my foot was sore the next day from how hard I was pushing the brake pedal.
Why were you pushing the brake pedal?
I was so tense that
Was your truck running?
it was running.
Was it in gear?
Yes, I did not have time to put it in park. Hell, I couldn't get it in reverse. And then I was like this over the steering wheel.
All right. Did you see Mr. Spivey fire you?
I absolutely saw Mr. Spivey fired.
Were you afraid when he raised that gun?
I knew exactly what was going to happen next. It was,
Is that when you said we're about to have an F and shootout?
no, that was while he was advancing and then going to get the slide and then do it over.
Okay. Did you hear the fire extinguisher?
It was faint, but I heard it. I heard it, I saw this black just puff with a little dot of yellow. And I saw the action. I saw it. I saw it.
Do you know how many times he fired?
I have no idea. I know he fired one.
Okay. And, now you agree with me that in other places you might have said that differently, how many times he fired, right?
Yes, I've all, yeah.
Do you know?
No, I got no clue how many times he's fired.
After that first round, could you hear any others?
We did hear more.
Okay.
The first round, and then all we could hear is just everything, and you don't know what's his, and what's his, because your ears now, when you fire, I know this now, when you're in a sealed vehicle and a gun goes off, it's just like, and your ears just aren't working. You hear ringing, but your ears aren't working, and you can feel the concussion, but it's a muffled sound. So I don't know who was who, what was what. But I do know when he got back into the truck, there was a pause. And you listen to the video, it's faintly there, but it felt like minutes because we stopped. When we got in the truck, I thought maybe it's over. I thought maybe it was going to throw it and drive and go. But then the back glass, his back glass blew out and he was shooting. You could sometimes see it. This is actually perfect. That would be. You could sometimes see it like this, but I think he might have got off 2, maybe 3, and then we just started again. It wasn't over.
Now you were firing how? Direction?
Straight through the windshield.
And as you fired, did it obstruct your vision at all?
It began to, yes, very quickly.
Okay. Now prior to any firing, did you have a clear and unobstructed view?
I had a clear, unobstructed view.
Do you have any doubt about what you saw with respect to Mr. Spivey firing?
There's no doubt in my mind that that man shot at us first.
And D. Bradley said that in the call.
As soon as I believe that's when a witness pulled up next to us. I think that might have been McMurrah. I'm not positive. And I'm screaming at him, begging him not to leave. I wanted him, please, I don't know my exact words, but I'm basically saying, please stay, talk to the police. And then I believe Bradley says he shot first.
Let's play the balance. Maybe not the whole balance, but let's play the balance because at some point you got off the phone with 911, right?
Correct.
And was that before or after an officer arrived to the best of your recollection?
I believe it's before because I think I asked if I could call my mom.
Back it up, back it up, back it up. Hey, help us, please. He aimed and shot. He held his gun up and aimed right at us. Dude, please come help us, man. I don't know. Dude, I don't want to get over there. This guy will try to kill us. I don't know if he shot or not, man. He shot first. He shot fucking first. The dude shot at us, bro. Why the fuck would he do that? Where are you at? I'm in Camp Swamp Road.
things there. You hear Mr. Williams ask you, Weldon, what, something like GD Weldon, why couldn't you just leave him alone?
I did.
You know what that was about?
Probably the same thing I was feeling, is this is not what I wanted to be in. This is not what I wanted to happen. This is not what I intended. I wanted to follow him until an officer got there and got him off the road. And I really hadn't even made my mind up yet if that's what I was going to do on that road. I mean, I knew I needed to check the stuff on my trailer to see if it had fallen off. So that's in my mind as I'm going towards the turn. I turn on the road and I'm not even able to decide which one I'm going to do. I'm just ambushed. He's sitting there waiting on me.
You made a decision in that moment to return fire, is that right?
I absolutely did. And I truly believe if I hadn't have, one of us would not be here today.
All right. We talked earlier about you cooperating or not. Whatever happened at the scene, and there's video of that. And then you went to the precinct. I want to talk to you now about what happened after you left the precinct that night. You know what time it was?
I have no idea. I think maybe midnight.
Remember where you went?
I do now because I've been told. I thought.
I'm just asking you what you remember.
I remember that I thought I'd gone home, but apparently we went to Wendy's and then back to the farm and picked up Mr. Williams' pickup truck, and then I went home.
And Mr. Williams still with you?
He did.
To your home?
Yes.
And he stayed with you that night?
He did.
Okay. And I want to ask you, how are you feeling after this?
I don't feel, I don't know how to explain it. It's the weirdest thing because it's almost like everyth's normal, but it's not. And you're processing it, and all you can do is just keep asking yourself, what happened? Like, what in the world was that? I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of things from that night forward that I have no idea how to explain. And to this day, I have no idea how to explain.
Well, the next day, some would think you were acting normal, right? You went out.
You would think so.
What'd you do?
We woke up, we got showered, got dressed, we went to PSA, and we replaced the 2 firearms that we had turned in that night because that's what we were comfortable with and we knew how to use.
And as far as carrying, when do you carry firearms?
What's that?
When do you carry firearms?
Every day.
The one in your abdomen?
The appendix.
So it's normal for you then?
That is the purpose of the CWP, is to carry a concealed weapon so that if you have to defend yourself or others, you're able to.
Did you ever had to defend yourself before with a weapon?
No.
All right, so please proceed. The next day, what did you do?
No, my memory's spotty from here on. I know we went there. We may have gone back to the condo. The next day, I know he left that night. The next day, I think I tried to, within the next days, I tried to get back to it. I just tried to, I got a business to run, I got to get back to it. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but I got to do it. So I tried to go to work. I ran errands.
What have you told me in the past about what you learned at home in the military?
What's that?
What have you been told to embrace?
You embrace the suck. When things are hard, you make a joke out of it and get the hell over it. You keep going. What's lying around crying about it going to change? It's not going to change a damn thing. You just go. That's what you do. You just.
Is that what you did?
Yeah. I tried to just be tough. I made light of it. I made jokes of it. It just pushed it out. It's just, we got to get past it. There's shit to do. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. There's stuff that needs to be done. We got to keep going. You can't, you just, it's no big deal. You just keep going. That's how I handled this. And I made it about a week.
And then what happened?
I crashed.
What happened?
I had a panic attack. I fell. I made it to my bed, and I stayed in that bed for weeks. I would get up to shower, and I'd get right back in the bed. I was broken. I didn't work for around 8 to 10 months. I didn't even walk in my business. I couldn't. I broke, and I'm still broken.
During that time, when you were trying to embrace the stuff, go back to work, this phone was still recording, but
Yep.
I want to talk to you about some of these calls that got recorded and then given by SLED to the county and the county to the attorneys and the attorneys to the world. I want to go through, I have them in a transcript, so I want to read some of them. If you prefer to hear them, tell me. Some of them are just testimony.
They're disgusting.
Have you heard them?
Most of them. I have a hard time listening to them. I hate listening to them. They're awful. They're just disgusting.
All right. So let's talk about some of them. Who is Weldon Ken Kowarski?
Who?
Ken Kowarski. You know who that is?
I believe he's a deputy.
Okay. You ever talked to him, Tom?
No.
You remember describing it all to him, what you saw?
No, I don't remember that phone call.
Okay.
I know I made one. It's there. It's me. It's my voice. I said everything that's in those things. I have bits and pieces of memories of each of these phone calls.
Okay.
But these are my words. I said these things.
Did you mean them?
No.
All right. Well, see if I can get any statements in here, Your Honor.
Is there a question?
There's going to be.
I think he was talking out loud.
All right.
Thinking out loud, sorry.
Thinking out loud. I was thinking out loud. I said the silent part out loud. Let's move on to the one with your mom. You talked to your mom a lot, didn't you?
I did.
That's your closest confidant, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember telling your mom in one of these phone calls that the detective said that it's cut and dry? Self-defense?
I don't remember that part of that conversation, but I know I said that. I've read the transcripts on it.
Is that what you heard?
I don't know where that even came from.
Okay.
No, I did hear that one. That one I heard at the scene while I was sitting on the trailer. There was a huddle of officers, and I heard one of them talk a little louder than everybody else. He walked up to the group, and I don't know who it was, and he said that this cut and dry, self-defense.
Did you tell him that, or did he tell you that?
He didn't tell me that, I didn't tell him that. I heard an officer walk up to a huddle on the scene before we got taken to the precincts And I heard him say that to the group of other officers in that huddle.
You remember telling your mom in the phone call that he aimed it at me and he shot and he missed?
I
And
remember.
I shot back and I didn't miss.
I remember parts of that conversation, yes.
Were you being braggadocious?
Probably. Just being tough, just trying to push through it.
You remember in a conversation with your mom on the day after you said, we're gonna go to PSA and I'm gonna get another gun?
I do not recall that.
But you did go the next day to get a gun.
We did do that, yes. And I did say that. That's in the phone calls.
You remember saying in the phone call that, well, I mean, was she asking you, well, I mean, so you and Bradley both shot, and you said, he's riddled? Remember telling your mom he's riddled?
He's what?
He's riddled?
I do not recall saying that, but I did say it. It's there.
And the night of, you told the officers that you thought you saw something, didn't you?
I do remember that. I thought that I saw his shirt doing this. It's just weird. I noticed what I saw his shirt doing.
You told the officers that, didn't you?
I did.
Now, at this time, you really didn't know, did you?
No, I didn't have any idea what was going on.
Because had you been told by the county police these kind of details?
No. Later on, I'd been told that we hit him, but I don't believe at that point in time I'd been given that information.
Okay. Remember telling your mom, no, we hit him outside the vehicle multiple times? And we hit him inside the vehicle multiple times? You were saying that?
I do not recall saying that, but I did say that. That is there.
Okay. You remember, remember a conversation with someone named Vernon? Vernon?
That's my grandmother. I do not recall the conversation, but I know that the conversation happened.
You remember asking him why did you pull out and follow him?
I don't recall the conversation.
You don't recall?
Mm.
Why did you pull out and follow him?
Why did I pull out and follow him?
After you got back on the road, why did you follow him?
I wanted to relay his location to 911.
You remember telling your grandma it was your bullet that hit him in the head and killed him?
I don't even think that the headshot didn't even kill him, so that doesn't even make sense.
Well,
But I did say it. I don't recall saying it, but I did say it.
did you have any information about it at the time?
I don't believe at that time I'd been told something like that.
So these are before you gave me the phone, right?
Right.
So, this was pretty soon after, right?
2 days after, maybe.
Whatever the day the last phone calls were, right?
Right.
So during this time, you're talking to your grandma and you're saying, I hit him and I killed him. When you said, I hit him in the head and killed him.
I did say that.
But you don't know, do you? I mean, you didn't know at that time.
No.
Now
I
you
know what.
know it's wrong, right?
Right.
Okay. You remember telling Granny when you got back in the truck, he was laid down, hidden, and still shooting at us, where we couldn't see him? Remember telling her that?
I don't recall that conversation, but I know that I did say that to her.
And you said when he had to reload, he showed his head for a split second? Remember saying that?
I don't recall telling her that, but that conversation happened. I did say that.
Okay. And you said I aimed and I shot him in the face. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying it, but I did say that.
But you didn't know at this time you shot him in the face, right?
No.
Did you know anything
I didn't, no. I didn't
about
know.
these kind of details?
No, I didn't have those details.
Okay. You remember telling your granny, I don't know if he was on drugs?
I don't recall saying that.
You remember telling her, I don't know if he was drunk?
I don't recall saying that, but I did say those things. Those things happened.
How about saying, I don't know if he was crazy?
I don't recall that conversation, but I know I did say that.
You remember telling your granny that you know what? He started that thing?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did say that.
You remember saying he started a gun, this is you to your granny. You remember saying he started a gunfight, and it's almost sick to say, Granny, when I was back in my element.
I don't recall saying that, but I did say that.
You have any idea what that might mean?
No, I've been trying to figure that one out. Best I can guess is that we went through extensive training on how to react to contact, and that training is intensive, it's extensive, and it's intensive, and maybe in that moment I felt like I was going back to muscle memory, which would have been in my element.
Because you don't know.
No, I don't know.
You remember telling your granny I enjoyed it? I got my adrenaline rush out of it?
I did say that. I don't recall her saying it, but I did say that.
Okay. You remember saying to your granny, it's sad, but there's a set of parents out there grieving because their son did something stupid?
I don't recall saying that, but I did say that.
You remember saying, that's the only thing I have any kind of emotion towards at this point is, you know, it sucks for his parents, but he made a choice and put me in a position where I had to make a choice.
I don't recall telling her that, but I know I did say that.
Some of these things are descriptive, aren't they?
They're what?
Some of these things are descriptive. I mean, he did put you in that position, right?
He did.
Remember telling your granny, that's what the guy did. He rode down the highway aiming a gun at all these different people.
I don't recall the conversation, but I know I did say it.
You remember saying to your granny that then when he showed his head, I shot him in the face, and that's what ended it?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did say it. All of these things I said.
You remember a call with your mom about video?
Vaguely.
You know anything about video this incident?
No.
Did you hear anything about video?
I've heard so much about the video.
After the incident, you heard about it, right?
Right.
You ever seen the video?
I have not seen any video from that day, other than the Minuteman and the fireworks store.
You remember saying, in response to your mom's question, Ron, this is, for the record, been provided. It's one of the discovery documents, and it's got a mark on it from these two phone numbers between Weldon and his mom. And I'd like to publish the mom's part, but I'll be happy to get the client to read it, whatever your preference is, but I just need to publish it. The mom says, oh my gosh.
You know, this is the lawyers. Do y'all have a preference how he publishes this or not?
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to hear when he just leans down and.
Mr. Moss, go
I
back
don't
over
know what
what you
he's
said in
talking
court.
about.
You said you had a statement
I
of
want him to
transcript.
review his mom's question and his response, and I'm happy to publish both, but I want to make sure that your Honor's okay.
And this is a transcript of a phone call.
Yes, sir. All these are transcripts of
That's
phone
what I
calls.
thought, that's what we've been consistent dealing with here recently.
That's correct.
So, does the,
I've been
hang
publishing.
on. Does y'all have any preference
No, Your Honor.
as to the co-defendant?
I'm gonna play it. How about hand it to him, let him refresh his recollection, and ask him an actual question?
Okay,
That's not a bad idea.
let me hand you this transcript, okay? At the bottom down here.
We could play it. Either way.
Yeah, I'm happy to play it. I can get it up if he wants to.
I just sent the transcript, Your Honor. I'm here for this witness to tell you this story. I'm not so much interested in this.
Don't need all that.
We need all that. That's theater, and it's not what this here is about. You recall this conversation with your mom? Don't get that far yet. I just want you to read that one at the bottom there.
I vaguely recall it, but not much.
What's she asking?
She's asking me, Your Honor, she's asking, does the video show something different? And you were, but then I cut her off and I say, I haven't seen the video. And she says, and you were on the phone with 911 though. And I said, yeah, but I haven't seen the video.
What video?
I think I am asking her in this moment what video she's talking about.
You hadn't seen it?
I have not seen the video.
Yeah. Read that bottom line that says Weldon, carry on to the next sentence with your statement and your mom's statement.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but I haven't seen the video, and does the video show him aiming at us and firing, or did it start too late? Mom, somebody saw him, the guy whoever Ace texted you about, saw the guy pull his gun on you. I cut her off and I said, I looked back at Ace's in my conversation and, do you want me to keep going?
No, I want to know who Ace is.
Ace Parker, he's
Acquaintance, right?
yes,
He's a what?
Acquaintance.
Okay, good friend.
And you talked to him?
I did.
Okay. And did you learn anything from him? If you know, if there might have been a video, or I mean, why are you talking about a video with your mom? If you know,
I think I'm equally confused in this conversation of what video we're talking about. To this day, I don't know what video they're talking about. They're accusing me of having filmed a video and deleted it.
You can ask me questions.
if you filmed it, you know where it started, right?
Correct.
But you're asking your mom in here, did it stop too soon? You're asking these questions, right?
I think what I'm trying to figure out in those questions is, if there is a video, does it show him aiming at us and firing?
Okay. But you don't know about a video?
No, I do not know about a video.
Okay. Now, these are in today's after, right?
Correct.
Before the phone came to me. No, I'd like to stand over here, so I'd like to keep going back and forth with this document, if you don't mind. Would you read this paragraph and that paragraph?
This one to this one?
Yes, sir.
The video showing him aiming at us and firing, or did it start too late? Mom, somebody saw him, the guy, whoever Ace texted you about, saw the guy pull his gun on you. I cut her off here. I looked back at Ace's in my conversation and must have misunderstood it because I don't see where Ace said that I see where, transcript's weird. I don't see where Ace said that I see where said he was at Pooh's with a county council member and they were listening to it over the police scanner. I don't know if someone else told me that, but I've been looking and can't find that anymore. There's somebody in there.
All right.
So you don't know where it came from?
That's way out of context for the court. That's just a huge,
So,
just,
I hate to do this, but I have to take a break.
you know what? I'm gonna go along with you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I got, that's probably good. I think I got it.
Everybody's good, all right. How much more you got, Mr. Moss, paying for?
I wanna go through all these phone calls because we're gonna hear.
All right, let's skate till, between 1 and 2, so close to 15 minutes. Be back in a little bit.
got people, I've got a county judge, I've got Brandon. You remember saying that?
I don't recall the conversation, but I have read it, and I know I said it.
Do you have a county judge?
No,
Do you know a county judge?
no. I know of a judge who I asked custody battle related questions to one time and later found out he wasn't even a family court judge.
Brandon, that's Brandon Strickland's right?
Right, and we're not friends. I don't know him. I just was
You talking
given
about the judge, you talking about Brandon?
the judge.
Okay. Brandon, you were friends, right?
Brandon and I was friends, yes.
And you called him to the scene.
I did.
He didn't come.
He didn't come.
All right. You remember talking to someone and telling them the solicitor is a friend of yours and he relayed a message to get Boyd before we get it clear?
I can't hear you.
Do you remember telling somebody the solicitor was a friend?
I know that I said that.
Is the solicitor a friend?
No,
You know the solicitor is, right?
I do.
Have you met him?
Once that I can recall.
What do you recall about that?
He came into the restaurant, introduced himself as who he was, what he did, asked for my support, and he ate lunch, and I spoke to him for 5-10 minutes while he ate, and then he left.
You call any other meetings with him?
No,
You know anything about his family or where he lives?
no,
Is he a friend?
no,
Have any reason to think that he was intervening on your behalf?
no.
But you said it, right?
I said it.
All right, this is during this same time frame. Mark, Your Honor, defendant's 66. I want to talk to you about these. Let me show you. Court document. Let me ask you if you recognize it.
These appear to be text messages between, well, it's me at the top. Okay, this is me speaking to my mother.
Do you remember?
I don't recall this conversation, no.
It was 5 days after it, September 14th.
Yes, 5 days.
This is you to your mom, your trusted company.
Okay.
Did you read it? Publish it for the court.
You want me to read it out loud?
If you feel comfortable. If not,
Yeah,
you
I
read it,
can.
you can tell me if I got it right.
Mama, I only followed him because he aimed a gun at innocent people. I told the police I was going to stay with him so they could find him. I had no idea that would lead to a gunfight. I just wanted a cop to get this guy off the road. I even told the dispatcher he would probably shoot a cop. Even when he aimed at us, we didn't pull our guns. We didn't pull our guns until he started shooting.
Now, this is 5 days after to your mom.
Correct.
And this is the same time these phone calls went on. Well, they went on for about 4 days. This was right after.
Correct. Same time period.
All right. You recognize the text on the next page?
I don't recall it, but it looks, I don't know who I'm talking to in this one.
Can you tell us the text that you sent?
I did not know the guy. I did not know this guy. All I knew in that moment was that in that moment he was a dangerous person.
Well, the court can have it. Do you remember making this conversation?
I don't remember this conversation.
Okay.
Keep going.
But you only know if you remember the next one. Is this your text?
It's a conversation with me. I don't know who I'm talking to in this one.
Do you remember it?
No, I think I'm talking to my mom in this one. I don't remember this conversation.
To somebody you said what in the middle of the page?
Huh?
In the middle of the page you said what? You said to bring me a Diet Coke, right?
We're on different pages.
Okay, what you got?
All right, next one.
You remember this one?
I do not remember this one.
Okay, let's skip it. on the page that starts September 17th, 9:03. You see it?
I do.
Remember this text?
I do not, but I believe I'm speaking to my mother.
It's your text, isn't it?
It is my text.
Can you read what you typed?
Yes, the entire night. I woke up once and just cried. I don't know why. His mom is on my mind, and she's all I could think about. I just cried and fell back asleep. I cried on the way to the farm again, and I don't know why. I just feel so sorry for his mom, but I slept, and I needed that. I just want to tell her that I'm sorry, but I can't because that will look like guilt.
You remember sending that text?
No.
But you felt that way, evidently, because you put it in there. I don't know. Do you know? Can you explain these things that were going on?
No. I want to understand it, but I don't. I don't understand it.
Did you intend to hurt that man?
No.
Would you have fired him had he not fired you?
No. I gave him every chance he really just got back in the truck.
Boyd, I'm not going to ask you more questions now. These other attorneys probably will. And give your time teaching it in, please.
Just,
You want to go first? I absolutely want to go. Go ahead.
I think it should be
Okay.
Mr. Tinsley.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's start where we left off. We're going to back up. We're going to go in the same order you went for this judgment. We're going to start. You still got those text messages in front of you?
Exhibit 66.
Mama, I only followed him because he aimed the gun at innocent people. But you were already following him, weren't you?
I don't know what point you're talking about.
The part when you started following him. Remember when you showed those exhibits of that Jeep? That's the first time you saw him aim a gun at anybody, right?
He aimed a gun at us too.
The innocent people. The innocent people you're talking about right here, you've already taken pictures of him before, and you're already following him when you're taking the pictures, aren't you?
I started following him when he aimed a gun at my friend's head.
Okay, but that's not the innocent people you're talking about, is it?
He was innocent.
Okay. You're already following him well before you see the Jeep, right?
After he aimed a gun at us.
And you heard, yesterday, you heard Mr. Wright say he didn't point the gun out the window when he went flying by you. He didn't do that, did he?
He did do that.
Okay. The second page, I wanted to ensure he didn't get away from the cops. And I thought I was protecting someone, somewhere. You even said at one point in time, he might have had a wife at home he was going to go home and do something too. So you were going to stop him, weren't you?
No, it wasn't my intention.
Well, who was the someone, somewhere?
When someone's acting like that, I don't know who he's out to cause damage to.
You know that from your CWP training, and you brought it up, I think, 3 times today, you know that when you have a right to use deadly force, it's in that moment when you have to strike to protect somebody. It has to be immediate, the threat, right?
I don't recall it being instructed that way to me.
You think I can point a gun at you, you go home tonight, come find me tomorrow and shoot me?
That's not in any way what this situation is.
The things that happened back down towards Bell and Bell don't have anything to do with why you shot him, does it?
I wasn't at Bell and Bell at the same time he was.
That wasn't my question. Whatever you saw happen back down the road has absolutely nothing to do
with why you shot Scott Spivey, does it?
I shot Scott Spivey because he shot at us.
Right. That's my point. And you didn't see an extended magazine in his truck, did you?
I didn't go in his truck.
You didn't see it when you were shooting him.
He was outside of the truck when we started shooting.
That's right. Didn't have anything to do with it, right? Couldn't smell an odor of alcohol on him as he passed you going on the highway to speed, could you?
No.
Didn't have anything to do with why you shot him, did it?
I shot him because he shot at us.
That's right. You and I agree, and this is probably the only thing we're going to agree to. You and I agree. Now, by September the 17th, this is the text where you say, you just wish you could tell his mama you're sorry. By then, your reputation was getting ruined, wasn't it?
By then, I'm probably off social media.
Because you, and we're going to hear some of the calls, you claim your reputation was getting ruined, you were getting trashed, right?
I was.
And right before you write this text, whoever you're writing it to, you had a call where you said if you saw his mama, you would say, fuck you. Your son tried to kill me, didn't you?
I did say that.
Yes, sir. You did say that. When you broke down the first time and the judge took a break, you crying like crazy right there, and you got up and you glared at me immediately, didn't you?
I walked by you. You were glaring at me.
No, sir. How about pull up the photo? See, what you don't realize is that everything's being recorded. I think Mr. Martin must be doing something, Judge.
No, young Mr. Martin's not in here.
That's you looking at me, right?
That's me walking. Where are you?
Do you agree with Mr. Moss said that what I said was correct when you told the judge earlier, and you told me I stood up and said that was a lie? You agree that wasn't true, right?
You did have access to our trial strategy.
Your trial strategy in what?
In those text messages.
In trial strategy in what case? This case?
This case.
This case. All right. You signed a consent form, and you gave the phone to Mr. Moss. Do you have it up there?
No, it's bigger than that.
You didn't put it in? All right.
It's open in the book, right?
Let me ask you this. I'm going to, the judge can take notice of it. You gave the phone to Mr. Moss, I think you said, what, 3 or 4 days after the shooting, right?
I believe it was Wednesday.
Okay, 4 days. And then you went and got the phone on the 18th of November at his office, and you deleted some stuff. You told the judge about that.
I did.
And then Mr. Moss turned it over to SLED a few days after that, 3 days I think, on the 21st. And then the phone went from here in the PD to Columbia, where it was downloaded on the 24th of September of 2023, right?
I assume so. I don't know
Okay.
where it went.
I filed this lawsuit June the 3rd, 2024. So tell me how it is your trial strategy was on that phone.
You told him that you had our information, our text messages between each other, where we have been discussing this case and how we were going to defend ourselves against the shooting and everything else going on.
Well, either he lied to you or you lied to the court, but that's not what happened. And you heard him correct you to the judge. Truth not in you, is it, Mr. Boyd?
You had messages between my attorney and I discussing the incident on September 9th.
I asked you during your deposition, had you ever been treated for any sort of mental or psychological issue, and you said no, right?
I don't recall what I said. Can I see a transcript?
This is your deposition. This is the sealed deposition. Just like I did with Mr. Wright, I'm going to tell you and take you to a page in line. There's page numbers in the top right-hand corner. If you go to page 41, and then look down at line 10. My question, have you ever been treated for any other mental or psychological problem or issue? And that other is in addition to just depression, is what you told me. Right?
Right.
And your answer was mental? No. Just normal ups and downs, I think every adult goes through.
Okay.
That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
You didn't say anything about PTSD, did you?
When I went through all of my records for the,
You didn't say anything in your deposition transcript that day under oath about PTSD, did you? Yes or
because
no?
I
And
went,
then you can explain.
when I went through my military records, as we're gathering all this stuff for this lawsuit, I went through my military records, went back to the stuff from Camp Shelby, Mississippi, and I found no diagnosis of PTSD. I thought I had been diagnosed, but I did not see it when I dug through it.
Well, that's because you wouldn't treat it to VA because you didn't want a record of it. And you were actually treating it McLeod Health, weren't you?
I didn't go to the VA because it was in Columbia and I live here.
Well, you made a number of statements about, and I'm going to get to that here in 1 second. You made a number of statements early on about your child's mother and her mother.
Correct?
And you know that your lawyer subpoenaed those records. For what reason, I have no idea, but those text messages weren't given to me. Your lawyer subpoenaed them, and then I produced them to you because they were afraid you were threatening them, right?
I don't know why you produced them to us. We were confused why you did it.
Well, you don't have to understand why I produced them, do you?
No, sir.
But you thought there was something untoward in that regard, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
You thought it was wrong for me to produce them to you.
I just thought it was odd that you're the one that jumped into it.
I thought it was odd that you would subpoena their text messages about you. And until I got them. You have the text about the PTSD. Judge, this is why I decided to do it from this table, because I got so much stuff.
That podium won't hold all what you got.
You have it? Well, let me come back to that. Isn't it true, Mr. Boyd, that you treated at McLeod Health with is it Holt?
Dr. Holt.
Dr. Holt. And you, at least at the beginning in 2018, you were treating with him for PTSD and severe anger issues, weren't you?
I told Dr. Holt that I believe I may have PTSD because I thought that that's what I'd been diagnosed with at Camp Shelby, Mississippi.
Well, and Dr. Holt treated you and prescribed medication for you, did he not?
He did.
And you treated with him fairly consistently, 2018, 2019, all the way up until 2020, October, at the end of October. All of this is treatment, and you're welcome to look at it. All that's treatment for PTSD, and they're prescribing you antipsychotic medication, aren't they?
I don't know which medication he prescribed.
You were on medication for your PTSD, weren't you? and your severe anger.
Where does it say severe anger? I see anger, because I remember having this conversation with him. I don't see severe anger.
What's my next exhibit? 17 and 18, huh? Mr. Boyd, I'm going to show you one of the text messages that you subpoenaed from Jordan. And in that text message, she says something to the effect, she never said you were stupid, and then you remind her that you've been diagnosed with PTSD, correct?
Yeah, I say that I remember I also have PTSD. The assessment camp shall be immediately after deployment.
Yep.
And I went through those records, and there's no diagnosis in those records.
Okay. And you also told her, you said, they feel sure, this is for your disability, they feel sure we can get my knee and back approved. And then they went through my psych records and said there was enough documented there. It's hard to read.
Yeah, the record that I'm talking about here is why I dug through there trying to find it, and I could not find it.
I understand that. I'm getting to the down. I told them I didn't want PTSD on my medical records because if the gun laws got stricter, then you wouldn't be able to keep your guns, would you?
I think the red flag law is a flawed law in many states, and it's not a problem I want to have.
You don't have to talk tough to your mama, do you, Mr. Boyd?
I think I get frustrated sometimes to talk to her tough. I think I talk to people.
But you're honest with her, aren't you?
I'm very honest with my mother.
Now, can you pull up the text messages you just? All right. So this is the download from SLED of your text messages. You told us about encountering Scott Spivey right after you had sent that text, correct? Remember that at the beginning of your testimony? Do you remember that at the beginning of your testimony?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we're at on that.
Okay, I'm going to show you. So here's the content, there's the message, there's the direction outgoing,
Okay.
and then this text message right here, 1749, that's the last text message you send, right?
Okay.
The next one is, he shot at me, he tried to kill me.
Okay.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you agree that's the last text message and you told the judge this morning, or whenever it was, that was when you encountered Scott Spivey, right?
I don't know when these messages were sent.
Well, the time that they were sent is
Right
right
now,
there.
I'm not sure who these are even to.
Well, I can show you. So here's another page. I'm just going to pull it out of here. And we're going to mark that as the next one, which will be, is that 19? So this is the same thing. Who is it sent to?
Where is it? Oh, I see now. Diane Ollis.
Diane Ollis. Acquaintance?
Yeah, friend.
Okay, let me put this sticker on there for the judge.
That's 19?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, so at 5:49, you sent Diane Ollis a text message that says, Jordan had to deliver the car in the ring to the church at 1 p.m. today. My family went at 1:30 to pick it up, and Jordan pulled up across the street and watched. She had a guy with her, we think driving. Emily J. was in the back seat, right?
Okay,
That's what you said, right?
yes, sir.
And then you told the judge, at the beginning of your testimony, that that's when you encountered Scott Spivey. Correct?
I believe I was told the judge that I was texting and
Yeah.
just finished up a text.
That's
And
right.
it happened at some point then.
No, you said, I finished the text and then encountered Scott Spivey. I wrote it
Okay.
down right here.
Okay,
You don't disagree with that, right? So we know exactly what time you encountered Scott Spivey. It's 5:49, 0 seconds.
it would be in that time frame.
That's
I don't know how long before, or how long after that text got sent that happened.
Well, you're changing what you said now, so was what you said this morning accurate or not? Because you said, I sent the text and then I encountered him as I sent that text.
I encountered him in that time period.
Okay. And you don't recall landmarks, you don't know where that was, you just know 5:49 was in the time period that you encountered him.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you really watered down the East Bay Deli thing. You got into your, pull up audio 59. Page 133. That's the one. I'm gonna play a longer clip, because I don't want to have to keep cutting it up and doing it over again. But you agree that the dispatcher that was on the phone didn't give you permission to chase Scott Spivey, did he?
No, he didn't. I didn't ask permission. I didn't chase, I didn't ask. I told him that I was going to follow.
Yes, sir. And you agree that it wasn't incumbent on Horry County dispatcher to tell you not to chase Scott Spivey, right?
I didn't chase Scott Spivey. I followed him, and no one has to give you an order or permission to follow someone who's committing felonious acts to relay their location to 911.
So I had asked you about whether you had chased someone before, and you denied it to me, correct? About the East Bay Deli, you thought I was referencing, but you didn't chase anybody, right?
What page is that, so I can just see the context, please?
What's that? Let me just ask you this, and I'll find you the page if you want to do that, but in terms of the East Bay Deli incident, you said that wasn't a chase, right? You told the judge you just sort of followed him down the street, you kind of parked, and you let him go.
That's how I remember it. I drew it on a map. That's how I remember it. It's been over 10, maybe 10 years.
Yes, sir. All right. This is how you remembered it on, I'm looking for 69, it's in the exhibit that I've already filed, Your Honor. Go ahead.
No, I told, you hear me tell the dispatcher, and this is another thing that's gonna help me. You hear me tell the dispatcher, I'm gonna follow him so you know where he's going. And I tell him, I said, look, this guy has a gun, he might shoot an officer, be careful. And I told the dispatcher, I said, he's aiming his gun at us. If he shoots, I'm gonna have to put this guy down. I think at one point the dispatcher said, I understand, and then when I told the dispatcher that I was going to follow him to tell them where he's going so a cop could catch him, the dispatcher said, okay. That's key, because if they try to argue that you followed him and you shouldn't have, well, that's on this. If they didn't want me to follow him, the dispatcher would have given me instructions not to. Because if you remember when that drunk guy came in East Bay Deli and stole off the saddle bar, and I chased him in my truck, and I told the dispatcher I was chasing him, the dispatcher told me don't do that. Then I pulled up into the parking lot where he was parked, and I blocked his truck in, so he couldn't leave till the cop got there. And don't you remember the dispatcher told me, sir, you need to move your vehicle because if you block his exit, he could say that's kidnapping. So they gave me instructions, and I followed their instructions. When I told this dispatcher that I'm going to follow this guy so I can tell you where he's going, his response was, okay. So there's no more.
But he didn't say okay, did he?
To my recollection, he did. But he also did not tell me not to, where this dispatcher in this incident told me what I can and can't, what to and what not to do, and I followed their instructions.
And you remembered that in this moment, didn't you?
This isn't in that moment. This is November, over a month later.
No, sir.
You said this was November
This
9th?
is 2 days after you shot and killed Scott Spivey.
Okay, well then, yeah, I remembered it then too.
So it's on page 55, if you want to look at it in your deposition. And I asked you a question on line 16. You've been in a chase before, right? You there?
I'm trying to get
Line
to it.
18 was your answer.
Yep.
Chase? No, sir. That wasn't true, was it, Mr. Boyd?
It wasn't a chase, as what I explained to the judge and showed him the map. We literally pulled out of the deli, we drove 200 yards down a road, stopped twice at a stop sign. He turned into the laundromat, as I remember it, and I pulled up behind him.
Yeah. Well, and what we hear you in that call is you're getting your story straight, right? You're refining your story.
No, I'm recalling the previous incident years before about what happened there, and that they told me what to do. I followed their directions.
I don't know the mayor's name. Is it Hatley or
Hatley.
Hadley?
Hatley.
Hatley. Is that a man or a woman?
It's a woman.
Okay. Neither she nor I had anything to do with what you decided to do that day on Highway 9, did you?
No.
Neither she nor I had anything to do with the words that came out of your mouth that we're going to hear in these phone calls, did we?
No.
Now, Mr. Moss had you on the stand and he asked you about the fact that you didn't know any of the officers out there. And you said you didn't know any of them.
Not that I can recollect.
Okay.
The ones I looked at, I didn't know, I don't think.
Go to audio 11. Good. So this is the I got a county judge part. And hold on just one second. And the person you're talking to is Bradley, right?
I don't know what you're about to play.
Okay, well, Mr. Moss asked you earlier, when you say, right before you call Brandon Strickland, the number 2 man in the county, you're telling Bradley, I got a county judge and a number 2 man, that's what we're gonna hear. And you're telling Bradley to reassure him that it's gonna be okay.
Okay?
That's right, correct? You said yeah, right?
I haven't, can I hear it?
Go ahead and play it.
I've got a judge, a county judge, I've got Brandon with the SWAT team.
What's up, man?
Brandon, where are you at?
I'm in my house.
Can you come to Camp Swamp Road off of 9 like as fast as possible?
Yeah, what's wrong?
I have to shoot somebody.
You said I had to shoot somebody. You said Bradley had to shoot somebody. You said I had to shoot somebody, right?
Well, he doesn't know Bradley. I'm just saying, hey, this happened.
So, about 11 minutes later, he calls you back. Now pull up audio 55. And just so I don't think the judge understands, because he's pretty shocked fellow. That is the number 2 man you were talking to right there, right?
That's what I believe, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead and play.
Hey, look.
Hi.
Look, I got the people coming that need to come, but I need you to listen to me and understand me for a second, okay?
Okay.
It might not make sense now, but it'll make sense later. You come out there, okay?
Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I understand.
You got the right people coming out there. You didn't need to know the people on the scene, did you?
He called me and told me that.
Okay. Now, you remember you questioned why on earth Damon Viscovi would hand you that note, and then you said that you were pacing back and forth. I'm gonna need you to bring up that video. You pacing back and forth, and I don't know if you said you think he felt sorry for you or what, but you couldn't fathom why he did it. I'm going to show you his dash camera video. Oh, no, that's fine. That's you sitting on your trailer, right?
Yes, on the left.
Yeah. You're not pacing, are you?
No, not at that time.
Okay. Start the play. Showed you the note and he walks back to his patrol car, right?
Yes.
Okay. You couldn't understand why he did that, could you?
No, I didn't get it.
But you were on the phone with your lawyer in that call, weren't you?
I don't know. I would have to look at timestamps. You
I'm
could probably tell me
I'm
on the
gonna
phone.
pull it up. We'll pull up this body cam video so you can see it. You stop turning up. Yeah. You're not pacing there either, are you, Mr. Boyd?
No, at that point I'd been fussed at to sit down.
But in terms of what you told this court today, that the reason you think he showed you that note was because you were pacing back and forth. That ain't true, is it?
I had been pacing and I had been told to sit down.
That's right. And you've been sitting down, haven't you?
Since told that, yes.
He just asked you who you were on the phone with, and you said Ken.
Yes.
Damon Spivey, he said to tell you this. Do you want to talk to him? Yeah. Here.
Ken, it's Damon. It's James. Yeah, are you coming out here? Okay, do you know how long it's been?
He said, Ken, this is Damon, right?
Yes.
Stay by, if you're coming out here, you just hang on here, I'll let them know you're close by, and we'll use you.
Good stuff. And then he walks back to his car, he writes the note, he comes back, he shows it to you. Correct?
I believe that's when it happened, yes.
Now, go to audio 10. 17 seconds to minute 46. Just so you have some context, Ms. Boyd, this is the next morning, September the 10th, 9:10 a.m., 17 seconds. And you're on the phone again with Brandon Strickland. Number 2 man still at this time at Horry County.
Well, dude, I didn't come there last night. I did that for you because I didn't want anybody to be able to come back and say, like that other guy's family or something, say, oh, he's friends with the deputy chief and he was out there directing the investigation. You know what I mean?
No, I understood that completely. I think all the cops seemed to agree that it was 100% apparently he had pointed the gun at other drivers too before he even got to us.
He did. Well, and I'll tell you what happened after you called me. Now this is Brandon and Weldon, never to be spoke of again.
Okay.
I called my people, and the detective who met with you last night was Alan Jones, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, country guy,
Yeah.
good old boy. Well, that's who I sent out there, and I called the captain over investigations, told him that you were. And my next call was to Jimmy Rickens, because we always call him out on stuff like that. And I told him, I said, look, here's the deal. And he's like, okay, let me send. But we called him, and he sent somebody from his office. He said, all right, he said, let me work on something. And he's the one that sent George the bus there last night, who was a solicitor. I don't know if you saw him or not.
Yeah, we spoke.
Okay, well, you were taken care of.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, there's already people saying that I shot him because he's dating my ex. I mean, I don't even understand this shit. I don't even know the guy.
Why do you need to be taken care of if it's a clear-cut case of self-defense?
I answered a phone call and someone started talking to me. I didn't request to be taken care of.
Well, you actually did. You picked up the phone immediately, and you called him to come down there right away. Right? You just heard that.
I did call him. I did ask him to come. I didn't ask for anyone to take care of me.
And you also tried to assure Bradley that it was going to be okay, even though this was a clear-cut case of self-defense, right?
I did try to reassure my friend that things were going to be okay.
Because he got in the battle, he stayed in the battle with you, didn't he?
He was being shot at, I was being shot at, and we fired back.
He got in the fight.
Judge, I know this has been a relatively objection-free hearing, and I know that it is a hearing, stand your ground hearing and not a trial, but on behalf of my client, Bradley Williams, I would like to interpose an objection and note for the court that the last two questions by Mr. Tinsley relating to the call to Brandon Strickland and the call, and the Damon Viscovi sign issue and the last call to Mr. Strickland are not relevant in any way whatsoever as related to why Mr. Spivey got shot and killed. And that's the purpose of this hearing. All all of this is related to something totally different that Mr. Tinsley and Mr. Boyd are discussing, but not Bradley Williams. He's not calling any police. He was along for the ride. This happened. His position is he had to defend himself. This isn't relevant, so I know the court can take into account all matters if you want to in a hearing of the nature we have, but it's so hard for me to sit and not object when this isn't relevant, and I don't want you considering this against my client, Bradley Williams.
And I'm not suggesting it is, Judge.
And the court can distinguish, there's two separate people involved, Mr. Boyd and your client. I'll let him continue on. I understand your objection, and I will try to distinguish same.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So next, after the lawyer established you didn't know anybody at the scene, actually, let's do this right. Can you go back to the police ward? You in the car? So this is just for the record. You remember when O'Brien, and it was a very astute catch, when he pointed out that there were raindrops on the window of, I think it's Detective Quick's car when he was interviewing Blaze Ward. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead and see if you can. Yeah. All right. Pull it up. Now look in the rear. Look out that back window. Right there. That's your lawyer, isn't it?
It is. Well, I believe it is.
What's a good?
Okay, 9106.
Now, he didn't ask you a little bit about your truck, what kind of truck it was. That truck had what, 1,000 horsepower, 1,100? What is this big old truck?
No, 702 horsepower.
Oh, okay. But it would really go fast, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
Yeah. You posted about it on Facebook. Let's pull up the first one. Right there?
No.
How fast are you going? Let's slow it down now. We can run it again. You want to run it? You put the stick on 80.
Well, this one here is 60.
We're going to play it again. Play it one more
Okay.
time.
So I stopped at 50.
Okay. About the next one. We didn't have any trouble hearing you say shit in that, did we? We didn't have any trouble hearing you, though, over the, what'd you call those things in that truck?
Supercharger.
Supercharger.
It's a lot different at 100 miles an hour. It's louder. Faster you go, the louder it gets.
You knew your truck would outrun Scott Spivey's truck, didn't you?
Probably would.
Now, this is you racing with your dad, right?
Yeah.
January 1st, 2022, you're in the TRX, and is that a GMC truck he's driving, or is that a Chevrolet?
What are you getting at here, Mr. Tinsley?
What kind of truck is that your dad's driving in that video?
Well, first off, that's not a TRX.
Okay, what truck is that?
That is a diesel. I believe that's a 2020 2500 HD.
That's fine, we'll move on. About the next one. So this is a post you made in May of 2022. Are you talking about the TRX here?
Yeah, that's TRX.
Okay. And tell us what the point of this post is. Uphill,
It's showing a 0 to 60 time.
0 to 60 in 3.98 seconds. Uphill, you say 13%? Pretty steep grade, right?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see that now. Yes.
Okay. Take you 10.3 seconds the last time you did it in this one to get 100 miles an hour, but your best to get to 100 was 8.7 seconds, correct?
That's what the computer, no, yeah.
Well,
I saw braking, yes.
and in fairness, so that everybody understands, those red lines are your lines, aren't they?
Yes.
Now, you said something earlier today about keeping 911 on phone. And the reason you did that is because you knew you wanted to be recorded when you killed Scott Spivey, didn't you?
I don't know if those are my words. I don't know what you're talking about.
When you turned on to, come on, we go into the, when you turned on to, or before you turned on to Camp Swamp Road, you made a demonstration to the judge talking about this distance, 75 feet, thought it might have been 90 feet. But before you pulled up to whatever that is depicted in that exhibit, you could see him about 60 yards away, couldn't you?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Will you at least agree that 60 yards, 60 times 3 would be 180 feet, more or less, right?
Are we talking about on 9? I'm confused. Are we on
I'm
9?
asking you, do you agree that 60 yards is 180 feet?
Okay, yes.
All right, and he's 199 feet as measured with a rolling tape by the officer, correct?
Okay.
All right.
I'm
But you
just, I'm
did-
confused where we're met. Are we talking about on how, I want to understand, are we on Highway 9 or are we on Camp Swamp? Are you talking about from the fog line to his tire?
I'm talking about the fact that you said the night of, before you pulled on the Camp Swamp Road, you could see him sitting 60 yards away.
When I turned onto Camp Swamp, I could now see his truck.
60 yards away.
Okay?
Go ahead and play. Just the night of.
and that truck is right there, maybe 60 yards off the road, so I stopped. And then that's when the door swung open, and
You're showing 60 yards away.
Okay.
You also saw him stopping, because you tell the dispatcher on 911, he stopped, right?
I saw brake lights and the door was open. I assumed he was stopping.
Okay. But you don't dispute, and I'm trying to go as quick as I can, we can go back and listen to the 911 call, that you said he stopped.
I did say that in the 911 call.
Okay. And 60 yards would be a pretty good estimate from the fog line up to where he was stopped, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
I agree.
And you nonetheless pulled down that road and pulled up to where you stopped your truck?
I had to come to a stop, and that took a little bit of distance, but I stopped significantly far behind him. I did not pull up on his truck.
Whatever distance you pulled, you were the one driving the vehicle down that road at that moment, weren't you?
I was driving the vehicle.
Were you going so fast when you made that turn you were out of control?
No, I had a trailer and boxes in the back of the truck.
None of those fell out, did they?
They did not fall out.
Now, you remember telling the judge today that you had to drop your phone, turn around and look, you're looking for where to go, there's some cars, and you're trying to, then you got confused where the shifter was on your truck?
I don't know that my phone had been dropped at that point.
But you said you had to drop your phone, right?
At a certain point, when I went for my gun is when I dropped my phone.
I'm on audio 52. This is 52, 114. Five through 25.
yeah, I'm fine. I mean, the dude just made shit choices. There's all kinds of stupid rumors going around that like he was with my ex. None of that shit's true. They had calls coming in before the dude even got to me. He was driving crazy by Bellandale. He ran other cars off the road. When he got up to me, I was pulling a trailer. Dude runs me into the ditch almost. I mean, I'm in the ditch in the median on 9 at 60 miles an hour. And all my shit's flying everywhere. He holds a gun out the window, aims right at us, aimed at another car that had like a 20-year-old driver in it. Then he turned down the road. The whole thing, the entire thing is recorded through 911 because I wanted it to be recorded. So I called and I was telling him step by step like. Because I wanted it to be recorded.
I did want it to be recorded.
That's right. You knew what you were going to do. Go to audio 59, 130, 4 through 16.
Any other solution, he began firing. You hear him shoot, and then you hear me and Bradley engage, and it's just non-stop fighting. And then he crawls back in his vehicle, and you hear me and Bradley stop. So we didn't try to kill him at that point. When he got back in his vehicle and quit shooting at us, we quit shooting. You hear me?
Still being on 911?
All of it's recorded. I made sure the phone was sitting right between me and Bradley when this was going on so it could all be recorded. Even the dispatcher is...
Made sure it was sitting right between you, right? You didn't drop it. You had it sitting there so it would all be recorded on 911 when you did this.
I dropped the phone. It ended up there, and the shuffling around, it ended up on the floor.
That's not what you told your mom, right? We just heard it.
Truth's just not in you, is it?
I dropped the phone. Landed in between us. I assume in the shuffling around, it ended up on the floor.
Now, you told the judge about the memory on the tablet, and I couldn't quite follow. It takes a lot of memory to record dash cam videos.
Yes.
And you know this because you've done this before?
No, I knew this was an allegation against me, so I researched it.
Oh, okay. You removed the little SD card or whatever that was in your tablet, didn't you?
That's false.
It wasn't in it when it got to SLED, was it?
It was.
Okay. You had a second phone in your car this day, didn't you?
I did.
And it was collected by Tamasi, the lady who was up here earlier, the CSI lady, right?
I assume.
It had a, 1 terabyte worth of memory on it, didn't it?
I have no idea of knowing.
I can pull a picture up and we can see the back of it.
I'm not doubting you, I just don't know.
Okay. Yeah. You zoom in? It's okay, it's not on there. Now, in your deposition, and I thought it was a curious thing, in your deposition, Mr. Moss asked you about this second phone. You all didn't give that second phone to SLED, did you?
I believe Horry County had that phone. That phone was not being used. It didn't have a SIM card or anything in it.
My question was, you did not provide the second phone to SLED, did you?
We provided the phones that were operating, so that phone did not go because it was not being used.
Says you.
Sorry?
Says you. We have to take your word for it, right?
I assume that phone did not go to SLED. I don't believe
No,
that.
it absolutely didn't go to SLED, and you absolutely did not turn it over to SLED. But my point was, it says you that it was not being used.
It wasn't being used. It doesn't have a SIM card. It's been sitting in there for months.
Now, I was surprised to hear you say you couldn't look at the truck because you really thought it was something to be proud of. Your truck, your windshield, right?
I thought it was a kind of a shock thing, an awe thing.
This is September 12th, 8:51 in the morning, 21/6/19.
Give my truck and his truck to a third-party towing company. They tow it to their location. We go there and we pick them up.
When is that?
That might happen tomorrow.
Then you need to probably find out who can put a winch.
I'm gonna leave that fucker in for a week and ride around with it.
Well,
No.
That's your mom and daddy you're talking to, right?
Yes.
You also told them that you enjoyed it, didn't you, killing Scott?
I don't recall the conversation, but I did make that comment.
And they told you to not tell Bradley that you enjoyed it, right?
I don't recall that part of the comment, but it's in there.
That's fine, I'll refresh your recollection on that.
Okay.
The same audio. 28. 23.
had a damn blast, but. Hell no.
Well, if you enjoy it, son, you just need to keep that to yourself, and I wouldn't even tell Bradley that. 'Cause, you know, you just, I mean, I know y'all friends and everything, but you wouldn't want Bradley to accidentally slip up and tell somebody that you said that.
Yeah, I know. But
And then come back, go to 30. Well, let's just go. But you actually told Bradley that you had a fucking blast, didn't you?
I did say that. I don't recall the conversation, but I did
But
say
you do recall denying it in your deposition, don't you?
I said that everything's pretty terrible.
Which is the opposite of having a fucking blast, right?
Yeah, I truly believe that in these days I was going through a traumatic event. I believe I was having kind of a trauma situation, and I was saying things that just made no sense, trying to cope, and using dark humor, trying to cope. But I'm not denying any of these things. I'm eating them. I'm telling you that these things were said.
But here's the thing, Mr. Boyd, your dark humor doesn't start till your reputation starts getting trashed. Till your story begins to fall apart. That's when you start getting upset, because you're not upset in these calls, are you?
No, I think this is probably a different form of trauma.
This is an audio of 48. This is with Bradley on September the 12th, 2023 at 7:51 p.m.
Brother, I know it's fucked up to say, but I had a fucking blast. I know it's fucked up, but I'm a fucked up person.
Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
I had a good time.
I go to 99, 17, 31, 41, 17.
Just to play the victim. That's the biggest thing, is Ken's made it very clear. You are the victim. Don't show sympathy, because what are you sad about? That it was you who lived and not him?
Yeah. I feel hurt emotion, dude. No emotion there. I mean, I don't give a fuck.
Do you not remember me telling you, like, 2 years ago, that there ain't nothing to shoot somebody?
Yeah, it really isn't. Like,
I told you that like 2 years ago. I forgot what conversation we were having. We were talking to somebody, and they were like, I just don't know if I can do it. And I said, there ain't nothing to it.
come on, Carl.
But it's over. It's fun. We got that experience. We got a stateside notch.
Yeah.
We should go get teardrop tattoos.
You know, I didn't want to say that, but when we was going home from the farm, that's what I first thought was, we gotta get teardrop tattoos or spider web or whatever.
We got to find somewhere on our body to put a teardrop. I'm doing it. Me and you are going to fucking do it. I don't give a shit. We're doing it.
Oh my gosh. Bad buddies.
Dark humor.
Now that you call it dark humor, right?
No, it's always dark humor. That's how I cope.
You giggle like a little girl when you're coping,
I do giggle.
especially when you're having fun, right?
I've had a very difficult time with all of this.
Oh, I can't
And
do
this
it.
was filmed, this was recorded in the immediate days after, when I am still in a state of confusion, shock, trauma. And I'm trying to cope best I can. I use dark humor. I have ups, I have downs. I'm crying, I'm laughing, I'm happy I'm alive, I'm paranoid. It is an up-down episode, and from everything I've seen, that is a totally normal situation for someone to be in after they go through something like that.
Well, that's right, because there's nothing to killing somebody, is it?
When someone's trying to kill you, it's the easiest decision you'll ever make.
When you told him 2 years before this that there was nothing to kill somebody, nothing to killing somebody, what'd you base that on?
We were having a conversation with somebody about someone broke in your house and tried to kill you. Do you think you'd hesitate? And my response was, I believe when your life is on the line and someone's ready to take it, it's the easiest decision you'll ever make.
Okay. There were a couple of questions about you, and you described where you were in the road when you took the photographs of Scott's truck, because your concealed weapon permit training told you to document everything. You remember talking about that?
Yes, sir.
And how you sounded like you just took one picture to me in your testimony, but you didn't just take one picture, did you?
No, I took several.
Okay, all right. And can you pull up the first one? I know that's terribly small writing. Hugh, can you zoom in on it? The time. 6:05:59, correct?
Yes.
All right, now go to the other one. 6:05:20.
Okay.
39 seconds you're down there at that truck, right? At least, by these photos. Yes? You have to say it out loud.
Yes.
And when you told him the phone calls about taking pictures of the brain matter on Scott's dash, did you do that or were you just lying?
I think in the other photo, if you zoom all the way in, you can see some kind of stuff on the dashboard. Yes, that one. I think if you zoom all the way in, you can see.
Right, zoom in.
I think if you make a smaller square, it was in further in.
Do you want him to zoom in some more?
Well, I'm trying to show you what you're asking
Okay,
about.
well, tell him. I don't mind you talking to him. Tell us where the brain matter is.
This one's actually heavily pixelated. I don't think it looks like this on a phone. But I believe there was something up in here.
Like up on top of the dash?
Somewhere. I don't know what it was. I just saw.
No, I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying. You're saying that up on top of the dash, like closer to where the windshield meets the dash, is where you say you saw it?
I don't really remember where I saw it. I thought it was somewhere near the vent.
Yeah. You can't see it in that picture, can you?
I mean, it is pixelated.
Now, you told the dispatcher, I think you said you wanted him to, and when you said we're going to have to shoot him or we're going to have to put him down, I don't know, you said both after you told him you were after him, how serious the situation was, and you knew how serious it was, didn't you?
It was serious.
At the very beginning, you knew how serious this was.
I did.
And nonetheless, whatever distance you were, you continued to go after him. Those are the words you said here today.
I continue to follow him, yes, at various distances.
Various distances. And at times you went very fast over the speed limit to maintain that distance.
I did go over the speed limit. I don't know how fast I went.
I'm gonna go to the map. All right, so this is the data downloaded from SLED. Now I want to go back. It's the same as your map, it's just got the data points loaded on there. And you see right there in the center, Tractor Supply?
Yes.
Okay, and that's, Hugh, how about zoom on in? Zoom on in. Come on in. And we're gonna pick this first data point. And click on the first one. It doesn't matter, that one, that works. All right? 17:49 and 28 seconds. Okay?
Okay.
In Exhibit 19, you said you had just sent the text at 5:49, and then you encountered Scott Spivey, right? Somewhere around there.
Now, I believed it was somewhere around there. That was the last text message I sent, and then they replied, and I never replied back.
I understand. Time you pull on Highway 9, right there after you came from Tractor Supply, based on your testimony today, you encountered Scott Spivey.
Cross-examination, he clarifies the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so somewhere around that, the way I understand it is, the last text message I sent was at 17:49.
That's right.
The next event, sometime around then, is when I did encounter Mr. Spivey.
Okay. Now we're gonna scroll on up, zoom out. We're gonna go to Pine Needle, because Pine Needle is where Mr. Moss showed you the photos. You start talking about the brake checking event, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
I don't know if that's where we talked about those things, but okay.
Come on up. Now, Hugh, how about stop 1 second? Just click on any one of these red points. So that one gives us a speed of 91.3 miles an hour, and that's at 17:51.
Okay.
Slow down. Go easy. All right, well, stop right there. So we just now getting to Minuteman, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we know for a fact that you're after him by then, because you demonstrated here and you said, Mr. Moss asked, you said, words to that effect, were you on his ass there? Right?
Yes.
Okay. There's no question you're in pursuit by the time we get to Minuteman, correct?
I'm following him, yes.
Okay. Well, you told the dispatcher you were after him and he was running from you, right? Come on.
At some point, he accelerated away from me with the truck.
Check, but we're doing all this talking, he didn't call, Weldon didn't call 911 until.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that.
Okay, well.
That's the point. I'm getting
Okay.
to it. Keep going easy. Just, there's Pine Needle. Now, zoom in, Hugh. Now go back down here to the bottom, Hugh. There's a camera looking through you. Click on that. That's that photo you told us about. Click on the photo for me, Hugh. And y'all marked that photo, didn't you? That's your photo. Bradley may have taken it, but you marked it.
I'll find it.
It's okay.
We'll just keep going. I'm
I
just
think
trying
we
to.
put them up on the screen, we didn't hand up a.
Oh, okay. So, but this is, as we're coming to Pine Needle, go up the queue to the next one. Remember you talking about that one?
Right.
That's your headlight shining there in the back of his truck, right?
I assume so, yes.
And this is the little crossover right there at Pine Needle, correct?
I assume so, yes.
All right, now back out. There's no question you're after him here, right?
I'm following him, but this is also when he's doing the slow back down and all that other stuff.
Okay. Well, he slowed back down because he was just going 100 miles an hour.
Well, I think that was before we got here. Can you click the speed on that dot?
Which one?
The green dot at the photo, please?
Right after he brakes? Yeah, click on the green dot after the photo. Now,
Click the yellow one.
57?
Click the yellow one. That's before he brakes.
Okay, click the yellow.
62, so I don't see 100 mile an hour there.
Well, trust me, it's there. I mean, I'll go back and go through it, but we're going to get to what Mr. Martin's point. So scroll back out, Hugh, and I want you to crawl back up till we get, all right. So he's on up. He's on up. And look, whoop, stop right there. Can you get those speeds back up again? Either in or out? No. Come on up to, get up there to where the red starts, right there past the recycling center. Whoop, hold on. 90, 91. Come on. Click on any one of those red ones right there. That's a good one. That's fine. Any of them. 113 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That was a yes?
Yes, sorry.
All right. Now we get right here. Zoom in right there. That's Marlowe Circle. That's the first place that you tell the 911 dispatcher that you're approaching when the call starts, right?
Okay.
You agree with that?
That's the first landmark I pass and name. I believe I called before we got there.
I don't disagree with that. You called about 52 seconds to my account because I was watching when Mr. Moss was playing it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you that we can count back 52 of those dots because they're one every second. And we can still see that we are way beyond where whatever started, right?
Right, yes.
Okay. And for you to be in whatever proximity that you are in relation to Scott Spivey, who has been going over 100 miles an hour, you got to be going the same speed, don't you?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
There's a lot of variables to that, I think.
When you saw him point the gun at Bradley's head, and you knew he was a danger, he needed to be gotten off the road, but you don't pick up the phone and call 911 for a long time, do you?
No, I get back on the road and then he's still messing with us.
And you're going fast, so you got to keep both hands on the wheel right there, don't you?
Well, I'm not on him here, Mr. Tinsley.
You agree with me that the 911 operator never asked you a single question that required you to tell him where Scott Spivey was?
My understanding of 911 is to do just that for them.
Okay, look, I get you going to try to fix every answer, but you agree, I asked you this in your deposition, he never asked you where you were, because you told the judge, I was answering his questions and relaying the information, and that's not what was happening. You just tell him, we're coming up on Marlowe Circle, and other than that, you don't tell him anything till you get to Camp Swamp.
He asked me about a license plate, he asked me about the type of truck, he asked me about, I believe he asked about the type of truck, he asked about where he was turning off on, he was asking me information.
Location information.
Well, to keep eyes on him and to relay information to answer those questions, I have to be within his location.
You told the judge today, I'm relaying his location to 911.
Correct.
Not one single time, the judge will have the transcript, he's heard the audio already, I'm not going to play it again, but not one single time did you say where he was? You said, we're passing Marlowe Circle, unless he was there at Marlowe Circle with you.
No, I don't know what road he's passing because he's out in front of me. I'm letting him know where I am within eyesight of Mr. Spivey.
So when you told the judge that you were relaying his location, Scott Spivey's location, today in this courtroom, you just misspoke again, right?
I was relaying my location with Mr. Spivey in eyesight. I don't know if he's passing the road, what that road is, because I haven't gotten to it yet, Mr. Tinsley.
He testified today that Scott Spivey got out of his car, and I wrote it down, steps into the oncoming lane and begins walking. Your deposition, you said he advanced on you.
He did advance on me.
He's not standing in the door of his truck. He's at least moved to the back of his truck, if not beyond that, according to you, under oath right now. I'm just trying to get clear what you're going to say.
I believe he was, can I show you?
Yeah, feel free to show me.
As I can recall today, I believe he was, I don't know where the center, I don't think there's a center line. Is there a center line on this? I don't think there is one, is there?
That may be the center line, I'm not sure. I just want to know in relation to the truck, and I want you to put an X where you think about that he stopped.
I think he probably stopped somewhere around here.
Okay.
But the center line is not, the truck, both of our trucks were much closer to the center line.
Okay. And I appreciate that. I mean, but as far as stepping into the oncoming lane, is it now your testimony he did step into the oncoming
No,
lane?
he was in the incoming lane.
Okay. Frank McMurrow didn't run over him, right?
No, he did not run over him.
Okay. But as far as where he was standing there, that's not what you said the night of the shooting, is it? Because the night you go back to the station and y'all all sitting around with good old Alan Jones, you say he's standing in the door.
When he got out, he was standing in the door. And then he advanced towards us.
Okay, play it.
Where was he standing when he started shooting at you? So he opened the car door, and at that point I stopped, and that's when I was trying to get back. If this is the front of his truck, he opened the car door, he got out, and had his pistol, and just started doing, he was mouthing, I couldn't understand him. And I think that's what I was saying, he's got a gun, he's got a gun. He wrapped it, and that's when Bradley started hollering, back up, back up, back up. And I don't know why, but he did this like Matrix thing. He did like that. And at that point, I looked right down the barrel, and it started going off. And that's when I just brake pedal, drew my weapon, and I engaged. Was he standing, I guess, behind his truck? No, sir. The door would be right here. So he was beside his truck? He was beside his truck. And then after I fired, I kept firing.
Right. So
He was in the door, right?
I think the part I left out of that was he walked forward because I was trying to explain it.
Mr. Boyd,
The door would have been right here. He was not behind his truck, as in here. He was not behind his truck. He got out of his truck, the door's here, and he advanced forward.
Judge, all of these audio calls are in the record. I've cited to them. I can do this there's 8 hours of calls, and I can do this for hours. I'm going to rely on what we've put in the record. I don't think I need to play anymore to demonstrate that what you've seen here is the case.
Or any of the lawyers, so I got both and y'all, is there anything y'all mentioned, presented, in this hearing, in the last 3 days, is not agreed to in, everything's in.
Yes,
Correct, I agree.
So, all the recordings in, all the depositions in, everything's in, for my consideration.
yes.
All right, record's clear.
Yes.
For purpose of this hearing.
The only thing to know is,
Well, yeah, you're right, for purposes of this hearing, nothing
All
further.
right, what you got, Mark?
I do agree with that. The 911 call that we played from Boyd's phone, the 911 call from the 911 center is also the record that
And
happened.
that's when we had to mute or something when we were listening back to it. There's 2 calls. 911's version, his phone version. It should be identical, but it's two recordings.
But you should have a,
Okay, fair enough.
One was to impede proof.
Okay, you got it right. All right, you done?
I mean, yes, I think you understand.
I do. All right. Mr. Martin, come on up. You've been up here closely listening. Your turn.
All right, Mr. Boyd, I want to go over a few things with you. First of all, the Dodge Ram truck that you had, besides being fast, is one that has some special soundproofing, doesn't it?
Correct.
Do what?
Yes, sir.
All right, explain to the judge the soundproofing characteristics of that truck.
To my understanding, that vehicle comes with extra sound dampening in the trim area and in the doors, and then the windshield itself has an additional layer of sound dampening. I don't know what they put in it, but it's a see-through sound dampening thing.
And that is in an effort to make that what could be a loud vehicle as quiet as possible.
To try and quiet down the supercharger noise for
Fair to
inside.
say it has extra special soundproofing characteristics.
That's the way I understand it.
All right. Now, that day, your truck you're driving, right?
Yes, sir.
Bradley's not driving.
No, it's not.
At no point in the time is Bradley driving. Right?
Correct.
And, we got a lot of the, on the 911 call of the trip between 905 and Camp Swamp Road. Bradley's not telling you at any time how to drive, is he?
No, sir.
He's not telling you to try to catch up to him, is he?
No, sir.
Bradley did not tell you to turn down Camp Swamp Road, did he?
No, sir.
Bradley didn't advise you on how to drive or what to do, did he?
No, sir.
Bradley was just along for the ride.
Bradley was along for the ride.
And Bradley did at some point in time on the 911 call ask you to slow down.
Correct. The other truck was trying to get back next to us.
All right? And so Bradley asked you to slow down.
Yes.
That's part of the 911 call. Can you find that up front? Yeah. I'm gonna ask a couple more questions while he's working on that. But the pistol that you had,
Yes, sir.
you zero a pistol in, don't you?
You do?
In order so that it will hopefully hit what you're shooting at a particular distance.
Correct.
And your pistol was zeroed in at 7 yards, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Now, when you pulled into Camp Swamp Road, according to this exhibit, I guess it's evidence.
Not put it on the back.
See it, Judge? There's not one on this. Maybe we need to put one on and enter it, I guess.
The CSI detective, young lady, that's her exhibit, or her drawing.
It is her drawing. and it's been testified to repeatedly.
The CSI report is in the exhibits, taken out by 11 of that in the CSI report.
This is a blow up of page 11 of her report.
Okay,
I'm
all
not
right.
gonna say page 11.
If the court wants to walk later, we'll do that.
Page
but I don't-
36, Medicare?
It's Exhibit 36, Your Honor, but it is a blow-up from one of the pages of Exhibit 19. which is
Okay,
the
I don't want to
CSI
get bogged down, I just don't
We all
want the
agree
record to
everything's
be
in.
clear. This blow-up of Officer Tamasi, which was supposedly drawn to scale, of where your car and where Mr. Spivey's truck was that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and he had pulled in and stopped as you turned in and stopped.
Yes, sir.
All right, and the distance between those vehicles, according to her scale, is 75 feet 7 inches, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that'd be a little over 25 yards.
Correct.
All right, your pistol zero in at 7 yards, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, 25 yards, and I stepped it off, is from right here to the back of this courtroom. Okay? And then we can all measure it later if you want to verify my stepping off. But that would be the distance that was between your truck and Mr. Spivey's truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Roughly,
Yes, sir.
approximately. Okay, now your pistol's not zeroed in at 7 yards, is it?
No, sir.
You knew that, didn't you? I mean, it is zeroed in
It
at
is,
7 yards,
yes.
not 15, not 20, not 25
Sorry, I
yards.
got confused. Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
he asked you a question.
I just went for a ride.
As I understand it, the question was asked before, zeroed in at 7, yes. Now we're talking about the discipline of trucks. And
And-
rephrase your question.
Correct. And my point is, you knew that when you came to a stop 25 yards away from Mr. Spivey, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you could have pulled up right to him, couldn't you?
I could have.
All right, and if you wanted to be sure if some have alluded, and I ask you this because I'm defending Bradley, and he's part and parcel of where we are. If you guys had had any agreement, or even you in and of yourself had decided, I just want to run him down and kill him, then you could have driven up to a range to where your pistol would have been deadly, couldn't you?
I would have closed the distance.
All right. And you stopped as quickly as you could, right?
I did.
All right.
All right.
You got it?
See what you can say.
We're back to the 911 call.
Then he tried to slam on. And my buddy's like, what the fuck? And he's got a gun aimed at us next to us. Then he tried to slam on.
Do you know where it is in there, O'Brien?
He just said it.
And just say it.
He just said it.
See, I can't hear a good judge, but the fact is, did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Slow down, slow down.
And it's still on the screen, the last two slow down.
Hey,
5:14.
that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
he said it 3 times.
Okay.
I got you, boy.
So it is a fact that if, as far as anybody chasing, pursuing, following, trying to catch up to, Bradley is telling you to slow down. isn't he?
Correct.
Slow, right?
Yes, and I slowed down.
Okay. Now, I want to go back. Mr. Tinsley asked you about the text with the 549 text to somebody. Who was that somebody about the car being picked up?
I believe Diane Alice.
All right. Now, and then he made a point to say, and it was that you had said that it was right about that time that you encountered Scott Spivey.
Yes.
All right. Now, you didn't encounter Scott Spivey up by Bell and Bell, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't encounter Scott Spivey until you got up near the Aberdeen Golf Course, did you?
After I crossed the river.
After you crossed the Walkmore River,
Correct.
which is nowhere close to Bell and Bell, is it?
No, sir.
So, to clarify the record, was it around Bell and Bell that you ran into Mr. Spivey, or was it past the Walkmore River up near Aberdeen?
It was past the Waccamaw, and I can explain the confusion there. We have an entire team of people helping me go through all this stuff, and people are relaying information to me. They're telling me times, they're telling me places. Mom's job on this part was to look at the text messages and see when the last one was sent, because it must have happened after that point. The last one she came back and told me was your last text message was at 5:49, so your encounter with Mr. Spivey had to have happened after that text.
That's enough explanation. It did happen after that, didn't it?
It did.
It happened about 4 miles after that,
Correct.
didn't it? So there was no 9-mile chase, follow, pursuit, or encounter of any kind, was it?
There's never been a 9-mile chase.
That's all.
All right.
Statements.
Yeah. Hey, you're all right, you got your lawyer up there.
Slow down comments, Brad. What was going on when you made those?
When he made those, Mr. Spivey was up here in the right lane, we were in the left lane, and we noticed, I didn't notice it, Bradley noticed, I guess, behavior indicating that he was going to start trying to do what he was doing to us back here, where he was trying to get back next to us again, like Mr. Wright talked about. And I guess he saw it, I didn't see it yet, he saw it, and he was alerting me, slow down, slow down, slow down, so that I could start, and I did, and I started to back off and slow down to keep that distance, existing distance, about the same.
Anything in front of Mr. Spivey's truck that required him to stop?
No, he kept hitting traffic. And
Well, let me improve my question. I'm talking about on Camp Swamp Road.
no, when he turned, we went on, I saw that white truck turn, and immediately after, Spivey bolted across the right lane and onto Camp Swamp Road, and they went. It wasn't like they started doing, they went. So when I got up to Camp Swamp Road and I began my turn, I'm looking at the road sign, and then when I look back straight, he's there. The white truck is completely gone. There's no vehicle. He's there.
Nothing in front of him.
In his lane, there's nothing in front of him all the way up.
All right. All had stopped by the time the police got there.
Yes.
Anytime, in all these recordings and these texts, did you ask anyone in the Horry County Police Department to do anything to change the facts, manipulate the evidence, ever?
I have never asked any law enforcement officer in this entire ordeal to do anything for me.
And we haven't seen it in this courtroom, have we?
You're not gonna see it. I didn't do that.
Now, some of these conversations you had would suggest that, for example, the conversation from Brandon Strickland, I sent the right people out there. From these records, we now know Alan Jones was on call that night, don't we?
We do.
He was the on-call detective for that part of the county.
That was who was coming to any situation regardless.
Brandon did not come, right?
Brandon did not come.
Have you learned in this investigation about Brandon contacting his boss, chief?
I was made aware of that more recently than earlier.
Okay. that night.
He did.
He said, Chief, you know what he said?
Now, I believe I was told this earlier on, but my memory's still bad then. But he told his supervisor what had happened, the phone call he got, and I believe he told him that he did not need to go out there because he did not want to cause any kind of issues.
Now, are you aware of whether or not Brandon Strickland called the solicitor that night?
That I don't recall.
Judge, I would suggest to you, this witness would not be part of those conversations, and it wouldn't really be appropriate for me to ask him what they said, because he wasn't a part.
And I agree with you.
But I would also suggest to you that it's been represented in this court somehow, because of these phone calls to other people, comments they made, there's some suggestion that my client was receiving a favorable consideration, or that my client was receiving communication in response to some communication he
That
gave.
sounds like a good argument.
But it didn't happen.
Look,
I would ask.
I know what calls were made because y'all presented them.
Well,
I understand you can argue that. It can be argued the other way as well. And that's just part of what the court's got to do.
well, I understand.
That's when I start weighing.
Well, it is a good argument, and bear with me here, this is not a trial, but we will make some remarks. But because of the nature of this hearing, there's an investigation that may be germane to that piece of who called who that night. And I believe this court might be, the court might benefit from that information. And it will be public record, and I believe this court can acquire it and get it for the purposes of this hearing and this immunity hearing. My client won't have it, we won't have it, none of us will have it. But it is absolutely germane to this issue, and I believe the court can get it at the court's inquiry.
All right.
I have no further questions.
All right, you good? All right. That's it. You free to step down.
Thank you.
Well, we get it done today. We did.
Thank you.
Thank all y'all for sticking with it, because I wanted Mr. Boyd's testimony to be concluded in one day so that he didn't have to maintain his vigilance overnight. That's a tough thing to do. So we'll start anew tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, provided I'm not late again. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
See you in the morning, 9 o'clock.